die for in that sense, right? So people are like, oh yeah, well, what have you got to live for? Well, they don't believe that there's going to be a life after they're dead, so they've got everything to live for. They have to live now because they're alive now, right?
Nope.
That's
exactly.
true, yeah.
Like I'm not shunning. Well, I just buried my grandma. It was on Tuesday last week.
Sorry,
and one of the things during the
back?
service, yeah, thank you. She was beautiful. She was 92. And during the service, I've never been to a Catholic funeral like this, but it was, really heavy. Like she was like the last of like maybe like 9 or 10 people since like they'd gotten here. And part of the service, like the guy's like, oh, wipe your tears away, she's in heaven, don't feel bad. And like the whole time trying to stop people from crying during the service, and like the thing that irks me about religion is people use it and they can skirt the responsibility of mourning people. Like the fact that you're never going to see somebody is an emotional process that you should get through as a human. And if you don't, you can be emotionally damaged for your whole life for all of these things. And then if you end up leaving, there's a lot of people end up leaving religion that are, that's even harder when they do that. But I found that kind of gross during that. But not only that, so like I'll maybe make, it's not so bad. I actually got caught trying to steal the body of Christ during the service. It was kind of embarrassing, but whatever.
Don't you mean the blood of Christ?
No, the body. So they ended up. So I was a pallbearer.
Sorry, I was making a joke. You tried to steal some wine.
No, I actually tried to steal the fucking body of Christ. I put it in my pocket, and then after everyone had gone up and gotten their little fucking Jesus bread, the dude came through the fucking crowd and like came right up to me like we're still inside the church, and he like leans through the people. He's like, so you took the body of Christ and you put it in your pocket? And he like pointed to my like breast pocket. I was like, oh yeah. He's like, you have to eat that or give it back. Yeah. I was like, all right, and I fucking ate it. And then he's like, I'll tell you about it later. All right. So then we went through the whole service. We bury my grandma, and everyone's leaving. And he walks up to me, and I'm in a crowd with like my mom comes up out of fucking New Mexico to bury her mom, and my brothers and everything. And he's like, okay, so I just wanted to let you know. Do you know why that was a big deal? I was like, I don't know, ritual. He's like, because people try to take those and they try and sell them to Satanists. And I just started fucking laughing because while that was happening, while I was stuffing it into my pocket, I was leaning over to my brother on the left of me and I was saying, let's see how much I can get for this on the black market as I tucked it into my breast pocket. Oh man, it was fucking hilarious. He knew it, and like he called me out. He fucking knew it. He fucking knew it.
Is that actually true?
But then, like on the way to like lunch, yeah, no, like legit. And then on the way to lunch, I eBayed it or I Amazoned it. It's $22 for those crackers. I'm gonna buy those things. I'm gonna have a fucking priest like you know how you have like a celebrity accidentally sign for something, and you get their signature. I'm gonna have them fucking accidentally like pray over these things, then I'm gonna sell them on eBay.
Why don't you just get qualified as a priest and just do it yourself?
I've actually been looking into that. You can check me out on drexorcist.com. So you can buy an exorcism from me right now. Hey, Rufy, what's up? Long time no see. Yeah. Yeah, like I'm gonna build these ghost catchers like fucking Ghostbusters and sell those too, like wrapped around crystals to catch energy and shit. Like fuck, somebody's got to do it.
Well, remember us when you're a multimillionaire.
I'll be at Shark Tank selling these fucking jars of crystals. Like, no, they'll catch your grandma's soul. Don't worry about it. She won't haunt your kids anymore.
Yeah.
Where are you from? Demonstrate.
Minnesota.
See, I thought you were from
Minnesota.
Close enough.
Now close. I'm a higher latitude. I'm a higher elevation than most Canadians actually.
Yeah. Did you have fires near you recently?
Yeah, the fucking sky, like the sun's been just like this kind of orange dot, like
Yeah.
when it gets like what's it, like 20 degrees up in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Hard to breathe.
So, do you believe you were taught
Are you fucking
atheism?
Oh no. No.
No, I'm not. I told by your accent, and I heard there was fires in Minnesota last week. So this week actually. So that's how I know.
Gotcha.
But I was just saying, do you think you were taught atheism, or did you learn it?
No. My mom was Catholic. She walked away. She just wasn't. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't, push me one way or the other. My dad was raised to be a priest in the Lutheran Church. He walked away from it. He was, in my eyes, a angry theist, where he believed in giants, he believed in angels, he believed in God, and all that. Me, I got to go to Catholic church with my grandma. I got to go to Christian church with my other grandma. And I remember asking her, I was like 8 years old. I was like, all right, well, where did, the universe and everything come from? And she said, oh, well, God made it. I said, well, where did God, come from? And she said, he just always was. And that for me was a logical fallacy that I had sussed out at that age. And I just always stuck with me. And he either always was just like the universe, always was like the Big Bang is proposed to be, or, like either one's compatible or both are compatible.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Like I'm unsure. But the atheism is, I'm a non-convinced of the theist claim so far, for any claim so far.
Yeah, I don't even know what they claim. I just believe they're offering alternatives to people. So that leads me, when that happens, that leads me to think it's a government psyop. You're an atheist or you're not.
Wait, what? Oh no, like just think of it like I'm an A Bigfootist. I am an A dash unicornist. I am an A dash recent alien abductionist. I am an A dash Loch Ness monsterist. So A is the I hold the non-position.
Atheist or a Setheist.
Well, no, I mean, this is kind of why I think that the term atheist is kind of it's actually two separate and contradictory interpretations, right? So you got the one interpretation which is the assertion of God not existing, and then you've got the other interpretation which is just a lack of belief in the positive, right?
That's a Southern Baptist. It's a Southern Baptist preacher saying an atheist says God doesn't exist and he wants you to worship Satan. A lot of people shun the atheist position because they've been told by a preacher what an atheist is. A means non, so A dash theist. What's a theist then? I mean, is that a psyop as well?
That's what I'm saying to you though, is that those two interpretations exist, right? And I've been told by atheists. Some atheists will tell me I know that God doesn't exist, and other atheists will tell me that I don't believe that God exists, right? So they're different positions.
Right. So all right. So like we've said, I'm an agnostic atheist. So that person that says I'm unconvinced of your position and I know God doesn't exist, they are a gnostic theist. GNOSTIC. That's Gnostic. It's knowledge and belief. So Gnosticism is agnostic and Gnostic. So an agnostic is I don't know. I don't hold a position. Where Gnostic is I hold the position. So somebody says I hold the position that God does not exist would be a Gnostic atheist.
Right, yeah. But have you ever heard anyone describe themselves as a Gnostic atheist?
No.
Right.
I mean, not personally. I've heard it online, but there's no person who can actually know. Like even doing all the psychedelics and all this, I couldn't actually gnostically know because it just might be in my fucking head. So I'm still agnostic to all of those positions.
Yeah, all I'm saying. Look, all I'm saying is that there's people throw the term atheist around. They like rarely actually make the. Well, maybe rare is not fair, but they'll often not right. Um, uh, use the word agnostic with that definition. Like you've chosen to. That's fair enough. I appreciate that. But often people will say atheist, and they'll mean. But when someone says atheist, it's not clear whether they meant Gnostic atheist or agnostic atheist, right? So you've made that clarification, but
Because a lot of people don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Well, people don't ask, and a lot of the time it's really hard to explain that whole position out. Because like when people say, "Oh, do you believe in God or not?" You're not asking, "Do you have a Gnostic or an agnostic belief in your God belief?" You just ask them, "Do you believe in God or not?" So nobody goes through that first step. But a lot of people stop this when they hear atheist because they've heard, like, "Oh, that's a hard person saying I don't believe you," and to them that's, "Oh, well, I don't believe you, so I must be lying or it must not be true." And for the majority of people, an atheist is somebody who says God does not exist. And we've just sussed that out that that's not the actual truth.
I've heard people say that to me, though.
But they may say it, but they're wrong. There's an actual definition to words.
Oh, no, I agree. I agree with you. But what I'm saying then is that, like,
Well, I mean,
the purpose of language is communication, right? And so, but behind that communication is the meaning of those words. But if people then misuse those words, you then have to intelligently interpret what's been said, even if it's not definitionally accurate.
well, exactly. The next time somebody says they're an atheist and they claim those things, and you'd be like, well, are you Gnostic or agnostic on those positions? And give me 2 seconds. I need to grab a beer.
No worries.
Thank you.
There a bit of snow where you are, Crypto?
So what, sorry?
A bit of
Oh my
snow.
God. He said the S word. Somebody ban him. He said the S word.
Yeah. No, there's no snow in England. Why?
Dude, I
Because
got
of your profile
fucking
picture.
PTSD about that word.
Oh, yeah, it's very snowy in parts of England, yeah.
Hmm.
It was still cold last weekend where I'm at. I'm a freeze baby. I'm a little bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cold either. I'm a migratory species.
I can't wait for that. When I win the lottery and I can afford to live in 2 different states. I'd love to live in Minnesota and like some dry state in the winter.
Mm.
Like honestly, New Mexico would be beautiful in the winter.
They keep spraying the skies here.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be winter, but we keep having these freezing nights and warm days.
Conspiracy.
No, they actually do, because what they've done in this area is they've built solar farms everywhere. So to maximize their return, they're spraying all these cloud depleting chemicals in the air. So that gives you constant supply of energy for the day, especially in the cooler months. Fucking assholes. It's just greed. People think they're poisoning us, and well, it probably is poison, but it's all about solar panels.
Sorry, who was asking me whether it's cold in the UK?
Yeah, I was thinking recently about the topic of beginnings and endings, and it came up when you were talking about your grandmother saying, Demon Stride saying that everything just always has been. And I'm of the opinion that, I don't know if anyone here has read the Kybalion, but within the Kybalion it talks about how everything is mind. So it's like the thought or of the Godhead, and the Godhead, they call it, instead of calling it God, they call it the law. And the only thing above the law is the law, and it doesn't adhere to the conditions that it creates. It's not underneath its law, it's above its law. It's above itself. And because of that, it doesn't conform to polarity. And beginnings and endings are a thought, a polarity thought. And to me, it makes sense that everything would always just have been, because the thing that created it has the power to make it have always been.
Mm-hmm.
Has anyone else ever witnessed a UFO event?
Seeing heaps
Well,
of moving.
one night I crashed my car. I was driving out in the the farmland, and I came into a bend and I caught the rocks on the side of the road, and I spun the car out and I put it through a farmer's fence. And I was stuck there for hours in the middle of nowhere, right? So I just sat there watching the sky, and I could watch lights that come in and they'd be hovering about several miles away. But I came to conclusion that they were drones, government drones, and they were spying on people or criminal activity or something. But I can't prove that. So I'll call it unidentified, but I don't know if it's UFO.
That's legit.
Demon Stride, I don't know if you saw that I tagged you in the chat. I was away from my computer for a minute. Did you said you're a recent alien abductionist? Does that mean you're cool with like ancient alien type stuff?
No. I don't believe that actually people have been abducted by aliens. I've actually gone through sleep paralysis and the gambit of the other things that happen in that spectrum. A lot of alien abductions are explained away through that. But I've seen UFOs that I don't believe are piloted by alien craft. They may actually be a terrestrial thing. It's very interesting. But no, I'm not convinced people are being abducted by extraterrestrial aliens.
Okay, just confused because of the word recent in there.
Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I do love Alien talk though.
Yeah, I like to talk about alien stuff, but no, I basically agree with you. So I think like if you just got two rational people talking about aliens, it's probably there's not that much to say.
Well, let me give you my pitch on it real quick. Maybe there was like a silicon-based life form that was evolved long before humans, and they're able to create like a pearl-like being that is birthed through like a volcanic tube, comes out of the ocean, and it flies through the atmosphere for a couple days or months or maybe even years or whatever, and then ends up dying and dissolves into whatever. But we have evidence from ancient cultures seeing like alien type beings and crafts in the sky having wars, and they explain them of saying like, oh, they're fighting for us, this or that. But we see them today. We have evidence of them now. I've actually witnessed several of them. So the U.S. government admitting that there's legit UFOs in the sky that just there's no real explanation for lends credence to the fact that there may be something like an entity or being we don't know about. But maybe they are just completely terrestrial based, like they aren't even from off the planet even.
I don't know anything about that. I don't really know much about the ancient alien stuff in general. But if there are like murals and things that depict what people might have called wars in the sky, maybe that could be explained with something like meteor showers, because that would kind of look to a
Could have been,
definitely. Basically, it's explosions in the sky and stuff like that.
What do you think about the current unidentified flying objects and the what's the ones when they're over water? Like the majority of UFOs are actually found coming in and out of ocean by military personnel.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I lean heavily towards it being a more rational thing, like possibly there's some sort of drone. It's difficult when you've got like a mixture of like FLIR cameras and things like that picking that up, but also you've got the eyewitness reports. Because one thing I've said about this before is that it could be. Some people say it could be like a Russian or a Chinese technology for some sort of hyper advanced drone or whatever, and that seems a bit far fetched to me based on the fact that these things move in a way that seems to just break what we know about physics and aeronautics and so on. It could also be something like a technology that's used to trick the kind of sensor systems that we use so that they think there is something flying around. It could be something that's being used to basically confuse radar and confuse infrared cameras and things like that. But
Well,
then
let me give you this then. Right, because I have my eyewitness account. I was with my brother. Like I'm a pothead, he is not, and we left my parents and we're outside and we're watching these fucking meteor shower, and we're watching them come in like, oh, there's one, and this one coming in was going like half the speed, and then it started turning, and it kept turning and turning, and then it did like this little pigtail loop-de-loop and then fucking disappeared, and like it moved in a way that would have been impossible for any plane. I've never seen an asteroid change trajectory to the point where it's like leaving the atmosphere after coming in. I don't know. It's just very odd. Very odd. Like I don't know what the fuck could even do that.
Yeah, an asteroid. Yeah, something coming down.
Someone mentioned the government before, especially the US government. They're a criminal cartel masquerading as an authoritarian regime, yeah? You got to get this idea of a head that they're the democratic fighting force for humanity. That's just wrong.
I'm sure everyone would agree there are at least some criminals in there.
No, it's structured
There's
as
no
a
criminals in the U.S. government at all. Everybody's above board, tip top.
it's structured as a
Thank
corporation
you,
for a
Ruthie.
reason, so there's
That
no
was appropriate.
specific blame on individuals or politicians. It's a criminal cartel, 100%.
They all get sworn in on a special book, though, don't they? So they've all got to be legit.
Oh yeah.
You can pick any book you want.
That's what Henry Ford spoke about 100 years ago. He said if people knew the truth, there would be riots in the streets in 5 minutes. But they don't know the truth.
Was he talking about flat Earth?
But flat earthers, I don't know. He was talking about government and the Federal Reserve and money laundering.
Oh, for sure.
He wrote a book about it. Henry Ford wrote a book in
Like what
1920 something.
Like the sad truth is that we are born into this fucking sick system of fucking forced depression on every individual unless you step on throats of other individuals to make your way through the ladder, up to the top. But it's the way it's always been with humans.
I think when a politician says I understand the system or understand how politics works, that means he's part of that system.
Oh, for sure.
Because I don't think a normal person would survive. You'd be like on the first day of work, you'd be like, "Fuck this! It's a joke."
Be like like an American cop trying to be a good cop on his first day of work. He'd be like shunned, but he'd be on desk duty. He wouldn't be allowed to go on patrol. No, it's not possible for cops to be good.
Yeah. Like some of this shit going on in Australia, you just wouldn't believe. It's just that in your face and that evil. It's just mind blowing. People can't see it. Be given football or I don't know, some other bullshit. Oh yeah, you get beer, football, and McDonald's in Australia. That's what you get. Told to shut up.
Are you in Australia?
Yeah, the fascist state.
You know, dogs are gods.
Dogs are gods. Backwards.
Yeah, he's an Aussie.
In Australia. I watch football.
Yeah, it was a pretty good country until we lost World War II. That's when Australia went
You say
downhill.
you watch football, but you mean you watch soccer.
What? No, I said I don't watch football, and I don't mean soccer when I say football.
No,
Yeah,
you
also-
mean soccer.
Well, in Australia, football or footy refers to Australian rules football.
No, not
Rugby.
really.
Also, the word, the term soccer actually originated in England, right?
What's the origin of it?
Oh, a newspaper article. I'll look it up.
The origin, I guess, is people started kicking a ball with their feet. And someone said, "What game is it you're playing there?" And they said, football?
Soccer, slang, short association.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually. So rugby used to be known as rugby football, and I think previously it was just known as football, right? So we had two types of football, and it was like, well, but these are different games, so we have to give them different names, right? So I think probably
What's
what
rugby?
happened is one
Rugby
became
league?
soccer and one became football, and then they started saying, well, no, this is football because you kick a ball with your foot, so that has to be called rugby. That seems the most logical kind of explanation.
When rugby was compared to soccer.
Because
Yeah,
the word football was a general term that was used for a game played on foot using a ball.
Hmm.
So that just got used for, in some places, what I would call American football, what I would call football, which is soccer, or rugby. Those were all just types of football. And then, obviously, because that's confusing, things got renamed.
American football would have to be the biggest misnomer of all time, wouldn't it? Because their foot barely ever touches the ball.
Or if that definition was correct, wouldn't it be trippy if people played handball, but they had to run around on their hands?
Yeah.
it's a good
The
point.
NFL should be called the National Throw League or something.
Yeah.
Throw ball.
Yeah, well, I've got an article up here. It's no guarantee that it's right, but it says that in 1863, the Football Association was formed to codify the rules of football. So the aristocratic boys, that sounds like a political leaning there, but anyway. So the aristocratic boys from different schools could play against one another. In 1871, the Rugby Football Union followed suit. So it sounds like, yes, soccer comes from association football, like sock. Yeah.
All right, what's the biggest crime anyone's done within the like outside of the last, was it 15 years? Or your respective
What's the biggest
legal
crime anyone's ever
time
done
frame?
outside of its current statute of limitations?
Yeah, statute of limitations, that's it.
I got a pretty funny one. I had a friend who was applying for a job at a local business in my hometown, and they get you to do a drug test, and he had to go to the doctor's surgery, like the local GP, one of the local GPs in town, to do the drug test. And he came over to my house beforehand because I'd been sober for many months, and he wanted to get some of my pee because he'd still been smoking some gunge before leading up to doing the test. And he came over to my house before he had to go do the test. Wanted to get me to pee in a condom, which he double layered, and then stuck it inside of his undies to take to the doctor's surgery with him. And he also did he bought some tests off eBay to be able to do a test of my pee to make sure it came back clean, just for something to funny to do before he went to do the test. Well, my friend leaves my place and goes to the doctor's surgery, and I get a text message from him like maybe 30 minutes later saying, "Oh, bro, I'm completely fucked. The test has come back positive, sorry, because the pee was too cold." And he's like, "I don't know what I'm going to do." And I was like, I was very much into meditation and a bit new agey at the time, and I was like, bro, you've just got to think positive and everything will be okay. And he's like, fuck thinking positive. I'm fucked, bro. I'm not going to get this job. I need you to help me out. And I was like, I wrote back, what am I supposed to do? And he's like, I need you to go to the supermarket, get some more condoms, and come down to the doctor's surgery with him. So I was like, okay. So I jumped on my bike and I rode down to the supermarket, and I got there and I was just about to go inside and get the condoms, and I get another message from my mate, and it said, don't worry about the condoms, just come straight to the back of the doctor's surgery. And I sent him back a message, what's the address? And he sends me the address, and he's written, just come around the back. And so I went around, I rode down from the supermarket to the doctor's surgery, around to the back of the doctor's surgery, and I looking for a spot where I might see my mate, and I see this window with a fly screen over it, and my mate's there at the window. I see his face, like just a small little window, but I see his face like looking out the window frantically searching for me, and I'm there, and he's like, he'd taken a pair of nail clippers with him to puncture a hole in the condom so that he could pour it into the pee cup that they gave him for the drug test. He's used those nail clippers to cut the corner out of the fly screen. And then he's like, here, bro, just pissed in this really quick. So he's poked the cup out of the fly screen.
Jeez.
I've pissed in it, passed it back through the fly screen. He's gone and handed him the test straight away and passed.
Jesus.
Dude, you passed over how you filled up a condom full of pee. How did you do that?
It wasn't like completely full, but like condom doesn't hold much liquid actually.
Did you like hold on. Did you let me do did you roll it onto your dick? And then did you pee and fill it up like a balloon being filled on like a water faucet?
like a water balloon,
pull it off. And like a water balloon. And pull it off and twist it off.
I'm not sure what's more worrying for me, like the original story or the amount of detail that you're seeking for clarification.
Oh, well, here's the funny thing. I lost a job because I was getting, like, I did a temp job, and they wanted to hire me on and a couple other people, and they chose me. So I went to go take a piss test, and I used fake urine, and I heated it up in the microwave, and I put it on my dashboard. That was the thing, and it got too hot. When I went there and I transferred it out of the little bottle into their thing, the temperature strip didn't even register. It was so hot, and I didn't realize it because I was so nervous. When I handed it to the lady, she's holding it, and her hand must have been burning, and she looks at me and she's like, "Is this yours?" And I was like, "Yeah, of course." And I failed the drug test because it was too hot. So yeah, it definitely has to be a certain specific temperature. I bought the Wizinator. It was $200. It takes two 9-volt batteries, and it keeps the exact amount you need for a drug test at the exact temperature. So I'll never fail one. Dude, it's so funny though. Like, yeah, I don't have the fake dick that comes off of it, but you can get one. But I just have a little tube and a little packet with a little heater coil that like maintains the temperature. But I don't know, shit's, it's getting legal now, so it may no longer have to be an issue.
I'm going to take off again, guys. I just popped in to see what was going on. It's pretty quiet, pretty tired, so I wish you all a nice day or night, depending on where you are.
Yeah, you
Catch
too, man.
us
Have a
on
good
the
one.
flip. Good.
See you later.
Peace.
Right. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Yeah.
There you go, mate.
Lovely.
What are you up to?
I am randomly scrolling across Bing Maps, which has
Oh, yeah?
aerial, aerial, aerial photos of the Eastern Mediterranean off Israel. Trying to find
What are you looking
the
for?
oil platform, the gas platform that's in that video from the other day. I can't find it.
Gas platform.
Something's not really adding up, and I'm trying to figure out what it is.
Still, in whose favour? Not your anti your story, or someone used
the
it.
story.
I'm unaware of the context. So
Okay. So there was a guy, Flat Earther, put out a video a couple of days ago. He said he planned an observation from Israel to try and see Crete with the setting sun behind it. Right. So he planned the azimuth of the sun to line up with Crete. First of all, the azimuths don't line up. I want to know how he planned it, because in Google Earth, at least, it doesn't work. That's not his. Those azimuths are wrong, so they don't line up.
yeah.
Secondly, there's a gas platform.
Anything involving that country is of questionable trustability anyway. But do go on.
Yeah. So there's a gas platform in the foreground, and they're not the coordinates of that are just not online anywhere. Someone said he found it on Bing Maps, and it is there, but it's nowhere near the line of sight. So I'm trying to hire a surveyor in Israel to go and triangulate this platform so we can find out exactly where it is. So hopefully that gets done.
You are trying to hire a surveyor in Israel.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
So we can find the coordinates of this gas platform.
You're going to pay some joker to go and figure this out for you.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Really?
Yes.
You're really that bothered by it?
Oh, it's a puzzle. It's a puzzle that I'll pay money to solve.
More, mate, more power to you, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, dear. Yeah, no, look, I would just not do that, but that's good on you.
Yeah. So I've told this guy to like go
Have you
5Ks north. Hey?
No, you go.
Oh, I'm trying to find someone that'll go like 5Ks north of where this guy was and 5K south, and then just take angles to it and try and figure out where it is.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, it's just not adding up. So yeah.
So whatever this other bloke has presented has troubled you somewhat.
Um,
And I don't mean that, you're worried. I just like it obviously is bothering you enough to do something about it.
Oh, it's exciting, and it's the first observation that we've had in a couple of years that everyone sort of rushed in to try and debunk. That's been good, but he said he planned it. He planned the observer location and the date of the observation to line up with what he thought he might see in Crete.
Okay. Yeah.
But the plan was wrong. So I'm trying to figure out why he did that, and it's bizarre. Like the sun from his observer location, the sun was going to set at 292.5 degrees azimuth, and the closest to Crete that is 294.2 or something. So he's missed, and I want to understand his plan.
Yeah. So what was the big deal or the purpose of getting it to the azimuth to line up with Crete? What was the reason for that?
So the sun would set behind it and cause a silhouette like Canigou.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But his plan seems wrong, and I'm very puzzled. So, like, if he was trying to line it up with the tallest mountain on Crete, he's got to be like 295 point something. He's just off by several degrees.
Right. And what's the distance across from there to there?
Ridiculous, like 1,000 Ks. So, yeah.
Okay, so 2 degrees. 2 degrees is a long way over 1,000 Ks.
Yeah. But he saw some things on the horizon that he thinks are 3 mountains in Crete, and it's not.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got 2 surveys on the hook so far, but no one's actually sent me a quote.
If there's a sniff of a shekel in it, then you know.
Yes. Yeah.
Be careful how I word those comments.
Yes, exactly. But they do have Israeli shekels. Yes.
They do, yes. Any theological discussions with your in-laws lately?
No,
or they've given up on that?
Decade for a very long time.
Oh, no, that's it.
Yeah, it's a no-go.
Fair enough.
The father got a bit crazy. So they pulled out basically. Like but literally said, evolution's a lie for the pit of hell kind of stuff, and I was like, what the fuck?
Okay. Yeah, some can get a bit that way.
Yeah.
Actually, a lot get it that way.
Yeah.
I probably, who knows? I may get a bit that way myself. There's plenty of other things that could be picked on apart from evolution.
Yeah. The other, there's coordinates for another gas platform from another website, and that if I look at those coordinates in any maps, it's not there. Like it's driving me insane.
Oh.
Anyway.
Oh.
That's what I'm doing, and I'm hoping.
How trustworthy is Bing Maps anyway?
It's hard to say because it's completely over water. So hopefully they've got like a GPS, running as they do these aerial shots. But I don't know. I'm wondering
Yeah.
whether you could sort of, whether they'd be big enough to resolve from the ISS. That could be a go. Get an idea. How big are gas platforms?
I don't know. I mean, that
100 meters?
I was just going to say, like, just anecdotally, they're pretty bloody big, I would say.
Yeah, but from the ISS.
I would think they'd have to be 100 meters square, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
80 to 100.
With the camera going over. How big's the camera though? Hold on. Let's do it. Let's do it in the next 3 minutes, and I'll go make some dinner for the kiddies. The ISS. Oh, it's night time. The ISS. Where are we? Where's that? Someone's asking for a chocolate milk. All right, better go do it now. I'll be back. See you.
I'll
Yeah,
take
buddy,
a
I'm coming.
chocolate milk.
Was yeah. Fuck. Oh, fuck's sake.
Test, test.
Boy.
Hey, who's that? Hello? Arthur Knox.
Yeah, mate. I'm
Odds demonstrator.
bugger in it.
What? So no one's here. Ugh.
Yeah. Come on, people.
What you doing? Look at your face. You miss? Oh my God. Dito, Papa. Dito. Okay. 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 Not like this little okay. Put it down.
That's my little doggy. Come on, wake up, people. Entertain me. Oh, come on, people. Jay Tolan's tripping balls again, people. Jesus. Woof woof. Yo.
It's quiet here.
Yes. Yes, it is. Was it Quad that just came in?
Oh, it's me. I don't know if Quad's been here. I don't think Quad ever talks.
Boo. Someone just joined a minute ago, though. Don't think it was you. Actually, it must have been you.
I joined like 2 seconds ago before I said anything.
Yeah. All right. I don't know.
Quad will talk to us.
Yeah. I can post a video of my doggy in the chat. Hold on. Let's see if the yeah, no, it's got kids in it. You got a puppy, a gator.
Good job. Very good job.
There we go. All right, I'll post that one. Do. There we go. There you go. Oh, man. You like my puppy together?
That's cute.
Did I mention in that group chat that I'm trying to hire a surveyor?
Over in Crete or Israel?
Yeah, Israel. Yeah,
Yeah, I saw you said you'd talked to one or working on it.
Got a couple of positive responses. No one's given me an actual quote dollar amount, shekel amount, yes, but yeah, we're getting there. Yeah. It's
I'm
weird
sure
though.
they'll
Like
ignore whatever comes from it. Sorry, go ahead.
oh, it's fine. Yeah. I was going to say, it's weird that guy said he planned it like on a particular date, particular observer location, right? Because he thought that the sun should line up with Crete. It doesn't. Like, I want to know how he planned it. He's like a degree and a half off. He should be going there like around about now.
When I looked at SunCalc, when I looked at SunCalc yesterday, it lined up.
Yeah, it should be going now. Yes. Yeah.
About a week or so ago, but
yeah.
I'm assuming it would be close. But
yeah, if he is going there, let's say from his observer to the tallest mountain is 295.3. Let's fire up Stellarium. 295.3. I mean, he could go again in a month or so when it's coming back the other way. So we've got plenty of time. So, oops, today. Sunset. Sun. 295.3. 12. Oh, it's still not quite there, actually. Not quite. Yeah, actually, sunset. 0.44. I'll give you should go there again, like in the next day or two. That'd be perfect. So at half a degree, sorry, the dip angle is like 0.2 of a degree or something, and the size of the sun is half a degree. So when the altaz, when the center disk of the sun is about 0.45, that's when it should line up. Yeah, that's when like you should have a semicircle sun on the horizon, I think. And that's your best shot. And even then, the azimuth is still 295.2. So yeah, he should be going tonight or tomorrow. Perfect time. And then I guarantee you won't see fucking mountain-shaped clouds. But yeah, how did he plan that? Don't understand. Because you would have thought the plan would be to get to the highest mountain, right? The highest peak, which, like I said, is 295.3. But the sunset's like 292.5. It doesn't add up. Not to mention the fact that he's probably using globe tools to get that azimuth as well. Like, how is he getting the azimuth from his observer to the mountains of Crete?
Yeah, I don't recall him explaining any of that.
Yeah, I think he's gone Google Earth. Like, if he's gone Google Earth for that, then, welcome to the globe. Yeah, an explanation will be nice. Well, actually,
Hello?
oh, yep. Me? What happened?
Oh, someone joined.
It was Globus. Welcome.
G'day.
G'day, mate. G'day, mate.
What is cracking?
Yeah, nothing. I'm being forced to go up and get up and do something.
That always sucks.
Yeah. There's no flat earthers in here to argue with.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Quad's hiding.
Yeah.
The Quad wants to talk to us, but
Yeah.
too shy.
Was he the guy? Oh, hang on. No, someone was trolling you last night, or someone else? I think it was you.
In voice or text?
Text, and I think you said, come back tomorrow night and troll me or something. Is that you?
To Manfred?
No. Spooky, extremists. No, it was you. Yeah. 24 hours ago, you said, shrug, I guess, troll me tomorrow then. I think it was Quad.
Oh, yeah, I think it was Quad. Yeah, I think he comes across like sort of a peanut gallery member. Doesn't really think too deeply into what he's saying.
Oh, hang on, it was Grasshopper. Sorry, Grasshopper.
Huh?
It was Grasshopper. You were responding to Grasshopper.
Ah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was definitely doing that.
Yeah. Oh, man. Did you see my puppy in the chat, Globus? At 25 past?
Yes, I did. Very cute indeed.
Yes. Fantastic.
Do you have Frenchies as well? Is that you or no?
No. We've got 3 Brussels Griffin and a Jack Russell Cross Pug and a cat.
Oh, I see. And a cat.
And
Just
a
a
cat.
cat.
Yes.
Nothing
No, the
special
cat's a
about it.
ragdoll.
Ragdoll.
It's our first cat, yeah. Yeah.
I'm just about to buy a British short hair.
Short hair, pretty short hair. What's the
Cat?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Short hair. Oh, yeah. Oh, they got the nice fur. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Like the yeah. Nice.
Yeah, just
Like
trying to
a
find a
thick
reputable
carpet.
breeder, which I have found.
Yeah.
Because there's so many fake ones out there.
Yeah. Oh, we went through the what's it called, the Breeder Society.
Okay. It's a good angle to go through, I suppose.
Yeah. You're in New South Wales or Victoria somewhere?
In Queensland, but I used to live in Sydney.
Okay. I drove from Sydney to Kempsey, which is like halfway to Brisbane.
Yep, I know where that
back,
is.
Yeah. Together. So yeah.
Do your pugs have any breathing issues?
The
pug?
The Brussels Griffin. Oh, no, she's the grey one in that clip is a Jack Russell Cross Pug. So they've got a little bit of an elongated thing. We did have a pug years ago. Yeah, she was okay. She got mouth cancer, which was fucked, but she didn't really have breathing issues. The Brussels Griffins are they're not as bad as pugs. They have a little bit of elongation in the nose.
Yeah,
but just they're not completely flat like pugs. Dogs are idiots and smell horrible.
Yep, I'd have to agree with that.
Say.
I wouldn't say they're idiots, but they do tend to smell. It also depends on what you feed them.
True. Oh, fuck, I gotta get up and do shit now, don't I? Oh, Dawn's in the house.
Big bad Dawn.
Yeah. Hey, Negator, should we try and work out whether we should be able to see that oil rig from the ISS?
I don't know, man.
So it'd be about 100 meters, right? If they reflect in there.
Yes.
Yeah. The resolution's only 720p, so that doesn't bode well. Pretty arse tearing we can't get a freaking location for it, though. Arse is torn. I went to America once, like the whole family. We went to America, and we had a friend like house sit us for a week. This is going back years ago, and then he tells us like 2 years after we did it, he goes, "Yeah, I had a massive gay orgy in that house." Dude.
Was he serious?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. He invited I don't know how many guys to our fucking house. Yeah, not good.
That is not good at all. I gather you gave it a serious clean after that?
We were out of there before you even told us.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I suppose it was a while back.
2010, I think it was, thereabouts.
Whereabouts in New South are you?
In Sydney, Mossman, so just over the bridge, north of the bridge.
Very nice.
Lovely.
Very posh indeed.
It is.
I love the northern suburbs.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Actually, yeah, have you heard of the Spit Bridge though?
I believe I have, yes.
Yeah. I've got to go. So it's 4 lanes, but for traffic flow, they cut it to 1 lane northbound in the morning, and I have to go over the fucking bridge northbound every day. So 3 lanes merge into 1. It's a fucking pain in the ass.
Is that the one near Brighton Les Sands? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh no, that's south.
No.
Spit Bridge is north.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
yeah,
show you
that's
that.
right.
I'll show you that. Where are we? Whoops. Meh. Oops. Oops. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, it's at the 4-lane bridge. That's a fucking 16 meg image. Interesting. Yeah, there you go. So I've got to go northbound over that. And it's a fucking
okay, yeah,
tidal
yeah.
flow. Yeah.
I see, yeah. Nice.
Hey! Fuck's sake, Megan. Been trying for like 3 days to get a straight answer out of Adam Meakin. He just refuses to give one.
Yeah, it's so weird. These like defense mechanisms they have.
Yeah. It's about, you know how the Oakley crew go, oh, the perspective hijacking, blah 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 curve calculator. The whole fucking Oakley rant about the curve calculator. The hidden amount on the curve calculator is basically just 2 implementations of the distance to the horizon calculator. So, you know, you from your observer height, you use the 1.22 times square root of observer height in feet, blah blah blah, to get the distance to the horizon. All right. So let's say your target distance is 30 miles, and your observer height's whatever. And let's say your horizon is 10 miles, right? From your observer height, your horizon is 10 miles. Then you know that the rest of the way is 20 miles. So you reverse engineer the observer height at the other side, right? And that's your hidden amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's basically just 2 implementations of the distance to the horizon to get the hidden height. And I've pointed that out to him that they do the Black Swan 1.22 shit and they accept that as a valid mathematical prediction, right? The maths is valid. But then when I say, oh, look, it's the hidden amount in the curve calculator is just using that formula twice, do you accept that it gives you a correct prediction then for the hidden amount? And he just won't give a straight answer. It's embarrassing. Because if he accepts the 1.22, then he has to accept the curve calculator, hidden amount. Oh, for fuck's sake. Anyway, I'll respond to him and then I'll go and feed the doggies. All right. Time to feed the doggies. See you.
Mhm.
No, level is perpendicular from plumb. Perpendicular is a straight line. We all know that. Also, things don't fall at 9.8 meters per second squared. They don't even fall at all. Nothing actually falls. The ground raises up to hit them.
What? Then helium balloons must be going really fast. Wait.
No, no, no. Yesterday I eat banana and then I let it fall. It fall with 9.8 squared to floor.
I hear what you just said. Say it with your normal voice, maybe. I'm just saying, like, what gravity? Things aren't dropping at 9.8 meters per second squared. That don't happen. I can set up a debate with the guy that says this if you want. Anyone that disagrees, we get the guy in here, you know.
If a circle is 360 degrees, why is a year 365 days?
Because you're not doing a degree a day, or you're doing more than a degree a day.
Doesn't the sun come up and go down 360 days?
No.
You're going slower than a degree a day.
How many days in a year?
365, 360 degrees. You're going slower than a degree a day.
How many sunsets are there?
Or the sun's going. I mean, in their model, they're going slower. I think the sun's going slower, so whatever.
What do you mean with how many sunsets are there? Every day one, right? Is my mic working?
Yes. Hello.
Yeah, we hear you.
Hey man, what up, Carlos? So, what do you mean? You said how many sunsets are there? I mean, every day one, right? Or what do you mean by that?
So if a circle is 360 degrees, why is it 365 days, not 360?
I mean, because I think the people observed the position of the sun relative to something else, and they found out that approximately after 365 days, the sun returns to its position where it was like 1 year before, right? I mean, I really can't answer that in a mathematical or symbolic way. I'm just saying that in a way, this is just how it works, right? If we just observe the sun, we would find out that this would be the case after observing it like for 1 or 2 years, tracking its position every day at the same time. Then after 365 days, it would be in the same position again, right?
Is it because they call it an elliptical orbit?
I'm not sure.
Have you noticed the analemma, what shape it is?
Sure.
So the analemma has a small portion and a large portion, yeah?
Right.
Do you think that the large portion represents the southern hemisphere and the small portion represents the northern hemisphere?
I'm not sure. I think this figure it makes is also dependent upon from where you observe it, right? So I'm not sure.
You mean depending on if you're looking south or north, right?
Right.
Because an analemma would work on a flat Earth too, right?
Say again?
I said an analemma would work on a flat Earth as well.
I have the conviction that several things can work on both models, so I don't actively see a problem here. I mean, if the sun just makes a path throughout the year, right? So I don't see the direct problem for either model here.
Well, I see the bigger portion of the analemma representing the larger circuit that it takes to cross the southern hemisphere because it's much larger distance on the flat Earth map.
Yeah, on the AE map, sure. But you know, wouldn't it be the case that if you observe it just from further south, that this figure you then get would be upside down, right? From what you see in the north?
Yeah, you could be in the south and you could be looking south, or you could be in the south and you could be looking north, and then you're going to see two different.
Right.
perspectives.
Right.
But I'd say that if you were looking south, the bigger portions should be facing south. I'd love to get a classic old car like a just like an old classic, like a Jag or something that uses shitloads of petrol, and take out the engine and swap it with an electric one, a Tesla motor, 4 of them, and so I can still keep my classic car. That'd be pretty cool. Because all the cars they design, these electric cars, they just look like junk.
Yeah, that shit
But
would be pretty expensive, right?
Well, they drive really smooth, these Teslas. So they're so quiet, compared to some other electric cars that make this whining sound, this really weird sound. But anyway, if you could get a Tesla engine, the 4-motor one, and just rip out everything from an old classic and just swap it out, that'd be pretty cool. It must cost a lot.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Hey, Carlos, are you from New Zealand or Australia or something?
Kiwiland, New Zealand.
New Zealand too, man. Where are you from exactly?
Where am I now? In Auckland.
Oh, cool. I'm in Southland, so I'm like opposite.
Yeah, down there, eh? Nice, yeah. Countryside.
Yeah, I live in an off-grid house.
Nice. Yeah. Cooking on
Sorry to interrupt. I so knew the accent, I'm like, that's familiar. That's weird.
Have you ever been up to Auckland?
Oh yeah, I grew up in Pukekohe.
Pukekohe. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my hometown.
Nice.
Sorry to interrupt you guys.
Oh, you didn't interrupt much. I just had this thought, like I really want to get, because there's heaps of really nice classic cars at the moment that are really cheap because petrol's so expensive. So yeah, I was thinking, wow, I wonder how much it would cost for a Tesla, like a Tesla fit out, or just like to swap it for electric, Even though, it is nice to have a gluggling, like, original V8 motor or whatever, just purring, but it's just all the mod cons would be pretty cool in an old car. It's like a lot of those old cars don't even have air conditioning.
Fuck it. What? Fuck a Tesla, man. You can convert your piss into diesel. Did you know that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
it's
can
just
make
like,
your
why not make use of your own piss? That sounds gross, but like whatever. That's great. Well, like, cause I'm in a house track, like I'm having to I have a toilet anyway, so like I think about this shit all the time. Eh?
Yeah, it's like in China, they have, in the countryside, they have their bed, which is heated by just the smoke underneath the bed. It's like a concrete base, and then with blocks, and they have the smoke going through, warming it all up, and then it's powered, and it heats the whole house, and it's powered by this tiny little stove outside the house, and you just put a few twigs in there, just to keep it ticking over, like the smallest little fire, and it just heats the whole house up. And outside it's like minus 20 degrees, and inside the house it's just roasting. Even when it's snowing, you can have all the windows open. It's so fucking hot. But this tiny little fire, and just radiating these bricks, and blocks, which is all done by the heat from the smoke. It's fucking amazing. Yeah.
I have like 2 different like solar systems. So like one runs my 12-volt system, and one runs my inverter with my 240-volt system. And so I have a normal household 240-volt plug electric blanket, and then I have 2 12-volt plug electric blankets. So like I'm pretty much okay. And then I have heaps of like hot water bottles, and I have a fire in here, and I have a little 12-volt heater as well in case of like an emergency. It's 150 watt. I wouldn't really want to use it too much, but it would definitely warm the place up if I needed it to.
Oh, that's good. You have a fire, so you don't actually have to stay in bed the whole time to be warm. You can walk around feeling all right.
Yeah, like I'm very, very extremist on self-sufficiency, so absolutely everything in my house is self-sufficient. I've even got a garden in here. I've got a garden in my house truck.
Wow.
Yeah, I've got a composting toilet, so I dump my toilet waste either in long drops or because I only have to do that once a month, and because you pee more than you poop, so I just tip that on grass or lawn or under a tree or whatever. Not a big deal. And so I only have to empty that once a month, and you can dig a hole or just like long drop. I just go long drops, but you can dig a hole, like not a big deal. And then I've got my fire is free, right? It's free heating and it's free cooking. I can cook on it. I've got my solar, that's free. Like I literally pay no fucking bills, man. Like none. It's insane. I don't even have to move. I'm very blessed right now. But I've worked my ass off to be this blessed. Like I worked hard to get here. I had to I had to climb up a ladder, push my solar panel onto the roof, and then create brackets and shit and screw it down and all that. Like myself. I had to hold the solar panel and walk up the ladder at the same time. It was a big solar panel. Just like lots of shit I've had to do, but I love. Do you rent? Do you own a house, or do you have a van, or like what are you doing?
I used to own a house. Now I'm renting a house.
Have you thought about
Yeah.
doing the van life?
Not with 3 kids and 20 dogs. No, I've only got 2 dogs now, but yeah.
Oh
Now
shit!
we've got plans to move overseas. Yeah.
Cool. Do you have a missus and stuff? Are you guys married or?
Yeah. 3 kids, 3 girls.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like what level of awakened are you? Like what's the most serious thing that you guys know about?
Well, my wife is very different than me. She doesn't like to think too deep into those topics that I'm into. But today, my one of my daughters, she's 9. She came home and she said they were yesterday I said, look, they said they landed on the moon, and I said you can believe it if you want, but I said I don't really trust that opinion. And then she asked her teacher, and today she came home and said, yeah, my teacher said they landed on the moon. And yeah,
Oh shit!
that started an argument in the car on the way home from school.
Oh shit!
I said, you know what NASA stands for, right? Never a straight answer. So, oh man.
Yeah, no, the Earth's not a fucking globe, eh? Like my kid knows. I've got a child. He's 7. I've got another child that's 12. They know it's flat. It's hard though. Like I haven't sent my 7-year-old to school. He's homeschooled, so he doesn't realize that the rest of the world doesn't realize this, which is gonna be like real awkward because he thinks everyone thinks the Earth is flat, you know. Or like it's definitely not a globe. Like I teach him it's electromagnetic, so globe. No, but flat. I mean, that's debatable. Like, it could be a simulation or that kind of shit. We could get like real stringent on it, but like, it's definitely not like we're not upside fucking down. Like, that's we don't get water droplets and condensation and hot air balloons and shit, and then be upside down like that. It's ridiculous, you know. But my kid hasn't been to school yet, so he has no idea. He has no idea. But when we go out, anywhere. He comes and hugs me and says, "Thank you, Mum," and like, "I love you, Mum," and all this shit all the time, because he's like, man, these people are fucked. These people are dumb as fuck. And he realizes he's like real grateful. It's like real funny. He's like, "Thank God you're my mom." So funny. What a fuck world we live in. Anyway, sorry. I just deviated, but yeah.
Yeah, it's quite difficult to imagine, like, once you understand that it's not moving and there is no curve, it's almost impossible to imagine, that there are other people on the other side of you, upside down. But like on their model, it works, right? Because it's so big, right?
Yeah.
It's just so ginormous that it works on their model. But in reality, they haven't been able to show that this place is moving at all.
Nah.
There's no evidence for it moving. Yeah. Oh, it's conservation of momentum and all of that. It's like, okay.
Like, if you're looking for friends and shit, like, you're welcome to add me. Like, I'm gonna put my, like, Facebook account in the live stream text. Do what you want. Like, if you want to add me, go ahead. If you don't, like, whatever. Or if you wouldn't be allowed, like, because I get that might be weird or something, like, fine. But it's there anyway.
Cool.
I'm always, like, keen to hook up with people because if, like, the apocalypse happens, which I'm pretty sure it will for us truthers anyway, not for the microchipped, but for the truthers, I definitely have a seed bank that the Netherlands could be jealous of, so I'm willing to help people and what have you, and I'm set up. Yeah.
That's the way to go. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Like, even like just some stuff that doesn't affect us directly, but indirectly, like 9/11 and like, these laws that they passed on the higher echelons of the governments around the world, they trickle down slowly, and these laws they affect, and then governments they band together and follow each other, and they sort of take on each other's, agenda, and it's hard to tell what card they're going to play next. But if you're always vigilant and prepared, that's the way to go. I mean, if you don't have anything, you don't have anything to lose anyway. But it's good to, make sure you're going to be prepared to look after your family in case all the shit hits the fan. You never know what that shit's going to smell like.
Yeah. Yeah. I used to do educational videos on all of it. And during the live stream, they like raided my house and stole 2 out of 3 of my children. The only ones they stole were girls. They gave me back my middle child, which is a boy.
What?
Yeah.
That
So I
sounds.
share that because that's evidence actually for how powerful knowing the truth is. I was actually doing a flat Earth live stream when they broke in. Flat Earth.
It's sad.
What's that?
It's sad.
It is. It's real fucking sad. Yeah, they put them in like real disgusting predicaments. I'm sure you guys know about like Pizzagate and shit like that. So I'm not gonna elaborate because I can't handle it. But they're not good people that are running government, as you guys know. And I share it because I want people to realize that when you guys know this stuff, it's actually very powerful. Like, you're learning about electricity. You're learning about how your frequency and your vibration changes reality. You're learning about all kinds of powerful stuff like that. And often, like, we might learn about toroids and stuff, but we don't realize that our heart, the valves, all the electricity, the veins, the red and the blue in our veins, all of that actually is producing electrical charge, which changes reality.
Like
So
today,
what happened?
Today I was like, my car park where I work, my car park is like up on a ramp, up on another level, and my daughter walked up the ramp and she was standing at the car and it was locked. So I got my car fob, and I was pressing the button, trying to unlock the car for her because it was raining and she was standing in the rain, and I was standing at this gate, like trying to hold it in the wind, so I couldn't move. So I kept on trying and trying, and I remembered if I put the car fob up to my temple and I press unlock, and I tried it, and oh my god, it unlocked the car. It just shows how powerful your brain is. It's connects with a single signal. I don't know if anyone's ever tried that, but
Definitely. Yeah,
it's
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and people want to demean it. People who aren't at that level, who don't have any power, they're still operating from powerlessness. They will never admit the power of frequency and vibration. But then you find, you get a fucking opera singer, and she'll scream her little ass off until that wine glass breaks. And then suddenly people are like, oh my god, it exists. How amazing. It's like, you used Wi-Fi, you dipshit. Of course magic exists. You use Wi-Fi. It's invisible information. What the fuck? Oh, magic doesn't exist, but Wi-Fi produces information for me constantly. It's like, you fucking dipshit. So, I think, on an intenser level, it's like people are ignoring. Yeah, people can't handle reality. Okay.
yes, because people don't you have to have a receptor to be able to take in information, and there's information around us in the form of vibration and signals from every type of source you can imagine all the time, on every different dimension and level. There's so many levels of this information. And Wi-Fi is just sucker for anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like if you one day in the near future, I can just imagine that someone's going to come up with the technology in the form of some type of goggles that you can put on, and then that'll evolve, where you can just look around and see all the different frequencies and their shapes and forms flying through the air, or just morphing, and it's like, imagine seeing all the Wi-Fi signals and all the GSM frequencies and all the frequencies that they're using, they're pumping out from every device, especially if you went to a big city like New York. Oh my god, imagine a device where you could visually see all of the frequencies just moving around and connecting, and that'll be a good tool one day to be able to measure the earth somehow.
Well, if vibration and frequency rules the universe, which it does, then all you have to do is intensify yours so much that it overpowers 5G, and you're sweet, no matter where you go. Focusing on how much range you can have in your own vibrational field is the most important thing you could do right now in human history. Especially if you're awakened. Because if you know the truth and you can push your vibrational field out so far that you can cover more of a span than the 5G towers can, then you have literally changed reality for so many thousands of people. It's insane. It's like, that's the best thing you could possibly do.
And at the same time, have a way to block all the crap signals.
If you trust that this whole entire situation that we're in is actually based on natural stuff, meaning the only reason we have Wi-Fi, the only reason we had satellites was because of mushrooms. And the only reason we have Wi-Fi is because of telepathy. And the only reason we have all these different things is because of actual natural things that come first. Such as a joint in a car, a CV joint is literally a CV joint in your shoulder. Okay? All these things come from nature. If you truly understand that, then you realize they're copying you, not the other way around. They are copying you. They aren't copying some sort of internet or some sort of other technology. They're copying nature. They're copying God. They're copying you. or creator, or the divine, or your higher self, or whatever the fuck you want to think it is. It's better than you. Sorry. It's way smarter. Circle of Life is incredible. But they're copying that. And they're going, we're God. And it's funny, because if you were God, you would dabble. You'd be like, this is hilarious. You stupid, egoic, arrogant pricks. This is hilarious. This is so funny. Let them have their moment. So that when they get fucked up, they get fucked up way worse because they thought they were so smart that they were going to get away with it. Hilarious. But there's absolutely no fucking way that they are more powerful than the thing that they're copying. You get it? The thing that you're copying always has more power. So the Ethernet cables that they use is from the ether. It's from the actual original internet connection. From the radio waves that existed that they copycat. You know, those frequencies that they put the radios on, those already existed. They didn't make them up. They're not creating them. Those things already existed. They're hijacking what's already there. So what's more powerful? The thing that's already there, which we're already here. So when people realize that, they're fucked. We can do magic. That's what these narcissists, these celebrities do. They do magic on people to make them worship them, like idolize them. Right? Don't have idols is what we're told. And it's like,
Yeah, well, you know those, because when I was younger, I used to go to a guy's house, and he was like a sailor, and he smoked a big long pipe, and he had a big beard and a sailor's hat, and he used to listen. He was from England, and he used to have his long range. I don't forget what it's called. It's like a long wave radio, and he could tune into this radio, and he could listen to his favorite radio stations and talk back from England. And he said he explained that there's nothing in between. It's not being sort of like bouncing off towers, and it's not connecting with this and that. It's just going straight from the source to his radio.
of course, because it's a bandwidth. It's a literal, yeah, it's literally tapping into an energetic layer, you know?
That's
it's like,
right.
it doesn't matter you fucking are. You could be on Mars if Mars existed, if we want to even deliberate that. Mars doesn't exist like what they say, right? But you could be that far away, hypothetically, and you'd still pick up the same thing because it's like the wine glass thing. You could be like on the other side of the universe. But if it's powerful enough, you're going to pick it up. Such a great point. Such a fucking great point. Seriously.
And there are also spiritual healers, like they can do distant healing. Like, for example, someone who's in another country, and the spiritual healer can somehow tap into some way to connect with whoever is trying to, help, and then the spiritual healer can actually, influence them. And then I've heard many stories about, like, the next day the spiritual healer will call them and find out, like, last night at 4 o'clock in the morning, did you feel anything strange? And that the person that was getting healed said, yeah, I fucking felt this real hotness on my, on my injury or whatever. And now I feel some results. And it's like, there's absolute evidence for this phenomena, this modality to be
Last
true.
night at 4 a.m, you said? Oh yeah. Okay. Interesting. Right.
That's what the Kahuna shamans, the Kahuna shamans, the spiritual healers from Hawaii, they can heal you from another side of the world.
I'm gonna just guess right now that you're a spiritual healer, because that might be why I got woken up at 4 a.m. last night. Possibly.
It's probably a possum on your roof.
It was a mouse, actually, but yeah. Sure. Same diff, right?
Yeah, so they're not creating signals, they're just resonating with what's already there, yeah, in many different layers and dimensions of the ether. The ether is all encompassing, yeah, of all of these frequencies and all of these vibrations that anyone can tap into. You don't need a device. You can do it with your own methods, you know.
You realize in between all that though is complete utter retards, right? Like I've tried to be unbiased about this and like literally manifest the opposite of this for years. And I've dabbled either side of the extreme. But no matter what I do, the mass population are still utterly retarded. Like no matter what I believe, what I think, what I work on in myself, no matter what I invest in, these people are still complete fucking retards. So I'm pretty convinced at this point that they actually are retarded. And if that's the case, we're all doomed, dude. We're all doomed. Is that a black pill thing? Maybe. But fuck.
Kind of mean.
Yeah, no, because they go to the doctor and they ask the doctor, you know, what's wrong with me, and they say all of these things, and then my understanding is that there's no evidence, no one ever comes forward to tell the truth, because what actually happened to these retards is they got dropped on the head when they were a baby, and the person who dropped them on the head when they were a baby, they never want to admit it, you know, because they feel they'd get into trouble. So that's why the truth never comes out, that they just got dropped on the head when they were a baby, you know.
I don't know. I think they might have got a few too many vaccinations or something. Like something extra happened there. Did they get given way too many shots of whiskey? I don't know.
It's amazing
Holy
that we can maintain a working civilization despite how retarded we are.
They are literally retarded, though. They actually fucking are. Like, it's crazy. It's like, can you please do this exact set of instructions? Otherwise, we kill you. It's like society.
Yeah, crazy,
Who
right?
are we-
All
who are we
these
talking
retarded like
about?
pilots and stuff, fucking retarded engineers.
Are we talking about normal people, like most people on Earth?
Everybody died.
I thought we
Okay.
were.
Well, I don't
It's
think
retarded.
everyone's retarded. Most people, like
Engineer.
90%.
If you're gonna be an engineer for some fucking rich pedophile wanker who sits on his ass, then you are a retard. You know, like, it's not
I'll
it's
give you
not the
90%.
ability to
90% of
memorize.
humanity.
Yeah, they can memorize a pattern. Like, okay, like I can memorize a pattern, but like I'm not gonna follow it just because a fucking psychopath tells me to. You know what I mean? That's the difference. It's like, do you consciously decide things or you just do it because you're told? You see? Like, it's a whole nother fucking. It's like.
What's the easiest way to tell, Artemis, when you meet someone, if they're a retard or one of the people that, one of the specials that isn't?
Oh shit. The ability to have a conscious conversation.
Right, how do we put that into words? Like, where's the-
I'd have to kind of almost use examples to describe it, really, because there's not really a word that's been designed for that kind of thing. But
yeah,
if I could maybe structure an example, let's think. Like, it would be like shit. Somebody comes in for a discussion about the future. Okay, the future. Okay. Well, the future involves wonderful things. Everybody gets free stuff, says this like liberal type
yeah.
normie TV watching person. Okay. Yeah, the future's great. Are you kidding? Technology, blah blah blah. Okay. So do you believe that strangers have your best interest at heart? What? There you go. There's no conscious thought in the thought that they fucking had. Because as
Yeah.
soon as I present a question, they're like, what? What are you talking about? What do you mean?
I'm totally with you, yeah.
I don't know what you mean. Like, I didn't even think about what I thought about. It's like, you
That
didn't
is a
even
good
think
test.
about your own belief. Fuckwit. Like, that's a fuckwit. That's a dumbass. That's like, get the fuck out of my house.
I often ask people,
You're a liability.
why do you trust the government? And they say, well, what are you going to do? Go and live in the forest?
Yes. Yes! Oh my god, please. Where? Where can I go?
If
Please
you don't
tell me
like
where.
it, why don't you leave? That's what they say.
I want to. Yes. Okay, I want to leave. Where can I go? Where can I go? Please tell me somewhere. Do you know of anywhere I can go? No? Okay, well, shut the fuck up before I punch you in the fucking face. What the fuck? Oh, there's nowhere I can go. So I'm meant to not have a problem with being enslaved and not wanting to do things the hard way. And wanting to do things the hard way, sorry.
So anyway, I'm at stage 2 where I've acknowledged 90% of humanity is retarded.
No, they're definitely retarded. Definitely. Then what? Now where are you at?
Stage 2 is try and find at least one friend who isn't.
Aw, there's none, and there's never gonna be one.
There is. There's some people that are like us.
You need to create such a kerfuffle that only the absolute most extremist awakened person will deal with you. You know what I did? Okay, I had drinks. I had a night. Like, I'm like invited all my old friends over for drinks one night, and I'm like, I'm absolutely certain something's gotta happen. I've put so much energy in. Something's gotta happen. All these people from all the way back who think they're spinning around upside down, all this shit. They love vaccines. They're psychos. Like they're so sleepy. They're sleepy. The
Do you
fuck.
think that's another good way to tell? By saying, do you think Earth's a globe?
Well, hold on. Okay. So they're like, well, hold on. We've got this friend, but they're probably not going to turn up. And I'm like, this is a test, eh? This is a fucking energy test. I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, no worries, whatever. I could feel them. I could feel this person. I'm like, they're awakened and shit. And then they were telling me, oh yeah, they're into conspiracies, blah blah. I'm like, yeah, these people are gonna come. They're not gonna be able to not come. Like, but they're not gonna come or whatever. I'm like, I put no energy into. Anyway, they turned up, and they sat down, and I like channeled this entire like message to them about like, oh, you're this and that, and you're surrounded by this and that, and everything you guys would hear. You know, how you're surrounded by normies who don't understand it, no one appreciates the knowledge that you've got, no one even recognizes you, all this kind of shit. Anyway, we're still friends, but the point was, it's crazy how, if you actually go into your full-blown esoteric, like, full-blown, absolute truther experience, that you will meet the correct people. That can happen. So,
have you heard of?
There are very
Do you believe
few
in
real
God?
people. No, I don't believe in God. I believe in a creator.
Okay.
God, yeah. I believe, is a biblical demon.
Right. Yeah. Okay. But
the creator.
You've heard of this concept: when you awaken to the creator, you get isolated. Have you heard of this?
Yeah. Judas.
I wondered. Yeah, flat Earth seems to be like one path to do that.
But you know what? When you meet a woman,
yourself because you're enlightened.
As a guy, if you in real life, okay, not just on here, but in real life, if you meet a woman who's like a flat earther, oh my god, is that not so arousing? Isn't it? Like, hello.
If she's just doubtful of the globe Earth and NASA, that would be arousing. But if she is a biblical earther that tries to assert it, and she just can't conceptualize 3D things in her brain, that's not attractive anymore. But that's just me.
I'm, you know, I'm an electromagnetic earther. I honestly kind of think this is almost like a bit of a simulation. But that the flat Earth is kind of like a program. So, like, if you know exactly how the programming works, you could break it. So it's not necessarily completely solid, but it's pretty solid. Like hot and cold, you know?
Yeah.
But like if you knew exactly how it's written, it wouldn't matter. Because it's just different degrees of the same thing.
Right.
You know?
Hermetics. Hot and cold is
Ex-
just different degrees of heat.
I met Hermetics, and I met Hermetics at the point where I've made crazy shit. Crazy shit happen. But also, like, I keep disbelieving myself even though I've got evidence, which is a really nefarious place to be. Like, if I could believe myself, I'd be safe.
Oh, let's have an
It's so...
example of that. What's an example of you disbelieving, doubting yourself?
Oh my god, I can't even say because I feel like I'm gonna be, like, crazy targeted.
Well,
you know, like...
I think of one. I
Holy...
think humanity was created by aliens, possibly reptilian. And I often doubt myself. Were we really? That's what I say to myself in my
Why
head.
do you think reptilians? Why? Like, what evidence? I've seen CGI fucked up graphics and shit that people have created on YouTube, but, like, have you seen anything that is definitive that isn't, like, edited? Honestly?
No, I don't have to see it. I just hear stories and try and link it to symbology. So,
Okay.
We had big dinosaurs in the past, and there's myths of dragons. And then people are obsessed with snakes.
Oh my god. There had to be dragons. And I have snakes everywhere in my house. Like, not in a bad way. Like, do you know what snakes represent? Wisdom. The snake was the only one who asked a fucking damn question in that Garden of Eden.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck is actually up with this tree? And why did God put it here? And maybe you should try that. Because you know what? Why wouldn't you want to be like God? And what kind of God wouldn't want you to be like it? Why wouldn't you raise something to be like you? This is kind of fucked up. Like, let's ask some questions. And you know what? Snakes don't have arms or legs. So it's like a metaphor. Like, if you've even had your arms and your legs cut off, you're still a nefarious motherfucker because your venom can still bite and kill.
Yeah. I agree.
I love snakes. I have a snake necklace, and I wear it just because of that. Because I have had everything taken from me, but I can still fuck a bitch up.
You've heard of the reptilian brain, the R complex.
What's that?
The reptilian brain and the R complex, like part of the human brain, they call the reptilian part.
What
Like
do you mean? I'm not a reptilian.
Stuck in fight or flight part of our brains, so psychopaths get stuck there.
I'm not a psychopath.
No, I'm not accusing you of it. I'm saying some people of inhumanity.
I've actually constantly been met with psychopaths who admit that they're psychopaths. Which is weird. Like, why would you admit that you're a psychopath? It's like they have a guilty conscience about being a psychopath, and like, I'm the only one that they're going to tell, but like, I'm the one who would tell on them, you know, so that's dumb. So it's like they want to be found out. It's like they've never been punished before, you know? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Anyway, I meet psychopaths a lot. They love torturing the shit out of animals. It's psycho. It's like, obviously, because they're psychopaths, but it's psycho. I've seen this. Man, I've tried to save those animals. But man, these are psychopaths I'm dealing with, you know? You can't just go save an animal with a psychopath, because they will literally kill you. Crazy shit. Anyway, people like me, women like me, meet psychopaths, and then we like put a conscience in them. Like just a little tiny golden nugget, but enough to destroy them, eventually. Which that's okay. Long game, right? The creator's about the long game, not the short game. Lucifer, the devil, the evil, whatever you want to call it, the darkness, the despair and grief, that is about the short game. The creator, all about the long game. It sucks. It looks preposterous. It looks absolutely unreasonable. But eventually, it's like, oh, that makes so much sense. It's kind of cool. Now that I'm not experiencing it, because when you're experiencing it, Yeah.
I agree.
Disgusting. I'm in the experiencing it part right now, but having been able to express that, cool. I can kind of deal with it. It's like I know that what I'm gonna get is way better than all those dumb TV watching bitches, so I'm fine. That's fine. I'm cool. It's fine. I'll wait. It's just shit. Fuck you, God. But I'm fine. I'm fine. It's cool. I'm smoking a joint. It's cool. I'm cool. Yeah. I want to sew my own clothes. Yeah. It's fine. I'll just deal with fucking shit cans all the time. It's great. It's cool.
That's
Fine.
the answer. You have to start your own cult because everyone is in a cult.
Yeah, well, I haven't joined OnlyFans, so maybe there's self-respect there or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'll give
But I've
you a
been told that
gold
I
sticker.
could earn
Gold sticker.
$250,000 a month or something on there.
Haven't
Just
joined
like-
OnlyFans yet. Gold sticker.
I haven't. I don't have a Snapchat or an Instagram. Does that count for something? I don't know.
What about Facebook? Did you fall for Facebook?
No, I know, but I had to sell stuff. And no one buys stuff off Trade Me anymore. And we don't have Craigslist in my country because I'm in New Zealand, which is like an island. So the only place I can sell stuff is on the marketplace because that's where everyone is now, which is stupid. And I
that's a
live in
good
a house
excuse.
track. I live in a house track. No one goes to garage sales anymore, okay? Sorry, it's true. It's true. I live in a house track. I had to sell my shit from my house so I could live in the house track because I gave heaps of it away for free because I love people, even though they're shit and stupid. I still love them.
Yep, that's a key part of the Enlightenment.
But I did have to sell some of it because it was actually just that valuable. But most of it I didn't. I gave away a $6,000 dining room set to a rest home. I did. I feel a little bit like, that was a little bit dumb because I'm a single mum. But also, I feel kind of good about it because there was a lot of energy in that. And it was a lot of happiness energy. And it's like, if you live in a restaurant, that's a horrible fucking environment. I would happily take on all those old people. I would be way more fun than a restaurant. You want to have some fun? Let's smoke a joint and go to the beach. You're all wearing bikinis. I don't even care if you're a dude. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. But everyone's swimming and we're smoking a fucking joint and we're also going to eat a cookie. Way more fun than sitting down watching fucking Dr. Phil all day like this.
I'll
What the
let you
fuck?
off.
What?
Only join Facebook for Marketplace. That's another silver sticker.
Yeah, well, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. It's not my fault everyone's on there. I tried. I quit Facebook for ages.
Oh, I'm still on Facebook. I was just asking.
I go skating on my rollerblades around town all day. You know what? I'm the only person in reality. They're all on their phones and shit. Like, hi, hope you had a good day. They're like, wow, you're rollerblading. That's crazy. That's cool.
I used to love roller skating.
Rollerblading. What's your number? Do you want to come rollerblading sometime? No, I'm fine. Yeah, of course you are. Fucking faggot.
You should try and meet up with some rollerbladers.
I love rollerblading. It's great. It's fucking great. I love it.
I'm gonna go out on my bike later and fly my drone.
Why are people not doing this more? It's fun to actually live. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Don't get me wrong. I love
They've been
playing
through
Battlefield.
huge trauma, haven't they? The retards have been through huge amounts of trauma.
Someone needs to point it out, and I feel like that should be me. And I do it, and they get triggered, and then they hate me. And it's like, well, that's not fair. I'm just trying to help you. You know? Sure. Just trying to help them. What do you guys do to wake people up? Don't tell me you just do this on Discord. Come on. Come on. Somebody tell me something reasonable. Do you go to the supermarket and tell people? What do you guys do?
Oh, I only tell my family and friends.
What?
Because I can't waste my time on ingrates, retards. That's one of the satanic principles. Is Give info to people that deserve it. Don't waste energy on ingrates.
You were a retard once when you were a baby.
Yeah, I know. No, nothing helped until I worked out myself.
You know we're doomed, right? Like AI's here and all that horrible microchip bullshit,
Yeah.
5G and all that crap.
The creator plays the long game, remember? So that means we're fine.
I know that. But I'm also pissed off at the creator because, like, they stole my 2 girls from me.
Oh, well, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, like, I'm pissed. God's like, hey, can you please follow my explicit instructions and it will all work out in the end? Great, thank you very much. I'm like, I'm obedient. I'm obedient as fuck. Like, I know you exist now. I was kind of, like, stupid before and I thought you were a dumb thing. An atheist, and I was all into aliens and shit. But now, like, yeah, I get it. You proved it. Okay, like, I'm so, like, completely enslaved by you. Like, okay, I'll do whatever you say. Oh, you're gonna completely ruin my life. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know it's hard. You don't have to love him or it. It's just good to know, but it's just good to acknowledge.
A heads up before you ruin my life type thing, that would have been nice. You know what I mean? Like, God could have been like, hey, I'm going to completely destroy your entire family unit. Hey. You know? No, I didn't get that kind of heads up. But I did know it was going to be bad. So I will admit that. I did know it was going to be bad. I just didn't know it was going to be
As
that.
you grow up, you realise life is going to be really hard. You do realise.
Well, I'm about to Nelson Mandela the court system in a few weeks, so I hope I have a great story to come back and tell you guys. I'm totally going to try to dress up as Shakespeare.
I want to know what you're eating while you're talking this Gnostic truth.
Sorry. Oh, like.
Something.
Can you hear it? My bad.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
I'm not a normal woman, okay? I'm sorry. I tried, and it was so mundane, and they all sounded the same. Like, hey, oh my god. So, like, I so went to, like, the shop today, and I saw someone, and blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up, bitch. You know?
No, women are cloned. It's deliberate.
So I like watch Kim Kardashian like every day, and she like says stuff really emphasis and like stupid, like this, but like also like kind of raspy and like sexualized, and like just to like try to grasp your attention because I'm like so desperate, you know?
I think she needs to be assassinated.
I think we should kill women. I'm sick of them. They're fucking stupid. I'm waiting for people to like meet me where I'm at, and they just sit there like, can I please just download everything you're saying? It's like, oh my fucking god, this is ridiculous. Why have they like, how do they even cope with themselves? Are you kidding me? This is so embarrassing. I feel embarrassed by women. I'm embarrassed. They have no standards. We're trying to be high value women. It's like, why are you trying? Why?
Where are you
What is
from,
that?
Artemis?
Oh, I'm from New Zealand.
So they clone women over there too, like a cultural type
This
thing.
is absolutely disgusting disgraces of embarrassment to me as a woman. Yeah, they're yuck. I can't even do it.
Yeah, but
I'm in a
you've
priest
got to
lady.
be. Yeah, I'll give you some warning though. You got to be careful what you wish for as well, because there are very powerful racist elements within the New Zealand government who
They're
hate
very powerful. What?
the what?
They're very powerful. What?
Racist, anti-white people within governments.
Anti-white?
Yeah, anti-white.
I'm anti-white. They should love me. I'm anti-white. Great.
You want to be anti-white.
I know I am anti-white. White people suck. Are you kidding me? Black people are way better.
You think black people are better?
I do. Genuinely. I love Africans especially. Oh my goodness. Such great people.
You're
Generally.
trolling.
No, I'm not. I'm being generalistic, though. Okay, so just calm down before you think I'm attacking you. I'm being generalistic.
But I'm
Generalistically,
saying that's the whole immigration thing is an attack on Western culture and white people. So you
Oh no,
got to
I
be
love
careful what
being
you wish
white.
for.
I love being white myself. I just think majority of white people suck.
Yeah, because it's cultural. I'm saying they're cloning women to behave in a certain way. And
Oh,
this has been
they're
going on.
eradicating women. No, women are not going to exist, sir. They are
Exactly.
actually,
No,
they're killing us.
No, it's temporary. It's temporary. That's what I keep saying. You just got to
I'm
wait it
terrified.
out a bit until people wake up and remove these corrupt governments. But
Nah,
the
'cause
people
men
can't
don't
see it
get these
because they're
women.
blinded by bullshit. If
They're
you lie to
killing
women
women.
constantly, if you lie to women constantly, they fall into a cultural norm of acceptance. And the government knows this, right? So until they wake up and see truth, all my family's the same. My sister,
They're
they
dumb.
don't get it.
They're dumb.
They
They're dumb
just
as fuck. They're so dumb.
They don't get it. Yeah.
What is the point of their fucking lives? They're stupid as fuck, right? Like, this is constant.
They were told to mooch off men from a young age,
Oh my
and a lot of them did that.
I bought a new dress, and I buy groceries, and I work. I'm amazing. The end of my life. That end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What the fuck? What the actual?
It went from a traditional family, nuclear family, into hatred, division, and
Guys,
women are better and all this.
Be
It's all
terrified.
bullshit.
They're gonna make test tube babies. They're making women. They're killing us. Women like me. Fuck those dumb women.
That's
I
why they've
exist.
said
I'm
why do
smart.
you think they say you can't define women?
I
Do
literally
you really
want
think?
to be producing
Do
children.
you really think the government is going to the immigrant communities and saying we can't define you? No, they're placating to stupid people.
There's no men doing anything about it, and I'm actually pretty strong, but I
I'm
can't
actually
take
fighting
one.
for you.
I can't do it. I'm not strong enough
But I've
to
just
take one
noticed
for
the New Zealand men are just as
What?
pussyfied as the women.
They're
So
stupid.
I
I'm
find it
stronger
disturbing.
than them. I can beat these little pussy bitches in the arm wrestle. It's so embarrassing. Are you kidding me? No, I can. I can do pull-ups. I
The
can do
New
pull-ups.
Zealand guys come into the server all the time, and they're all the same. They're all cloned. I'm like, guys, you got to snap out. Stop watching TV. Get out of popular culture.
Don't watch
This is all
TV.
fake.
It kills me. I want to cry. I'm walking down the street at night, and every house is watching TV, and I want to die. I want to die. It's so
It's
bad.
MK. That's the MK Ultra predictive program.
I can't even do it. It's disgusting. Like, how can they even survive being happy like that?
Hi, Dawn. Dawn mentioned us.
Hello.
She's got an explanation.
That's all good. You two are on similar high frequency.
How can anyone expect someone at my point of understanding to live like this? Do you know what I mean? Like, I understand that they're wasting their entire existence, and I just want to all connect as a community and become better and create cooler shit, and it's safer, and it's great, and everyone's smart, and they're not stupid goddamn Kardashian.
They tell the women they're smart. They create little alcoves in workplaces and feminist groups and charity groups and all this shit, right? And fundraising groups. And they tell the women, oh, you're so independent, you're so smart, and you're doing the right thing. And yes, and they get placated, right?
Fuck
and
it.
they can't see it.
I want to be submissive. I love that. Oh, man, that's great. I also am very smart.
Yeah, but you'll
I'm
probably be
smart enough to
submissive to
wanna
some
be
immigrant.
submissive. No, I don't.
You will.
I want to be submissive to an actual real life man that isn't a little bitch. I'm stronger than these stupid little bitches out there, and I'm like an actual woman. So I'm like, this is embarrassing for them. You know?
Well, instead
I'm
of
a
sitting on
real
your
life
ass, why don't you
female
go out and
woman.
help women and snap out of their coma?
What do you mean I try?
Hey, do all the white women in New Zealand wear tight pants and those slacks, those really tight fucking yoga pants?
I don't know. I don't even know. Like they are so intimidated by me that they won't even be around me most of the time. Like I know. Like for real. There's this French woman who loves me, but she will literally hang out with me all day and absorb everything I say, but will not have me around her husband at all for not even a second. I'm like, this is real weird. I hadn't even met her husband for ages. Then she finally did, and she's like, oh, real. I could feel her vibe. I'm like, wow, I'm not a threat. I'm not a bitch. Fuck that. I ain't gonna fuck up somebody's shit. Like, fuck that. But she must have been fucked over by women so much that she didn't even trust me, and I'm trustworthy. You know, I'm thinking, man, what the fuck's up with these bitches these days, then? I haven't been immersed in it enough, I guess. You know? I prefer to be around men at the moment, or all the time, really, because they're just so straightforward. They just tell you how it is. Yeah, you fucking blah, 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 whatever. They just say how it is. Women, though, they're sneaky, manipulative little bitches. And also, they're stupid. So everything they talk about is dramatic. It's dumb. I can't do it. I want to talk about what we were talking about before. See, as soon as you bring up bitches, it's like, it's like, I don't know. Oh, I like that French woman.
Why did he bring
She
up
got
bitches?
me.
I don't know.
Yeah, the French woman got me. She was cool. I like the French woman. She was great. French woman are bitter. Okay, I've learned this.
Oh, I know. We went to white people, then we went to women. Two of the like agendas that are played on us.
Women have been created into a very sad, pathetic state. I see women all the time putting up with shit that they shouldn't even put up with at all. And men don't even want them to put up with it, but these bitches don't even have the heart in them to even do anything about it. I don't even know. Like, it's just women are sad these days. Even if I just sit and people watch for a while. What the fuck? It's embarrassing. Fuck this shit. It's embarrassing. And the men, it's embarrassing. Fucking government's gonna tell you woman what to do before you do? Fucking embarrassing, dude. The fuck? Fuck this
What age
stupid ass
range?
shit.
What age range are you?
I am 31. But I look 25 and I get asked for ID all the time.
Oh, that's cute.
That's good
Yeah.
extra information.
Okay.
No, you just hand over your ID and pretend you're 25, yeah?
I don't
Take
have
my
ID. I don't
ID.
need the ID because I am not a fucking entity. Fuck that.
What is this ad about? Question mark.
I gave my ID back. I was like, oh, I didn't realize that. I didn't own that. You can have that back because fuck you.
It's actually unlawful to have an ID and be asked for it.
Exactly. So I gave mine back. I'm like, you won't give me the deed or title to my own fucking name. I guess I don't own it, so you can have it back and my
It's only a new thing. It's only a new thing they brought out. You had no reason to carry ID. Then they said, well, if you're driving a car, you got to carry ID.
You need
it's
it's apartheid, and you need your papers. Hey, you slave, you need your papers, buddy. Oh, sorry, bud, but I realized I also have a shotgun. If you fuck with me, I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking head with it. Maybe I don't have papers, bitch. Oh, sorry, mister. I didn't realize you were smart. You know? Oh, I'm sorry. Did papers never stop a psychopath in history? Well, sorry. No, they didn't. Actually, it turns out serial killers kill people even if the law says they can't. Oh, interesting. And yet people think that you can use paperwork to stop the corrupt government from hurting them. Well,
Very
yes, they
astute.
do actually. That's because they're stupid. Welcome to the Carissa Show. I'll be here all week.
I'd like to inform you that 2 atheist Globers were listening, pro-vaxxers, and they both can't handle your power and had to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry they left.
Did you take an injection from a stranger and think it was good? Aw, that's cute. That's so cute of you.
Oh, the government's here to help. That's cute.
Do you think that being genetically modified makes you better than a pureblood?
That's the whole idea. It's about ownership. If you genetically modify something, and it's your gene editing system, you own that product. So
But it's
whoever
not
injected
yours.
you now
Yep.
owns you, whether it's Pfizer, Moderna, or AstraZeneca, or
That's
whatever.
what they think morally. The fucking psychos.
Well, I don't know. It's interesting.
I don't think it's real law. They made it up, but that's what they think morally, spiritually.
I'm sure your bathroom was full of
Remember
husband
everything.
kisses.
Okay. You've got to stop thinking about atheism as a reality. Atheism is bullshit. All these ruling classes and all these elites and all these corporates,
I never think
they
of atheism
think
as a reality.
they think spiritually. They act spiritually, right?
I know,
Everything
just
they do is
again,
based on the Bible. Is based on
we
satanic
wouldn't-
cults.
We wouldn't
shit.
argue, would we? If we genetically modified a baby, we wouldn't say we own them for life now. Because we know that's satanic law, not a real spiritual God law, right?
Yeah, but you got to understand. So get rid of this atheist bullshit. That's a distraction. A
I'm not
dumbed
an
down.
atheist. I haven't been one
No,
for
no, no, no.
5
Okay, okay.
years.
You said 2 atheists left the chat or some shit.
Yeah, there's Globus. I was just saying, well done to Artemis. She defeated two men.
The human body has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. Only an arrogant, stupid, egoic son of a bitch would think that they could genetically modify it and it would survive. It's like,
So
this is
you didn't take the magic potions then.
What?
No.
You didn't take the magic potion then.
Fuck no, I'm a pureblood and I am so vastly way more valuable than them.
Yeah, so am I. Actually, Artemis, I'm pure blood. So do you want to get married? I'm a bit older than you. Do you like older guys?
I'm afraid that I am a little bit more hard work than the normal subservient stupid bitch slave.
No, you'll be my bitch. So you go out and work for me while I sit home and eat potato chips.
You're right. You kidding
Yeah,
me?
that's fair.
I've had men offer to
have
pay
to-
for every goddamn thing in the universe for me, and I've declined them because
How
nah,
many
not
how
my
many
kind.
kids do you want to have? You want to have 3 kids?
Maybe more. Maybe 12.
No.
Cheaper by the
Okay,
dozen,
well,
you know. Cheaper by the dozen.
okay, that's fine. You will just keep going to your
I
10
make an
menopause.
exorbitant amount of milk.
Do you lactate without being pregnant? That's quite magical.
Yeah, I do, and I make an exorbitant amount.
Well, yeah,
I
that's
might
good. If you've got 12
currently
kids, you need it.
lactating. It's possible.
Yeah, you have to maintain good health because if you don't maintain good health, it affects your children's health. Did you know that?
You should ask yourself why it's grosser to think about drinking human milk than it is to think about drinking cow's milk, which is from another species. Maybe you've been brainwashed.
No, but the thing is, it's genetic. So you're taking someone else's. Well, we take blood as well, which is kind of scary. But it is interesting, you know.
Bartek's going to have to do a lot of shadow work.
Think about it. Just think about it, okay?
12 kids,
Yeah.
human milk.
Yeah, cow's milk, human milk. Which one, huh? Ooh, weird.
Okay,
Huh? That's weird.
If
You've
the
been
girl was
brainwashed.
really, really hot and she was 6 feet tall, blonde hair, yes, I'd drink her milk. But if she's like fucking
Yeah, see, you're coming
overweight
around
and fat and smokes cigarettes, no, I'm not going to drink her milk. So
Who knows? Maybe push comes to shove, you just wouldn't anyway.
well, I don't know. I guess kids need
Yeah.
milk. But
Yeah, it's going to be the
Isn't that
12
weird,
babies
though?
are going to drink it, aren't they?
You drink millions of different cows' blended milk together, which has pus and blood in it and shit even, but you might not
Yeah.
drink a healthy, clean woman who's actually the same species milk. You know, it's like, what's happened to you? You might be part of a total alien system that is mind controlling you to hate everything that is good for you. Maybe drinking a woman's milk is actually hot.
Yeah, that they work hard at that. I went to the supermarket tonight and I walked around and every aisle was just bay after bay of shit. Like there's nothing
that's
good
for
in
a
the
cow.
supermarkets now.
For a cow. That's for a cow. Oh, that's processed. Plastic.
Yeah,
Oh, that's for a
yeah.
cow. That's for a
Fake
cow. That's for a cow. That is a
cookies and these
satanic
fake
ritual.
potato chips and
Satanic
all
ritual.
this packaged fucking processed
Satanic
chicken, and
ritual.
I'm just like, what the fuck is
However,
this place? Just a
they
death
cut the
factory,
throat. They
and it
slice the throat.
smells, and the
The blood
supermarket was
pisses out.
dirty.
Keep the spinal cord attached so it feels all the pain while it's bleeding out of his neck. Collect the blood because it's full of adrenochrome, and then sell it to people under the guise of this is a spiritual ritual, which is halal and wonderful. It's
The
not
only
the
thing
most painful way to kill an animal.
in the end, the only 3 items that I bought was a tub of so-called yogurt, which is probably not yogurt anymore. You know that they call it Greek yogurt, but I think it's just sour cream. I
Why
bought
are
2
you?
packs of milk.
Why are you eating cow's curdled
2
milk
packets. 2 packets
instead of
of nuts.
human milk?
A bottle
What
of
is
soda water.
wrong
That's the only
with
3 items I could
actually
find that were worth eating in the whole fucking supermarket.
They're
3
anti-woman.
fucking items.
Women produce milk for humans. I actually am right now producing
Okay,
human.
tribally that would be culturally accepted, but for some reason it's not really accepted now. I have seen videos of guys doing
Can you
that.
imagine the logistics? The logistics of actually selling women's milk on the market. Like, how would
Right.
you do that? You know, you have women pumping milk, pregnant women that would rather sell their milk than give it to their babies.
I think the you know, I tell you something. I'll give you some. I'll give you some advice.
That's just
I'll
dumb.
give you some.
You can't use
You
that.
know, when the British first arrived in New Zealand, the Maori tribes they would suckle off each other, and they used to suckle dogs, and they constantly pregnant. All these Maori women, yeah, that was the culture back then. That the British were horrified. Like, what is wrong with these people? You know.
Wow.
I've drank
human
the
milk's
mother
normal,
of my child's milk. I've drank her milk before. I've mixed it with my
No,
coffee when she was pregnant. I find nothing wrong with it.
I'm going to be
And
making
also, real
breakthrough
quick, hold on. She also, when I first met her, one of the reasons I fell in love with her is because she was lactating and she wasn't pregnant.
How?
You know that?
Yeah.
Was she on the
No,
pill?
that makes sense. Of
No,
course.
she
It's
so
natural.
it was interesting because like she showed me one day like, hey, do you know I can still produce milk? Mind you, she had one daughter before I met her who was like a year and a half, 2 years old, and she was still lactating like a lot. But the reason she was still lactating is because she had something going on with her, and I always have trouble pronouncing this gland. It's the pituitary gland.
Pituitary.
Yeah, she had something. That thing was like swollen or something. It had something was wrong with it, and it was causing her to still lactate. Her hormones were all over the place. But I don't know why, dude. But I found it very attractive that she could squeeze her tit and literally squirt me with milk.
Yeah, no, it doesn't really fetishize me. I don't want to hear about it much. I don't really want to hear it.
No, I'm just saying, like, but no, I did put it in my coffee and drink it. Like, I was like, all right with it, like, whatever, nothing wrong with it.
I don't want to hear about something that's human and normal. You might be a little bit brainwashed, dude.
I know.
I'm sorry that it happened to you. It sucks. I was there once. I was once there. And it's like so weird. I remember being like,
it's very hippie-ish and very
like, fuck off, you freaks. Like, you freaking weirdos. Like, it's so funny. One day you will look back and you'll be like, that is funny. Because they just made everything weird. That's what the Matrix did. They made every normal thing weird as fuck. You can drink from a cow's tit, but if you drink from a human tit, you're a weirdo.
How did you? Okay, I have a question for you. How did you become so awake? What's your name
Man,
again? Artemis.
I was the smartest kid at school. I was straight A student, and I prided myself on knowledge. And one day, I proved to my own self that something didn't make sense. And I'm like, oh shit. And I was smart enough to go, oh fuck, that's a bad thing. Because that disproves a lot of shit at once. And what that thing did was it proved to me that there could be a very high potential of a creator. And I'm like, oh fuck. I've been very anti-creator my whole life. I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah, that's programming. Yeah.
Played a test. I went, okay, if there's a creator, I'm a good asset. I'm very smart. If there's a creator, I have every point on earth to make about this existing and be real. So I'm good to be on your team. But you're gonna have to prove to me, and you're gonna have to prove to me with something really fucked up, because it's the only thing I'm ever gonna believe, and it's gonna be money.
It's totally fine. Breast milk.
I only believe in money.
We'll put it in the cake, Artemis.
And
all the holy
prove to
breast
me
milk will go into the cakes. It's gonna be.
But what happens when they take away money and they have digital currencies and shit?
No, the creator proved to me that it existed through money. It gave me money.
Right. Gotcha.
And then after that, ever since then, I've known every single proof for the creator. Close your eyes, close your ears, close your mouth. If your brain interprets reality and that's the only way that you exist, then how is it that you can still see, hear, and think inside your own mind even though your mouth isn't moving, your eyes aren't open, and your ears aren't listening? It's because you have a soul, that's why.
Yeah, I know. That's what these people, they want to control souls. They tell you don't have one. It's very interesting.
But we have a soul.
That's what the Masons say too, though. The Masons teach that if you block your ears and close your eyes, what is that in you that can still hear your own voice, and what is that in you that can still see and envision, right? With the mind's eye.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Satan or whatever that fucking evil, sick, kill yourself piece of shit, hatred crap thing that exists does, that thing still hasn't won yet. So, ha. That's what I say. Fuck that shit. Fuck. Even if it's our own evil thoughts about our own selves, fuck that. I must have terrible thoughts about myself if that's what's opposing me.
It can't
But
totally
still,
win. It will never totally win because then it'll have nothing to do.
It's got it's so obsessed with good that it can't stop looking at it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying, eh? You know what I'm putting down there? It's like obsessed. It's like a fan, little fanboy.
Yes.
Little fangirl. Yeah. Aw, is Satan obsessed with us? Aw, that's a bit cute, right? If I was in Satan's army, say it's called Satan, call it whatever you want, you know what I mean? If I was in Satan's, if I was Satan and that was my army, I'd be embarrassed. I'd be so ashamed. That's embarrassing.
I'd be very careful to talk about Satan like that, in my opinion.
Well, it's all
even in the scriptures, even the angels wouldn't speak negatively of Satan. They would just ignore him or rebuke him in Yahuwah's name, in the Father's name. They don't even bother interacting with the dude.
Is that like Harry Potter with Voldemort? Because I'd so much rather be Harry than Neville.
Oh, that's Oh God.
He who shall not be named, right? Like, nah, fuck that.
I think you both have a good point, but I would say, Artemis, it's relative. God's army is also embarrassing, depending on which army you're looking at, from which perspective.
Depends if God Army's willing to throw a bow and arrow at someone's face.
Actually, Artemis, do you watch television?
Absolutely never. At all.
Okay. Do you ever watch snippets of it, or the news, or
Nope.
some television programs?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
The whole media now is gone full satanic. Everything is symbolism.
I knew it. Of course it has.
It's just full symbolism, total evil, total transgenderism, total
Gross.
anti-reality, anti-truth,
Pedophilia.
anti-human, if you want to call yourself
I'm
human.
sure she's watched a few documentaries by now about it.
I've quit before it got too bad because I would throw up and kill somebody, you know.
Yeah,
But
no,
anyway.
I watched snippets of it, but with the new
Okay.
digital software and programming, if you watch television for a short period of time, you fall into a spell, a controlled spell, and it's hard to snap out of it.
I'll kill him. I'll fucking kill him.
Happens on
I had
Discord.
someone tell me recently.
You think they send signals through Discord?
Definitely.
12-year-olds are okay to have sex with, is what
Not
someone told me recently.
Not signals, but I think the way it's set up is the same. You get trapped.
I'll kill him.
Yeah, no,
Kill him.
So I don't know. Discord does attract a certain element of people with a certain mindset, but you'll find there's a lot of people who can balance that out. You think of these globe earthers coming in here, right? Total mind control, total atheists, and they're unwavering. And I think Discord is telling them they're right. You're right. Keep talking. Right?
The addictive spell is still there in Discord because it's a form of social media. It's set up for arguments. So you get trapped.
But that's why they call it Discord. You're sowing discord into argument. That's the whole idea of it.
Yeah.
It's government shit. Discord's government.
I mean, it's just once you're aware of the spell, you can then indulge in the media at your own risk, kind of.
Yeah, I feel bad for those who come under the spell. It's just total green screens, actors, actresses, fake politics, money laundering, theft, transgenderism. It's just bullshit. But I don't understand how society's so stupid. Like, what happened? Where did we go wrong?
It's the spell. Well, they're all on loads of different spells all at once.
Yeah, but how were so many people under the same spell? Usually, most people.
Because they've been given other types of sorcery trauma as a child.
Yeah, like feminism and all that, communism.
Yep.
I need to go to war with this shit. I killed somebody very powerful with my energy. I couldn't believe I just tried it out and that actually worked. And I was like, oh shit, I better not ever tell anyone what I actually did because I would be so targeted. But that fully worked. I'm thinking, like, if all of us collectively actually actively did this shit where we actually went for a better, actual, happy, awesome, fun world, that would be awesome. Why would we not do that? That's what these psychopaths do. They meet up and they do these, like, killing ritual crazy shit.
Yeah, but...
So why would we do the better side of this on the good side with the opposite shit? Can we do that
That's
now?
why they call them... That's why they call them normies.
We don't have enough people.
Do you want to do it now?
We don't have enough numbers.
Why don't we do it right now? Are you guys keen to do it right now? Do you know how to manifest? Do you know how to imagine?
Yeah, but manifestation is a form of evil.
Not necessarily. No.
Yeah, it is.
If I offer you condolences and kindness and help at a time where the Creator tells me that I should, that isn't a form of evil.
No, but manifestation is
imagining a better world. and actively working towards that goal. That's what
You think?
manifestation is.
Okay, I'll look it up. I'll look at the meaning of manifestation, but you mean
If you
like
Well, it's
invoking
not
your
first
evil
shit?
imagine it,
unless you read the Bible. It's not evil.
God first imagined the world before it was spoken. You have to imagine something before you can have a thought, and you have to think it before you can say it. Imagination is the first principle upon which all things are created.
Yeah, but
First,
I'm
you have
just
to
yeah, I
imagine
get
it.
it. No, I get it, but this whole anti-human agenda we're facing. All these people are manifesting this same concept in government and politics and through corporations, right?
Yeah, it's
So
just saying
I'm
it works.
saying it's been used for evil.
But we've got to do
For
the same
every
thing. We've got to
force,
use
there's
the
an
same power.
opposing force. For every force, there's an opposing force. For every
Oh,
good,
okay.
there's
So you want we can manifest the evil out of our countries. I think we
we
just got
can
to vote them out.
absolutely make it the opposite. Absolutely. And I'm saying
Yeah.
right now, do you want to do that?
Well, we can try, but hey, okay, you lead. Tell me how we're gonna do it.
I mean, I don't know. When I manifest stuff, what I do is I imagine that I am being it right now. That I am it right in this very second. That in the present moment, I can be whatever I decide I want to be. And there aren't any restrictions, because restrictions are just ideas and concepts that people come up with. And at any very moment, anyone can be anything they want to be. And it happens like that. Like Elvis, one moment was just no one that anyone knew, and then one day he was someone that they knew. You know what I mean? Anything can happen. So when I am
Yeah,
manifesting,
but we don't even know if Elvis was 100% real.
but I do know that when I create a vibrational field around myself like that and be the thing in the moment, that actually people pick me up as that. I've tested it. Does change reality. And when I use little symbols,
You know, if you rearrange the word of Elvis, you get evils and veils. So Elvis was an evil veil. Did you know that?
of course.
Mhm.
I'm not saying Elvis was good. I'm saying by example. I'm just saying by it as an example. Not that
I
it's a
just want
good
to add,
example.
you can't manifest all things just by pure intent or like
Of course
conscious
not.
focus. Like that's one thing that even the enemy, the occult, understands, that you have to offer up sacrifices. You have to kill a kid, kill a woman, kill a virgin, like kill an
Start a
animal. Like you
war.
have to start a war. There's got to be some currency. You can't just manifest things because you just focused on it in your head. That's not how the spiritual realm works.
That's what the
A lot of
governments
times you have to
do.
offer up something.
The governments
It's
are
really
offering us up for their success.
a true
So we're their
magician.
sacrifice.
Exactly. A true magician realizes that they are the battery of the elite. Just like in the Matrix as it's displayed. We are the battery. And if you use your own inner battery to manifest what you're desiring, then you aren't actually affecting anything. They are stealing your energy. So if you actually
Yes.
apply it to what you're desiring, then you aren't fucking with the circle of life at all. This is exactly what a deer does, what a boar does, what a cow does, what a sheep does. They use their own energy to manifest their own reality based on the conditions with which they're presented. But you are given more knowledge than that. You can manifest beyond what you're presented with on purpose.
Yeah, but what? Okay, this is a good example. What's the first thing the government does when a baby's born?
What?
When you think about it, the first thing the government does, it cuts off your life force with your parent, with your mother. They clamp down the umbilical cord unnecessarily, and they cut it as fast as possible. And the second thing they do is that they're trying to name the baby, right? And then the third thing they do, they're trying to inject it with poisons. So instantly, the government is trying to destroy the natural life force of your child.
Yeah. I reckon
All
that's
that in
why I'm awakened. Because I was born in February, but I was not registered until August.
So were you born naturally away from the government?
I was
name the kid
born
for
in a
weeks, dude.
hospital, but my mum failed to register me until August from February, which I reckon that's why I'm awakened. Because I wasn't enslaved by Satan for as long.
Pineal gland
That's
develops
crazy.
to a larger extent, yeah.
Because I've never been able to associate with my given name. To the point where I stopped using it, to the point where I realized that was how they were enslaving us, was through our legal names. Because that's our registration. That's our certificate of manifest. That's our birth of our shit at the dock doors.
What's wrong with your normal name, Karen?
What do you mean?
Your name's Karen. You're the one your mum gave you.
Kaz is my nickname because I love performance cars, especially I-34s. I be 30s. Oh my god, I love cars. I love a Supra. I love an Integra. I don't know. I love performance cars. That's how I got the nickname Cars. But then also Alethea, which means truth. I was given that name as I started to research lore and do lots of other stuff and whatever. On a stone, it was like a weird thing. And then also I was Aklama, which is a feminine noun for something. My original given name was Carissa, which means grace, biblically. And now I go by, well, at the moment I'm going by Amethyst, which is a purple crystal. But I have a secret name that I never tell anyone, which is my true name, because we live in a world which uses some fucked up sort of weird shit, and if you know the name of something, you know many things. So I don't tell anyone my real name. My real, actual, true spiritual name. Wizard of Earthsea, you should read it. It's a very powerful book. Lots of truth in plain sight. Original Harry Potter. Harry Potter was based off Wizard of Earthsea. Who's a pureblood in here anyway, right? It matters what they teach us through these stories. I bet probably almost all of you are pureblood.
Hell yeah.
Oh. Yeah, so that obviously matters. Like, if you fuck somebody that has recombinant DNA, RNA cells, which comes in a vaccine, you will actually absorb it. You will. To be honest, especially sexual energy can transfer through even plastic. So even a condom, your body could pick up information from this other person, especially sexual power, sexual electricity is more powerful than anything on earth. It literally creates an entire new life.
Sexually transmitted diseases are definitely a thing.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is the punishment from God for fucking the Jezebel demon. That's what a sexually transmitted disease is. It's God going, you fuckwit, you are fucking demons. And I'm going to give you a disease now to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, homosexuality is passed down by people. Diseases.
Yep. And like we've all been there. Like anyone who's spiritual has to face the Jezebel. Jezebel's a bitch. That poking tongue little slut cunt. Who hasn't dealt with that one? Everyone. You all know what I'm talking about. Don't pretend. Oh no.
Is it cold in New Zealand right now? What's the weather like?
Fucking A, it's cold. Like, it's so cold.
Yeah.
I live in a house truck. So I don't have the luxury of like a heat pump. Like I have my fire and my electric blankets and shit.
You live in a what?
A house truck.
A what? House trap.
Yeah, it's a Isuzu truck that I've turned into a house.
Oh, you live in a truck?
Yeah, I do. Off grid.
Oh, that
Self-sufficient.
sounds kind of cool.
It's fucking great, man. I feel like a badass. Like, I have a fucking bow and arrow, and I can shoot it accurate. And, like, all my shit is self-sufficient. And I got a garden. And I got a seed bank that the Netherlands would be sad about. And I got, like,
Yeah.
I got, like, everything, man. I got food stored. It's like, fuck, government goes apocalypse. I'm like, fucking, I'm the person you want to know, you know?
Is it diesel? Yeah, it's Isuzu. Yeah, they're diesel.
Fuck no, I'm not even legal. Like, I don't even have a license. Like, fuck these cunts. I don't do that shit. Fuck them.
No, diesel is a truck on diesel.
It's a diesel, yeah, and like it's manual and I love it. Oh my god, it's so sexy to drive.
Yeah.
Even going up a hill, I got my whole house, man. I'm going up a hill in third gear. Very steep hill. My truck is sexy. Fucking, I think I fell in love with my truck. You know?
Do you use Wi-Fi or how do you get internet from McDonald's or somewhere?
Oh my god, I'm just using like mobile phone network right now.
Okay.
Isn't it amazing? It's like actually really creepy. I think we're 5G level already, you know?
So how does it connect to your laptop then or your phone?
I'm on my phone. And it's like that
Oh, okay.
clear. Video and shit, it's great. But I have a modem, so if I want to, I can actually connect to like pretty much broadband level internet anywhere I go if I want to. But I just use my phone because I can at least turn it off and it's just simple.
Mm-hmm.
You can share your Wi-Fi from your phone to other devices and works pretty well.
It does lag a bit though.
Yeah, it was better when I had the Wi-Fi set up. It was like unlimited internet, and it was real fast. But
There are
I
some
don't.
routers that you could put a SIM card in, and it will utilize the 5G networks or whatever 4G networks to give you service Wi-Fi.
Yeah, but I'm thinking like I don't really even necessarily want that word. Like I used to be on T9, which is the Australian New Zealand Battlefield 1 team, and I used to slay at gaming. Like I was like number 1 on that team. Like I was fucking a slayer. And I used to play Call of Duty, and I used to I had a certificate in like nursing, and like I've been to like France and Belgium and the UK and Australia and like all these different, and I kind of honestly straight up, I just want to have a fucking cob home in the middle of the fucking woods with my solar panel and my touring generated type shit or bicycle or something that generates some shit and like a river, and just leave me the fuck alone, and I want to get fucked on a tree sometimes. That's it. Okay? That's it. Have some babies and shit. Leave me the fuck alone. You know?
So
I don't want.
you have a partner? You have like a love partner? Or?
No. I am single because these son of a bitches are weak little pussy bitches that I could punch. You know? Fuck it. It's
Do you
embarrassing.
drink alcohol, Artemis?
Because you mentioned the house, so definitely, I mean, get a partner to similar mindset, and you can go and build a house with your partner. That's not impossible.
Nah. It's easier just to do it alone.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you can do it alone as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you have a very similar mindset and thinking to me, Artemis.
Well, you're welcome to help.
I'd have to move to New Zealand. New Zealand.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah, if you have like the Isuzu truck, and if you have a property, you can just bring it there and build a house next to it, and have the solar panels. Oh, I mean, you said the solar panels and the wind turbine and the
I
water
think she
turbine, and yeah,
knows,
you can get it done.
I'm a prepper survivalist. I've already done my bucket list. I don't even know what to do now.
You need a home with a partner and have babies. That you haven't done that yet.
No,
Well,
Artemis, now
I've got a
I
child.
want you to build a cave. Go to a mountain on the side of a hill, get some sticks, and start building a fucking cave. Live in that for a while.
Well, I've got court coming up. I made a documentary exposing corruption in my government, and so they took me to court over it, which is probably not good. But that's going to be fun because I'm going to dress up. I think I really should try to dress up as Shakespeare. You know, just to really fuck them.
Wait, you made a movie and they're taking you to court.
Yeah, it's called Digital Harm.
Digital Harm. Is it a famous movie? Is it on BitChute or YouTube or something?
No, it got taken down. I feel like I should be an actual another documentary to the one that I made that got me in trouble in the first place because of how funny this is. Digital harm. I somehow harmed someone digitally.
I'm sorry.
I harmed them by exposing how they harmed me. I can't even laugh enough to laugh the amount that needs to be laughed. You know what I mean?
I mean, see, you're going through that stuff.
You've got they've got all these weird laws in New Zealand. I heard about this. Content that can cause harm to individuals, causing loss or damage to property rights, social, emotional well-being. Content can harm communities and groups and members of communities. That's weird.
You can harm someone by not even mentioning their name. Or their photo. Or their face. I didn't even mention their fucking name. Or their photo. Or their face. That's how scared they are. They are pussy little bitch.
Put it to a jury and explain your side of the story, and you should be found not guilty.
Oh, no. Dude. We're way past that shit. These guys are psychopaths. No, I'm gonna fucking tell them off like their granddad never did. That's what's gonna happen.
Government slaves don't understand that.
No, they do. They get
they're really
real
strange.
scared when they get told off because no one tells them off for anything.
Yeah.
I've done it a lot, and they're like, "Oh my god!" and they run away and they start crying because they're like fucking psycho piece of shit. And so that's that's why this happens to me because I fuck them up, fuck them. Manifest after me, their conscience manifests hell. That's what happens. After they talk to me, their own subconscious manifests hell. Because they feel guilty for like the first time ever because it's the only time they've ever been actually noticed. People are sick. People are like, when I walk around society, like if you actually look people in their soul, like in their eyes, they're sick, depraved, fucking self-absorbed piece of shit. And I think
that's what COVID exposed. Like, it brought out people's true personality and their
You're
true.
disgusting.
And everyone was exposed, right? So all the good people, they were protesting against, what was going on. But
I
the
was
nice people. Yeah, I watched a lot of your protests in Auckland and Wellington and all that.
Me? No, that can't be me.
No. Were you that naked woman who got arrested? Remember that naked woman?
No, that wasn't
At the
me.
New Zealand protest, there's this woman who was protesting naked, and they dragged her and threw her to the ground and handcuffed her.
Yeah, well, fucking what a stupid slut. What the fuck? She's just
I know,
being
it was kind of weird.
fucking
Why is
reactive.
why is a woman naked at a protest? Maybe she
Of
was
course,
drunk or
she's
something.
speaking for reaction. Like, fuck it. That's a stupid bitch who's undermining real shit that's actually going on to actual people. Like, what a fucking slut. Fuck her. Hope she got a
Yeah, well,
couple of bleeding.
I don't know. Maybe she was having fun. They had a tent set up
No,
out front of
that's
the
a
parliament there.
Jezebel. She's having fun. She's a fucking demon, man. Are you kidding me? You never
Well,
seen a
because
demon
she's
before?
naked.
That's what they're doing. They're trying to subtract from the actual causality to make you think about how naked they are instead of the actual fucking problems in society. Now you're deliberating whether nakedness or not's okay and all that kind of shit instead of the fact that fucking cops are like kidnapping children and shit.
Yeah.
Fuck Jezebel. Fuck those stupid distracting Jezebel sluts. Oh, because they got a pair of tits, suddenly a demon's okay? Fuck them cunts.
Mm.
You put a pair of tits on a demon and now it's suddenly attractive? No, I ain't that foolish. I hope none of you guys are.
That's what they do with the Baphomet figures and the ball figures. They put tits on them.
They're literally making men look like women these days to actually take the piss out of you, cunt.
Yeah, the war against women. Yeah.
Like, hey,
I like your
just
passion.
because you've got some makeup and some boobs, you guys will do whatever. You know, it's disgusting. Don't let them just subtract from you guys. You guys are way smarter than that shit. Fuck them cunts. Disgusting. Fuck them.
Sexual power. You know, most men will, you know, they'll give in to that. They'll give in to sex and female attraction. And it's unfortunate. Because it basically attacks a primal drive in all men. And for a man to overcome that primal drive to have sex, or you see a gorgeous woman, you have to really think outside you got to think outside yourself. You have to be very introspective and reflect
Very
on your
spiritual.
decision making process.
Yeah.
And it is a spiritual thing, and most people they're not in touch with their spiritual side, so they give in. They succumb to the sexual prowess of a female.
When you meet someone that is that spiritually connected in your own personal perspective, no Jezebel can ever come between it anyway. When you meet that one, there's nothing that can subtract from it, especially a demon. There's no way. It's like when you see that little whorish, bitchy energy, it's like, it's so mediocre. It's so pathetic and desperate. It's embarrassing for the occupant, not you. It took me a long time to see that. I used to be addicted to porn, and I used to be completely overcome by the Jezebel all the time. And then one day, I was like, that is such a desperate, pathetic, fucked up piece of shit. Like, crappy, mediocre, short-term energy. I just left. Fuck that. Fuck that. Never gave me nothing. Fuck the Jezebel. Never
That's
gave
good.
me nothing.
Well, Jezebel is a character in the scriptures. It's just a representative of that spirit, that those qualities of a whore who uses her pussy for power to gain power over men. That's really what Jezebel is.
No. Jezebel is the Matrix telling women that they have to constantly be concerned with inequality. So, like me.
No, like
For
Jezebel
me.
is literally like an actual female character in history that existed. And when you hear this idea of the Jezebel spirit, it's referring to that female in the scriptures that's recorded.
Yeah.
That she used her pussy to overcome kings.
Yeah, but I'm talking about demon, and I don't necessarily mean it in terms of just the Christian scriptures, but rather also like the Quran and Sanskrit and everything in between. I'm talking about the one that mocks Poseidon and Shiva. I'm talking about the one that pokes its tongue out and goes "fuck you back."
Yeah. In all cultures, there is a Jezebel type figure, and all old tech.
And that one is disgusting. I fucking hate that one. I fucking
They're
hate that one.
rebellious. They don't submit to masculine authority. They completely rebel against all masculine authority. They're jealous. They're envious of other females. They want attention. They're self-seeking. Everything about Jezebel is like narcissistic, manipulative, sociopathic. You name it. That's what the Jezebel spirit is. And there's a lot of sex involved and pleasure along with it.
Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely.
But also it's very it's negative energy, so it's destructive.
It's destructive too, yes.
Well, do you know that the Y chromosome is actually nuclear based? So men are naturally designed to destroy things. But the funny thing about that is actually men have the X chromosome too. So when they destroy something, they usually create something better in its turn.
How interesting.
Which the X chromosome is kind of like a sideways cross.
Would you submit yourself to a man? If you found the right man, would you submit to him? Or would you consider yourself equal to him?
That's interesting. I naturally submit. I think it's weird that women maybe don't. I feel horny. This is so TMI. But I feel aroused when I'm submissive. Even if I'm actually technically more powerful or technically smarter. I still don't want to be. Like, I'll purposely, like, kind of even it out.
Good. That's good. Then you don't have that rebellious spirit in you that a lot of women today have.
No. So I rebel government on account of fuck you. You don't come before my man.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like in a relationship. A lot of these women, they want to be the alpha in the relationship. They want to be the one making all the decisions, leading the pack, leading the family. They don't want to let the man actually lead the pack.
Oh, well, okay, well, hold up. Okay, there's a difference between leading the pack and leading the pack. There's two different things that go on there. Okay, I have been in some relationships, okay? And my first relationship was 6 years. I was 15 years old. Now, I was the alpha. I was. But he was amazing, and I was amazing. And it was amazing, and we had a great friendship.
Were you the alpha because basically he was not stepping up to the plate and was like a beta? Like he was just like...
No, he stepped up to the plate if it made sense. I was the one that made sense of things. That's why I was the alpha. I was smarter. I was in charge. I saved the money. I did the good shit. I created shit. I made shit happen. I made his dreams come true. That's why I was the alpha. Not because I was shit, but because I was great for him. Because I made his dreams come true. Okay? But the next person, he was the alpha because of energy, and he ruined everything. He destroyed my business. He destroyed my life. He fucking murdered me. I had a near-death experience because of this cut. Crazy shit. So, okay, what I'm saying is, you cannot equate that person's relationship or that person's or that person's or that one or that one or that one. Every single thing is different depending. Every woman has masculine and feminine. Every man has masculine and feminine. It's to different degrees, but that doesn't take away from your role. If you were born a man, you are a masculine role, and if you're born a woman, you are a feminine role. That end. But it can dabble. You can't just go, there's the line. But we're not going to pretend men are women, okay? Or
there's a
vice
spectrum.
versa. Exactly.
Of delicate men, and then like you got men that just naturally don't have beards. Like they just don't grow a lot of facial beards or chest hair. And then you got other men that are like rugged and hairy all around, and just overall just more, you know, I don't know,
If you meet
testosterone rich.
Athena, if you say you meet Athena, the goddess of fucking war. Say you meet Athena, the goddess of fucking war. Are you gonna say that she doesn't know the best tactic? Because you're a man? Or are you gonna go, that's Athena, the goddess of fucking war. This bitch is cool as fuck.
Oh
And
hell
she knows
no.
what she's doing. And
Oh
she's done
hell.
it right a fucking million times. I'm gonna do what she says. I'm gonna do it so manly. I'm gonna do it so masculinely.
You lost
That
me there. You lost me
Mm.
there.
you know what I mean?
You completely lost me there.
Why?
You brought up Athena.
Hey, Artemis, why did you choose the name Artemis?
Not because of NASA. Not because of NASA, okay, dear friend. That's why.
No, but I know from ancient Greek, but is that why you chose it?
I am of Greek something, okay? It
You're
comes
of
to
Greek
me.
origin.
Yeah, but it's something more than that because it's still here. Like, I don't look up Greek. I don't resonate with Greek. I don't think about Greek, and yet it's everywhere around me all the fucking time. Like,
Yeah,
I
true.
must be kind of
It's
amazing.
cultural. It's
It's Greek.
because all
My
the
name
writings went through
is actually
Greece and it
Chris.
come out to the West, through
Yeah.
Rome, and then into Latin, and then into the languages. So
Sanskrit. Oh, I love Sanskrit. Right. I love Sanskrit. Oh, I love Sanskrit.
even all the
is so great.
Cyrillic texts in Russia and Ukraine are based on in Greece. So
Did I just hear a growl? Did you growl?
It's like passion, like ah, like I don't know how to. You don't hear this these days because no one's passionate about anything.
Hey,
I'm like
Artemis, will you be my?
I'm like a
Can I
lion
add you as a
with
friend,
passion.
Artemis?
What's that?
Can I add you as a friend?
Yeah, of course. Why would you ask? What the fuck kind of weird
Well, some
culture
people
do you
just
live in?
ignore you and don't respond. So
Well, just add me, and if I respond, then cool. If I don't, then I'm a faggot, right?
don't be vague. That's freaky. How do I do it again? Message, I guess. Oh no, we are friends. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Hi. Thanks, Artemis.
You know what Artemis is at? It's well, actually, it's kind of like an Irish, but you know, Artemis is also Lolita, which Lolita is from Sanskrit, which is from Hindi. So all these gods and goddesses and all these weird energies are like actually kind of like archetypal radio waves that we can like pick up on for certain things. Like being wealthy is a radio wave and being poor is a radio wave. And we can kind of like decide where we. And so some of these gods and goddesses are actually just radio waves. And like I figured that out throughout the different cultures and like I can ride them. And I even talked to this guy in India recently who was like, if you were in India, people would worship you because this is psycho. Like, how do you even know this shit? And I'm like, it's weird because I can read energy. Like, I'm extrasensory. I know you guys have heard about it, but like, I'm actually one of those people. Like, I could, any one of you, if you want a reading, tell me, I'll do it, and I'll be
Yeah,
accurate.
I used to have these higher abilities, but they gave us too many vaccines and it went away. It was kind of
Wait,
sad.
you had a vaccine?
When these childhood ones.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It'll be out of your
It's like,
system by now. Your whole entire DNA sequence regenerates in 7 years, remember? So at least you've had
does
vaccines
it?
in the last 7 years. Yeah, of course.
I haven't had any vaccines since I was a teenager. I
Then
don't know
you're
why they gave it
fine.
to us. What the fuck were
Calm
they
the fuck
talking about?
down. You're just undermining
Okay,
yourself because you don't want to do
no,
it.
I didn't realize that. I thought it was lifetime destruction, but if it goes away,
It's
that's
an
really good.
excuse, okay, buddy? It's an excuse.
Okay, so I just looked up Artemis in ancient Greek religion mythology. Artemis was the Greek of the hunt, wilderness, animals, nature, vegetation, childbirth,
Right.
childcare, chastity. She was heavily identified with Selene, the personification of the moon.
Women and children. protecting women and children is Artemis, which is Lolita. Look up Lolita.
Okay.
The Lolita Express.
Yeah, no, but
Lolita
this is where the
Bitch.
elites hijack energy and they steal it for their own use. So naming things Elita Express is not correct.
I know.
What do you mean?
I'm just trolling.
I
You don't want to know.
swear, Lolita is the best. You should look up Lolita. If you look up Lolita, I swear you'll see like an amazing, sexy
Yeah,
bitch.
you'll see Jeffrey Epstein's face.
In Sanskrit, did you say?
It's Lolita. Lolita told herself to me. Like, I didn't even know about Sanskrit. This bitch is so powerful. I'm just like chilling in my fucking bedroom, like wanting to be more divine, wanting to be better, wanting to be more servant, wanting to be more extra, wanting to change the world. And Lolita just says to me in my head, Lolita. And I'm like, what the fuck? That's a weird thought. What does that even mean? And then I hear it again and again, and I look it up, and it's literally a fucking goddess. Are you kidding me? This bitch is sexy as fuck. If you can talk to this bitch, she will help improve your whole life. Lolita
She's a
is
whore.
she's great. She is so pure that you would call her a whore
I'm just
because she
messing with
won't show you her tits. She refuses to show you her tits. Is how not whore she is.
She's been
She's
passed around.
so. What's that? Well, whatever. She comes out of the lotus. She is just, and she's with Shiva. And every single freaking religion in the world has a little bit of truth in it. All of it. It all kind of connects. But you have to lose your ego and thinking your way is the only way to be able to connect the dots. That's the hardest part.
I noticed about a lot of women, they go religion or spirituality shopping till they find the right one.
Why don't they all be the right one? Why don't they all just... What is comparable? What is the same consistencies through the different religions? Because that's probably the truth. That's what I did.
Yeah,
I went, what
there's
keeps
one girl who comes to this group and she's now following Islam. And I'm like, what? That's a submissive,
No, you can't.
patriarchal
You have to be
religion.
your
How
own.
does that help you?
Of course.
She's following Islam now? She's following Islam?
There's another woman in this group who comes here. Like, I've forgotten her name.
If I was on Hollywood Boulevard with Witsit and he was following Islamics, but he was following them to flat smack them. I follow Latter-day Saints. I follow Latter-day Saints.
Why would you? I don't understand why you select Islam over anything else.
Any religion I see, I'll go
it's a
flat smack them.
submissive type religion that oppresses women.
But women like that, man. You didn't just hear her?
There's nothing wrong with submission. Women love being submissive. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I see your point. I guess if you want to be submissive to a certain individual,
A lot of times what women want is order in their life, right? And a man needs if they can supply order, comfort, and security, then they can just sit back. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to really worry about what move to make next, because the man's supposed to be doing all that, bro. And a lot of these women, they don't have strong father figures. They don't have strong husbands. They have to basically figure out what the next move is when that's supposed to be the man's job, and let them raise the children. You know, there's nothing wrong with being submissive, bro.
Yeah. Men don't
in the
want
right
women
environment.
Because okay, so if a woman women don't want to be submissive to just anyone, do they? They want to be submissive to someone who's actually correct consistently. So women put you through like this test period, which I'm sure other men in here know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like a woman shit test you or whatever it's called, and see if you can actually deal with problems. Because women, like seriously, we're delicate, sweet little things. Okay, I might come across as a hard ass because I got some muscles and I can shoot good bow and arrow and shit. But I only do that because men are little bitches. To be honest, men should literally stand up because they're stronger. You have way less to worry about.
Yeah, but that's
A
New
woman is
Zealand
supposed to
culture,
take care of a
demeaning,
man's food.
undermining everyone. So
Woman is supposed
that's
to take care of a
socialism
man's
for you.
comfort. Woman is supposed to make a man happy. Woman is supposed to be entertaining. Woman is supposed to be sexy. Woman is supposed to be all these different things so that a man could come home from work, which wouldn't be actually working for another fucking man. It would be literally chopping wood and doing gardening and doing all these different things, whatever, that are actually for his own fucking family, for starters. And women are literally like, that's sexy as fuck, so I want to literally produce amazing offspring for him and be amazingly helpful for him and do amazing
Yeah.
things
You
for him.
got it.
And it's
You got it.
simple as fuck. It's simple as fuck. They fucked it
Yeah,
all
but
by creating this
the
stupid
schools are
topic.
deliberately teaching the opposite of that now.
Jordan Peterson bullshit. And the stupid, what's that other guy? There's some
Ben
stupid other
Shapiro.
guy. No, well, yeah, well, he's kind of good with abortion
I
and shit,
like.
but some
Well,
other
you don't like
shit
Jordan
doesn't.
Peterson? I don't like him
No,
like a lot, but he's all right.
he creates
Uh,
woman and man hating. Are you kidding me? Jordan Peterson is controlled opposition. I created a
yeah.
12-minute video psychoanalyzing 1 minute. I watched 1 minute and I picked it. I can see it. But yeah, fuck Jordan Peterson. He creates man and woman hating. Same with Joe Rogan, and there's some other guy that starts with A that I keep getting told about.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I'm not a fan of Joe Rogan when it comes to his philosophy or Jordan Peterson. I like Jordan Peterson to an extent, but he lacks substance when it comes down to like he talks.
Yeah, but he was
He's more of a
pushing the
psychologist.
vaccines, so that means he's deep state.
He's desperate. He's so sad. He's
Who
fucking
was pushing the
depressed. Fuck
vaccine?
Jordan
Jordan
Peterson.
Peterson was.
Jordan Peterson
He's
was
depressed.
pushing and taking the vaccines.
Wow. I
Jordan
didn't know that.
Peterson is depressed. He's fucking like fucked ass. He's mentally controlled. I did a whole psychoanalysis on how mentally controlled he is. Same with Joe Rogan and shit. Joe Rogan was talking about fucking the moon lady being fake, and then he like couldn't anymore and shit. These people, fear factor. Come on, they're actors. They're faking it. Bullshit. Come on, wake the fuck up. Okay?
Joe Rogan just
Like,
misguided. A lot of these
come
guys, I
on.
don't think that they're purposely trying to deceive us. I think that they themselves are deceived and misguided.
No,
Yeah,
they threaten, man. That's your whole life. That's your mother. That's your fucking wife. That's your kids. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
I lost 2 of my kids. I just told you guys that. I lost 2 for the truth, for flat Earth. That's fucking nothing. These cunts do witchcraft and satanic ritual abuse and shit. I knew all about that. I wasn't even doing videos on that. I was doing it about flat Earth. Okay? I've still got my middle time. They're like real blatant. No, these motherfuckers know exactly what they're doing. Okay?
Yeah, some of the witchcraft is in the vaccines as well.
Yeah, of course. They've got serum. Serum. It's a fucking. They put like photons. Our soul is light. Our soul is light. They can actually suck it out. That's what plasma is. You know when you go get a plasma donation? Plasma is light. The sun is plasma.
Yeah, be
You
careful about
donate
giving your blood away. People just giving their blood away to help other people, obviously, but that's taken away from you. I said, well, no, it's gonna come back. Yeah, they taking your life away.
They're giving their soul away. Your blood
Yeah.
is your soul.
Many people out there in the health communities, yeah, just check your blood, and they go blood test, taking your blood, like, bro.
Yeah, all the time. They want your blood. Yeah. The Red Cross is a satanic organization. Hey, this is off topic, Artemis, but do you ever do fasting?
Fasting?
Fasting. Like not eating
Yes,
for
I
3-4
do.
days.
I just automatically, randomly do it sometimes, yes.
Yeah, I came off a fast a week and a half ago. I did 3 days.
Oh my god, good on you. Do you feel spectacular? I bet you do.
Well, it's if I ever have like a health issue, or I'm a healthy person. Like I run and bike and go mountain climbing, all this. So I don't really need to fast, but I just do it sometimes just because I can. But You know, it's
Fasting,
just that's what I'm
definitely.
saying. You can reset your DNA too by fasting long periods of time.
Yeah. Do you do magic?
No.
Do you know about it?
Well, what type of magic do you mean though? Spells.
Are you able to change the radio waves in your general vicinity by intent?
Can that
Radio
be
waves.
used? Can that be used as healing magic? Healing magic?
If you are able to change the radio waves in your general vicinity, then you are able to do magic. That is what I mean by that. Okay? Maybe I'm
What do you mean by
glorifying
radio
it.
waves though?
Yeah, like frequencies around you.
Yeah.
Or
What do you mean
Like
radio waves?
energy,
You know?
environmental energy. You mean moods?
I mean, of course. Yeah, like, what do you mean? Come on, you all gonna know what I mean. Don't pretend.
No. You said radio, so I thought you meant AM/FM type shortwave shit, but I had to break it down. Really, you mean mood energy? Yeah, I get it. You know, I've never really tried it, but yeah, people can change through comedy or through excitement or other factors.
Well, I mean, they actually train like. So this is how celebrities become captivating because they're trained on how to change the like ether, the radio frequency, the thing you pick up from them, the way you're
Yes.
supposed to feel about them. You know, it's the difference between an unconfident person and a confident person walking into a
Yeah,
room. It's
exactly.
the
And
difference between being the
politicians are
life
good
of
at
the party and not being the
casting
life of the
spells and
party.
magic. Yeah, I
It's
get
like
it. Yeah.
someone could walk in and make the party amazing, and then as soon as they leave, it goes quiet again, okay? Like, people have vibes. That's why we call it vibes. It's a vibration. It's a thing. It's a state. And so, if you can learn how to create that, you are doing magic. You can walk into a room and create a fucking whole entire vibe. That's what magic is. I'm just wondering
Yeah,
if you guys understand that exists, you know?
I get it. But politicians use this, and television. They're spellcasters, manipulators.
Do you guys
It's the same thing.
actively role play and practice this in this group? And if not, why not?
No, I don't practice. If I maybe we do it for positivity. School teachers use that type of energy to control children in a classroom, and they're trained for that as well.
I mean, I suppose, but what are they teaching children? Like satanic bullshit? Fuck that shit.
Yeah, it used to be good, but now it's fucked. They openly admit they
What do you
fucked.
mean? When did it used to be good? It was always satanic bullshit.
Yeah, but not to the level it is now. It used to be productive. Now it's utter bullshit. Like climate change and fucking
Yeah, but back
COVID
in
and
the day,
misinformation, propaganda, communism. That's just all crap.
you used to be just sitting at a desk after like 4 hours of constant fucking hammering, and you used to be just talking to a girl, and a teacher would literally smack your hand with wood till it like bled out of the blue because you were talking to some girl after 4 hours.
Yeah.
Okay? You know what I mean? It used to actually be worse. Like, let's remember, for real. Because they've also got us under a spell about how great it used to be. Which I get like that.
Actually, no,
I think
no, you're right. You just made me think back to certain aspects of it.
my mum got fucked up. She's got a huge scar on her arm from the vaccine they gave her when she was a little kid. She didn't have a choice. She's got this whole concave scar on her arm. It's like the size of this scar is the size of a straw. She said, yeah, that was the size of the vaccine. Was the size of a fucking straw. They stabbed that in her.
I can't believe that happened. I can't believe that happened to us.
That's sadistic as fuck. And then they sent her grandfather to war to kill people and get killed. Holy shit. And then before
to kill
that,
your own kind, to kill your own.
Yep.
King.
At the same level as you, too. These people are just as enslaved as you are. Then before that was another war and another war. Then before that, they were just torturing and stretching people and shit for magic and shit. Here we are, full circle. Magic exists, okay? And these people are that shit scared of it. They'll get us to cull each other and still focus our energy at them. I swear, every given moment of your every existence should be channeled towards karma, towards these piece of shits. Every moment.
Saying that now, at a time, but they teach us adventure and fun and excitement and shit, so it gets distracting.
No, like Beyonce and shit, fucking think about their distraction constantly.
Think about the music that they sing, and a lot of the music is not even that good, but people repeat it and repeat it and repeat it, and they just say, this is so good. This is so good. Oh my goodness, it's just bullshit.
It's witchcraft. It's a spell. Over and over, repeat it. It's manifesting. Sing over top of it. Sing over
When you
top
go to
of
the
it.
supermarket, that they play that specific type satanic music over and over and over and over.
I literally, I constantly manifest everywhere I go. Sometimes if I can't do it, I put my headphone in and I just sing to my own songs that I've made on purpose to manifest exact things that I need to do. It's a war we're in. Are you guys like just chilling out? Like, come on. Can't leave it up to people like me. I lost 2 of my kids over. Come on, guys.
I'm aware of it, but no
Do
one else is
something.
aware of it, and you try to tell
So
people,
I
and
did
you get labeled
something.
insane.
I lost 2 children for this war. Like, do something just for me, even.
Well,
Do
what do you want
something.
to do? What you want to manifest? Okay, I can do
Put
that.
stickers. Pay $20 a week to print out, get some stickers sent to your house that look cool, and put stickers everywhere. Do something.
Like what? What type of stickers?
The Matrix is real. TV is brainwashing. Name it. Vaccines are poison. Whatever you want,
Yeah.
man. Anything.
No, I'm gonna get an anti-vax
Anything's
t-shirt.
great. This is a
I've been on the
war.
camp.
Voice of
I've been on the
assistance.
campaign to
People want to judge. When my daughter was born, everybody around, like the doctors, the influencers, with fear, telling me, "Oh, you have to do this. If not, your daughter's gonna die." And they repeat it and repeat it. And I said, "Thanks for the offer, but no, thank you." Right? And I held strong. And I was scared. I was a little bit scared back then, but I was holding strong. And people were saying the same shit, and they were almost casting a spell on me, but I broke out of it. And now my daughter is super healthy, super happy, and their children are sick.
Yeah,
You still gotta do something, man. You gotta do something because it's like the future of our children and shit. This is reality. It's not disappearing. The more we ignore it, the worse it's getting. It's like this is all fucking actually valid.
No, everyone's been replaced with mass immigration in every country, so we got to be
People
aware of
need to
that.
wake up. We all know it. We all know it. And the only way is spelling it out A, B, C, D, E, F, G because you're so fucking dumb. And that's actually what we have to do. We have to become a little bit fucking stupid to fucking actually fix it. None of us want to be dumb. That's what the problem is.
See how stuff that don't need fixing is being broken and destroyed, like children? That they coming into this world looking good, everything looks good, perfect, and then they get, oh, we gotta do this to them. So if we allow that shit, yeah, we're gonna get what we deserve, I guess.
It's pedophiles, man. They're fucking pedos. These are little girls. We're disgusting little shit, man. It's disgusting. If I was a dude right now, I'd be pissed the fuck off about how they're making me feel about little girls. I'd be pissed the fuck off.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's how we get controlled through media. So when you try to do something as a man now, you get labeled. Don't you notice that?
What are you talking about? What do you even mean?
Well, when
what?
a man tries to do something now, they
Name
get attacked and
something.
shot down.
Doing what?
And in public circles, in politics, or in community.
But what do you mean? Doing what exactly? That's what I'm saying. Like, give me an example.
Okay, so if you try to be famous or try to move into politics, there's this instantaneous reaction by groups of people who will go after you, your reputation, or historically, or make up stories, or
Okay,
like
but
Donald Trump.
we're not talking
Donald
about
Trump's a good
people like that.
example.
We're talking about John Key, who was pulling little 10 and 12-year-old girls' little ponytails and shit in live videos. We're talking about Joe Biden, who's filling little fucking 6-year-old girls' breasts and shit.
Yeah,
that
and they
don't
put
even
it on the
go-
TV. Yeah, this is fucking weird.
We're
I get
talking
that.
about actual shit, man. We're not. No. I know what you're saying, but we're not talking about shit that ain't real. There's evidence. We've seen this shit.
I think vaccines is rape.
You know, like this is actually shit that's
Especially for
happening.
babies.
Like, if we want to ignore it, fine, but it's still happening, isn't it? It's like, no matter how much we look the other way, I've tried it. I know, okay? I've tried it. Okay, I'm going to spend a whole year pretending like none of this even exists. I'm going to just be happy. And you know what? It got worse. It didn't vanish.
Yeah, exactly.
It got fucking worse because I was ignoring the fucking problem that was right in front of my eyes. That God was going, you're the one who's supposed to notice this because everyone else is a dipshit. Sorry if you're surrounded by dipshits like me. That's reality, okay? But you're not a dipshit for a reason. So you probably should do something about it, like ASAP, because pedophiles are taking over the world, and one day that could be your kids, or might be your kids right now. So yeah. And even the worst father in the world can admit they still don't want some other dude being an asshole to their kid.
Yeah. Cultural.
It's that bad. It's so bad. It's like you can't just like stay inside and talk to people like you used to. Like, it's bad now. It's like get out and fucking have some signs and pass out some pamphlets and tell these stupid fuckwits and like shove them in the forehead if you have to. Like, hey, are you dumb? Are you thick? Are you stupid? Like, maybe you need to insult them because they're so dumb, but maybe it'll stick. Maybe, just maybe, it's better than just letting them wander around like stupid dipshits who just do what they're told. Because maybe they're being told, maybe they need to be told, but maybe they're being told by the wrong people. Maybe these people do need to be told. Okay? Maybe they're so dumb they actually can't think for themselves. But maybe if you give them the thought, they'll go, oh shit. Wow, yeah. Huh. I didn't think of that because I'm a stupid dipshit. But now that someone gave me a thought, I can think it. But you gotta do something. You can't just talk to people who believe the same shit. Like, this is what I'm doing, and I'm like, I'm hating myself because I used to go out there and I used to talk to people. This is what they want. They want us to just talk to each other because it does fuck all. Because we're all at a distance, and all we're doing is just talking to each other in this stupid little niched fucking, what do you even call that? Echo chamber. It's an echo chamber. You think what I think. Great. Let's all just think the same thing together. That does fuck
and then
all.
this is what happens. People form little cliques, and then they only like people in that environment. So yeah.
Echo chambers do fuck all. I vote every single one of us should do actually something in the actual fucking world publicly in the next week.
Okay. Well, do it tomorrow.
It's actually really ballsy. Like, I've actually gate crashed a political event once, and it was really scary. I just like, man, these guys are controlled opposition. I'm just gonna take over their shit. And another time during a protest, I was protesting the protesters. If you can even do that, if there's a protest happening, turn up and protest them. And when someone asks you why they're protesting them, tell them it's because if they were free, they wouldn't have to ask. And if they have to ask psychopaths, then they're clearly stupid as fuck. And so you're protesting how stupid they are. Okay? Fuck 'em. I've done that too. Protesters. Fuck 'em. Stupid, dumb cunts. Oh, you found out the truth and then you were still stupid? How stupid can you get? You're double stupid now. That's double fucking stupid. You were stupid once and now you're stupid twice? Holy shit. God. It's like, oh, the government lied to me. Oh, but I don't believe they lied to me about this thing, though. I'm not even going to investigate it. Like, are you dumb? God. Fucking stupid ass fucking people out there. What the fuck are we supposed to do about this shit? This is psycho.
The government lies. That's why I'm 4 times 5x vaccinated, because the government lies, you know.
What are we even expected to do about this shit, honestly? These people are so fucking retarded. I swear. It's so fucking absolutely insanely bad. Did we all used to be like that? I don't remember being that bad. I don't remember being that bad at all.
Well, the culture was that the government never intervened in people's lives at all.
I remember being happy and not even knowing I was happy when I was a child, and, you know, family members, and everything was so functional. And now it's a mess.
There's no family events. There's no family unions anymore. It's shit, eh? For everyone.
Yeah, everything used to be about family. Now it's gone.
I remember family barbecues and everyone's laughing, having a great time and talking about this shit and blah, blah, blah. And it's like great. Hanging out with your cousins and shit.
Just people getting together and doing things like just cooking together and seeing each other and just doing things together. It was amazing.
Yep. Man.
Now you can still do it, but everybody has this kind of like, borders, borders in their minds, and everybody has their own way of their own reality in their bubble. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
Yeah,
and if you say something that is near logical or make any sense at all, you're the crazy one.
People can't handle it. They can't handle it because for absolutely no reason they've been obeying strangers. Are you kidding me? They can't handle that. For absolutely no reason I've been listening to people who I've never met. Okay, Karen. You fucking psycho. You stupid fucking dipshit. All the rest of us were smoking dope where you were like, oh my god, I can't do it because it might make me happy.
Funny how the CBDCs in the dope, right, in the marijuana, now it's found out that it heals people with respiratory problems like COVID, right? Yeah. Oh, I'm having respiratory problems. Guess what? Smoke some weed or CBD oils and they get better, right? But for the last how many decades, we've been sending people to jail and having $1 trillion wars against people because they wanted to use weed, right? Cannabis. So we wouldn't have there wouldn't be no pandemic if there was no war against marijuana.
Did you know that human breast milk creates THC? I bet not. So there's a reason why they get young little babies straight on the cow powdered milk. Because
that is the original Happy Meal. Mother's breast, mother's milk. Yeah, is the original. It's the first. It's the original meal, the first meal. The original Happy Meal, because when babies see that thing, they get happy.
Literally, children en masse in the last 2 generations are massively deprived of breast milk. Like, insanely. To the
Yeah,
point
you
where
have
it's
these
become
mental
almost
cases
taboo. It's become
yelling at
taboo.
mothers by breastfeeding their children in public and calling them disgusting by doing that. Retarded parasites, mentally ill people.
Well,
No,
it's
there's
just,
no
it's just
discussing.
taboo.
There's
No,
the breast
it's
milk color, pure white. It's the same color as the opium that comes out of plants. The white
yeah,
liquid.
it's supposed to be
Isn't that
intimate.
weird too?
Okay. It's supposed to only appeal to certain. It's supposed to be intimate. Even children know this. If you've ever seen this, a 1-year-old child will get actually uncomfortable about being breastfed around other people. Okay?
Yeah, but if the baby's
It's
hungry
supposed to
and
be
mama
intimate.
is 10 miles from home, what is he gonna do? Walk 10 miles and then, okay, let's go
Yeah,
home
of
so I can
course.
feed you.
Of course, but there's not supposed to be some creepy guy who stands in the middle of the street just staring at him or something. You know what I mean?
No,
Like,
definitely, you do it privately. You do it. Mommy goes to, I don't know, to a corner, to a room, but she doesn't have to be shamed by breastfeeding the baby because people actually believe that breastfeeding is disgusting. That's the
yeah,
problem.
I mean, that's insane. Women are supposed to breastfeed men, even. This is why men want milk, milkshakes, ice creams, and shit like this. When they're grown men, they need milk. You're supposed to be getting milk and cheese and shit from your own mother, and then when you marry, you're supposed to get milk and cheese and shit from your wife. But they lie, make everyone feel fucked up about it, and then have you all addicted to cows. It's insane. It's another species.
Vaccinated cows. Vaccinated cows.
It's psycho. They're dirty, they're poopy, they have pus, they're bleeding, they're abused, they're put in paddocks all day, they're not even happy. It's like they make men feel fucked up about wanting human milk rather than cow's milk when cow's milk's like that.
Many of these cows never get to meet a bull. And how can they be happy cows if they never met a bull?
It's literally psycho. It's like interspecies breastfeeding. Okay? Cows don't feed sheep unless they're fucked up. Cows are literally breastfeeding humans. Come on, this is fucked up. Humans make milk.
But under the design of things, we can just throw the all of the milk out of, you know. I mean, there is mammals that can be donors to other mammals. Like, I mean, obviously, under the natural environment, everybody's gonna have their own kind's milk. I think that's what you're trying to refer, and I think that should be kind of like the correct way of doing it. But cow's milk is kind of like a universal donor for many other mammals. So
In a tragedy, yes, an absolute tragedy, where all female humans have been wiped out. Yes, cow's milk totally
that will be
makes sense.
definitely a tragedy.
But considering how many human females exist to this day who could produce human milk for humans,
It
I
is a
find it
common thing it was a common thing. I don't know about now, but other women breastfeeding other children, like other women's children, it was a pretty common thing.
That was
And
normal,
it's still
yeah.
done.
No, because human milk is actually, honestly, this is crazy. I know. Wait, human milk is for humans.
Wow, this
Crazy
is
ass.
some crazy news. Newsflash.
Oh, it's so mental. And cow's milk. Wait, this blew my mind when I found this out. Cow's milk is actually for cows.
Oh no.
I know. I was like, I felt like I went into an alternate reality. But then,
But under the design of things, I find, because we don't eat other people, right? I mean, we could, or we don't.
You know that. You don't know
you're
that.
going.
But
You're going. This is
I will say that the animal proteins, whatever, the fish, the fat, even though it's a different animal, whatever, it's another animal that you're consuming, it still has the building blocks for the body. Because I mean, I don't think it's just that we just gonna eat or drink from humans. I mean,
It's
I
like
don't think that's
What about
logical.
chocolate milk?
no, I think that's
Did you
normal.
hear about
Like
milk?
warm vanilla breast milk is actually that. You don't know what that actually tastes like. You don't know. You don't
I
even
do.
know.
I mean, not with the
No,
vanilla. I know how vanilla tastes like, but I know how mother's milk tastes like because
it's
I've tried it.
amazing.
Some people
It's
do.
like it's actually perfectly for humans. It's actually exactly designed how it should be. It's like
Yeah,
wow,
Chocolate milk
I
thing?
liked it.
Did you hear about the
almost
chocolate milk
like
thing?
Chocolate
it
milk?
was
What happened with the
exactly.
Chocolate
chocolate milk?
milk is the thing that where like chocolate, they put the chocolate in there because it's the last milk that comes out with like the most content of blood. So first they do
That doesn't make
strawberry,
sense.
after they do vanilla,
That's
strawberry,
not how it
then
works.
chocolate. Because strawberry covers up the first amount of blood. That's like the first, like not so much, coagulated, like not so dark. Doesn't make it so pink. Now the next one will be darker because it'll be so bloody of milk that they're like straining the cow's teeth and stuff. So like it's like actually getting blood in there. So they'll mix chocolate in there to sweeten it up and to darken it up so you can't tell. That's what I've heard. I was just asking if you heard the same thing.
Oh my god. I bought a coffee today, okay? I bought a coffee when I was out. I got soy milk. It's not even cow's milk, okay?
That's horrible.
But they used the same nozzle they used for the cow's milk, and I took a first little sip, and there was like this frothy cow milk bit to it. Ugh! I had to chuck it out. Oh god. Oh god, I thought I was gonna throw up. I've thrown up before. Oh, I can taste the cow. Oh, it's like literally like I'm sucking on a cow's tit. It is so gross. It is so gross. It's just so much. It's like, no, can't do it. Yucky, yucky.
Yeah, well, does the soy milk make you gaseous? Like makes you fart a lot or no?
No, absolutely, I do not fart at all. I don't even fart. It's fucking crazy. The only times
that
I
is
fart,
a crazy part, right? Like some people will get a reaction from certain milks, like soy milk, and it will be they will
milk
get
will
very
make you fart
gaseous, and
all
other
night
people
long.
don't, which is kind of crazy.
seriously,
milk
I
will
wish
make you
there was
fart.
a woman with nice vanilla milk that I could have. I would rather that than soy milk. I think men are crazy for not desperately wanting that instead of cow's milk. Like, I think you guys are weird. I would very much rather have some human milk.
That soybean milk or grass
Yeah, I
milk.
think you need a husband.
Maybe, hey, what if I'm like slowly tipping towards lesbian just because all these guys out here are like trannies now?
What do you mean all of these guys? There's gotta be a guy out there that you're not looking for the perfect guy, are you? Like, oh, that one has a crooked neck. That one has, I don't like his nails. This one, I don't like his hair. Yeah, you're not pointing to the guys like that, right?
If I can lift him up and he can't lift me up, I don't want him. Okay.
I'm pretty sure there's a bunch of guys out there that can lift you up. I'm almost certain.
Yeah, but what if? Okay. What if this? What if they're dumb as fuck?
Yeah, there's a bunch of dumb ones, but there's a lot of smart ones too.
At university, after they've been thoroughly brainwashed, is that what you're talking about?
So you're looking for a not vaccinated male. There might be some out there.
I need to find him in the wilderness.
Isn't that a good filter for good males? They say, "Hey, are you vaccinated?" No. Okay, I'm. You know.
I do that. And then they get all
That's a
triggered.
good filter. Are you up to date with your vaccines? Yeah, I have all 6 all 6 shots. Oh, okay, never mind. Bye.
You're overseas. You don't understand. No, you don't know. You are surrounded by actual men. In my country, they look like. My God, dude. No, you don't
What about
know.
evolution? What about the
It's
idea
so
that you're not
bad.
supposed to get sick because you have an immune system? And if your immune system evolves, how would you ever get sick? If it evolved from the things that you evolved from that were the germs that became the things that are you right now. So if you came from a piece of dirt, right, from every little thing from like grass, dirt, and all that shit, how could you even possibly get sick now? If you were all that shit, now you're eating that shit and you're getting sick? It doesn't make any sense, does it? So evolution really doesn't make any sense in that aspect. So you're eating yourself but you're getting sick. You're eating the very thing that made you up and you came from, supposedly, like a rock. If you ate some dirt, your cousin, right? Or if you ate a piece of grass, that'd be like great grandma Joe, or niece or nephew, right? Just saying, like, where does the idea of the immune system kick in at, actually?
Well, the immune system has a bunch of functions, and the natural flora that you get first from your mother, your father, your family, you do get that from them, and that builds your immune system. But today, the children are taken away, being given herbicides, pesticides, a bunch of chemicals that destroys the natural flora, and then they're introduced with bioweapons. And then people wonder why the children have a bunch of infections in the head, infections in the blood, infections in the organs, diabetes, all this shit. And yeah, you're injecting them with bioweapons. That's why.
You're infecting yourself. Okay, like back in the day, and sometimes people would get things, the body would go over in overdrive. What the body is doing is going in overdrive to kill the bad stuff. In return, it can go in overdrive and kill itself, because the immune system is so good that it'll fucking outdo the shit. And that's what happens when you get certain shit. Your immune system goes into overdrive and it'll kill you.
Yeah, you're supposed to have the natural flora that is supposed to be there helping the body get rid of the other diseases. You're supposed to have an army, but the army has been taken in a big percentage taken out and replaced with diseases. Because like I'm saying, the herbicides and all the shit they put in the children, and all the pathways that those chemicals open in the body, it dissolves some of the barriers that the body is supposed to have naturally to not allow certain things to go certain ways. But all that stuff is open up for these bioweapons.
So if you can trigger the body's immune system falsely, the body will make you sick. It's not really getting you sick. It's just trying to get rid of the bad shit. So
the bad shit that they inject the children with. Yeah.
Hold on a second. Like an oven, if you normally put it on 350. Well, we're normally on 350. And when we get sick, we want to go to 500, 600 to 1,000 degrees to cook off all that shit out of us. And then in return, we'll hurt ourselves. But it's really just our immune system protecting us. Like, a lot of people don't understand that. Like, some of those things that you get are your immune system. They're not really a thing that you're getting. It's just what happens.
It is a thing. The immune system definitely is trying to protect you, but since it's been hijacked and from the inside out, it's destroying a certain function because it's infected in a certain position, and it's producing something that is infected or not correctly, and the body is destroying that. But you still need that, but you need a clean version of it, not the infected version of it.
Right. We need to stop microdosing the wrong shit and always microdose the right shit. Like within nature, and if the doctors are making some wrong, just putting stuff together wrong, maybe, I don't know. It's just not right for us.
Hey, think about this. The word immunity, right? So a moon at twilight, possibly going out at that time when the moon is a T, could give you the immunity.
The sun and the moon the sun is a good disinfectant. So yeah, it helps with the immunity for sure.
Immune net, electricity, the electrical net, right? Because you heat up. We have a net around us, the internet.
Remember when they told you the sun causes disease? The opposite is true.
Unit. Immunity unit.
Immunity
unit.
The I am unit. No, but think about it though. Immunity. That is a good way to break it down.
The word moon is in there.
I just never did it with that one.
The word moon is in there, in that word, moon.
Yeah, but so is net and right? So like one of the FBI agents a long time ago, to put the UFOs to do whatever, or to do something like across the world, they put the Tesla grid, they put the Marconi grid, they put this other grid from this other dude. Supposedly got a Van Allen belt above that. All these human things, all these grid things and belts. Might just be strands of temperature everywhere and frequencies, Who knew?
Hey, who would have thought the flat nasty would be some shit that you would have bought?
But like a lot of times people be like, oh, is that the symptom of the sickness? Well, the symptom of the sickness was just the first part that got your body to like start reacting. And once your body reacted, now it's your immune system. And they'll say, well, they have a AID, autoimmune deficiency, right? What is that really about? I don't know. But just think about it. And the idea of electrical continuity, like you breathe air, it's electricity, your nose, your sight, your sound. You know, I'm going to say it again. It sounds like I'm a broken record, but I have to because it's true. So, like, if that's electrical, what else in the electrical field of what you're standing in can affect you? If everything that works your body or comes in has an electrical attribute about it at the end point, result, source, or outward, you see?
Hey, D-Mark.
Yeah.
All I know is that when I was a kid, my grandson used to get paid to watch kids playing video games.
Well, I played some video games when I was little, but I mean, it wasn't all I did, you know. But I played some.
When I was a child, I thought as a child and spoke as a child. When I became a man, I put childish ways behind me. Though we see but a poor reflection in a mirror, then we shall see face to face.
Well, there's a time and a place, kind of. You know
I'm
what I mean?
smoking. Yeah, I'm smoking on some Flat Earth Farms right now.
Uh-oh. Think about all the flowers and the weeds and the shit you got to cut down because some, like an apple tree, takes 2 years to do its thing. A grapevine takes what, 7 years? Like, think of all the plants that we've cut down because the government don't let them grow right, and it would take them 14 years to do their thing, or 100.
Hey, D-Mark, did you see the thing I just posted? They're saying 2 days ago, the Science Review posted a thing saying that they found dinosaur bones so big that when they try to transport them, it dismantled the car's fucking suspension, and the bone hit the street, and it was such a tough material that it cracked the concrete on the street or the asphalt. I'm not bullshitting you. It's in the Science Journal, dude. This shit's ridiculous, huh? They're just clowning us, bro. You know what I mean?
Well, didn't that happen on the Flintstones? He got a Stegosaurus thing out the fucking drive-through, and they knocked his car over and cracked the cement. And then from the courtesy of Fred's 2 feet. But check that out. You can walk around the world, but they tell you need a rocket to orbit around the ball. All these things, though. I mean, not even that it's a ball. Just saying the idea, you know. Hey, guy, you can walk from point A back to point A. Now, why do you need a rocket to do that? And the rocket can't even do that. I mean, I just find it weird. They say you got to go a certain speed to go in orbit. Well, then how is everybody flying from point to point on the ball? If you're flying from one point and going another place on the ball, and you're in the air, isn't that orbit? Isn't that the very definition of
Hey,
orbiting the ball?
Demok. Hey, Demok.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone asked. I was wondering. I think there was a beautiful New Zealand woman talking earlier. I think her name was Artemis. Absolutely beautiful woman. And what I've heard is she's a flat earther.
Wow.
Well, Apocryphin, how often do you meet a beautiful flat earther woman?
Right.
Not
Well,
often. Not
I don't know.
Every day, he says, Demo.
It's supposed to be every day, is what I said. It's supposed
Right,
to be.
right. Because
Well, I think it is. No, but I think it still is.
Everybody's on the flat earth, so that makes sense.
Exactly. I think every day we're meeting beautiful flat earth women, but they just don't know it.
Right, exactly. Hey, do you all know who KJ11 is?
is?
Who's that?
Like, she's crazy in the mind, but she's beautiful, bro.
I know her. Why? What about her?
She sent me her photo, bro. Hey, she's beautiful, bro, but she's crazy in the mind. That's for sure.
Bro,
Beautiful.
Apocryphine, send me the photo. Send me the photo.
Wait, she sent you a photo?
Yeah,
Apocryphine.
she's fucking. She's
What-
beautiful, bro.
What race is she,
sent,
bro?
Oi, Apocryphine. She sent you
She's
tit
black.
pics.
She's black.
Yeah.
She sent you
me
tit
fucking
pics, bro.
pictures. She's black.
Apocryphine,
Yo,
send me these photos.
Nah. I can't do it like that, bro. I don't get it
He's
like
so
that.
crazy.
Send me these photos, bro, and I'll forward them. I'll forward them to Flatter Day Saints.
No. That's not cool. That's not cool. She sent me
that's all
some, dude. She's hot, bro, and she's thick, bro. She got all that. Bro.
Yes!
Hey, bro. Yo, she's
You know
hot,
what's
bro.
up, bro. And she's
Ain't
a
gonna lie,
fatty.
bro.
She's a fatty.
Yeah.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, that's good.
All right. Hey, but real talk. Hold on. I'm trying to. I'm dry. These guys. Did you? Oh my gosh, these
Mate,
fucking idiots, bro.
You're driving out in the US somewhere, out in Texas. So, Apocryphine, you're in North America.
Yeah, I'm California, bro.
What time's it out there for you, man?
I talked to you before. It's 7:14. I'm on my way to a doctor's appointment, bro.
Wow,
Why do all the guys from California, all the flat earthers from California, have their names in all capital letters? What's up with that shit?
You know what I mean?
Flatter Day, you're a Californian as well.
Flat out a black swan, dog.
Hey, Flatter, you jump over for gems, right? I'm down with those motherfuckers,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah.
I'm
I told him I was flat out a black swan, bro.
Bro, you guys are still speaking to them cunts over at James. I left months ago, man. I was done months ago, mate. Don't even get fucking bothered. Literally, mate. I was on the YouTube having a look, and I'm listening, and there's some fucking bullshit cunt. He called him Emperor of Australia or some fucking rubbish. And I'm having a look, and I had to join. I'm like thinking, am I going to curse this cunt? Am I going to say over the chat, this cunt can go get fucked? Because he was having a go at my boy, Fusely Jerry. These cunts over in Gems, they're talking nonsense, mate.
There's no point in talking to them. They won't even understand.
There's no point, Emma.
They don't understand what grounds are. They just don't understand anything.
Exactly, Demok. They're completely out of their mind. So that's why I was thinking of joining and just fucking cursing the cunt, right? Demok, we could go in there and absolutely obliterate these cunts over at James. Apocryphy.
Hey, Flatter Day Saints and Vanu, I'm gonna post a link. I want y'all to join. This is an exclusive, only truthers fucking asylum. I have another asylum for ballers, but I only want truthers in this one, bro. I posted it, so I hope y'all join. Real talk.
All right.
I don't want no fakies, bro. You know what I mean? I don't want no, some whack fools, bro. I want only real good. I built 2 different asylums. One for people that, get the truth, and then another of those that don't get the truth. You know what I mean? Like, so.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I'm fucking down with it, bro. Fuck yeah. I'm in with it.
Cool. All right. Join that shit.
Which one are you,
bro?
Right, we all know.
No. That's the question you ask after you're done. You're like,
hey, Flatter Day Saints, you gotta join it. Flatter Day Saints, you gotta
Well,
join it.
Demok, you got to ask yourself, mate. You know that you're the brightest of the bunch, don't you? Think about everyone around you. You know what reality is, Demok. Everyone.
Hey, D-Mog drops gems, bro. D-Mog drops those gems on people, bro. Like, real talk, he fucking logic all day, every day, bro.
Well, that's the thing. But I think he also speaks.
Of us, bro.
Yeah, man, I agree with you. But I think he also speaks in riddles, and it's sometimes hard to understand. But you got to pay a bit of attention. And he's probably the smartest person you've ever heard.
Exactly. Because he's dropping too much knowledge on these people, bro. They can't even comprehend, and they just fucking write them off as crazy. Real talk.
Yep. No, that's good. Demok, absolute legend. He's up there for sure with Pete and Jin, he's a good fella.
Yeah. It's
Definitely.
always the one. Hey, check it out. One thing I learned a long time ago: whoever the consensus is demonizing and breaking down are the ones you should listen to. Hands down.
Oh, definitely. And Smurf has posted a picture image here, actually, that I think completely relates to what you're talking to. So, or what you're talking about, sorry. So it depicts these wavelengths and the human distortion, right?
All right.
And think about people like Demok. He's giving off this energy that you have to be enlightened to understand, almost, right?
Right. This is why we he may not know it, but a lot of people hold him in high regard. Not because he's causing good entertainment, but because he has the best fucking arguments in a lot of different fucking situations. And we all respect that. Real talk.
Yeah, Demok, what do you think about this, mate?
What?
Mate, we're talking about how much we love you.
That's right.
I don't know.
He's used to it. He's apocryphon. He's used to it.
Stop being so modest.
He's heard it every day of the week.
I appreciate it. I mean, shit, you know.
Yeah, you're right, mate. You're right, mate. Well, that's a Demok, you know, especially I play lots of video games, right? And then when people say, wow, this guy's so good at the game, I instantly become self-conscious and then
I'll be back,
don't
guys.
do so good at the game. So maybe I think this is the vibe Demok has here. Demok doesn't like being complimented.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, see you, mate.
See you.
Yeah, so I think I figured Demok out. He's had enough of it. He's just here to spread information. He's not here for the
Discord.
He's not here for the old Roman way of hierarchy. He's here for the old Nordic hierarchy. I reckon he's here just to, be the man. No. Line of yarn, mate. Yeah, Demok, mate. You're right.
Viking men are hot.
Artemis, how are you going?
I'm thinking about Viking men all day today, and you said Nordic men. I instantly thought about Viking men and how hot they are. It's like chopping wood and
Viking men being hot. Okay, you should see photos of Demok. He's got a bigger moustache than me own, and not only that, he looks like a bloody legend. You should see his photo. He's a Nordic man. Actually, he's not Nordic. I'd say he's more Celtic. I reckon he's like French Celt, more like Gaulish. I don't know. Yeah.
I'm Celtic.
Where have you been? You're Celtic. I can tell you're from New Zealand, so you're probably more Scottish.
Oh, you little darling. No, I'm from Ireland originally.
You're from Ireland. Well, that's good. That's beautiful. I could tell. I could absolutely tell this. No, absolutely beautiful. I've been saying this. I joined this server, right? And I heard you talking earlier, and I'm saying, fucking give me voice channel access so I can speak. Oh, anyway, that's amazing.
And sometimes it is a little bit of a riddle. You're right, but that's just the way life. That's the way life hands it to you sometimes. You know.
All life is a riddle, Demok.
Is flattery the #1 tool of the devil?
What's this? What are you saying?
No. It's a helper.
Okay. It's something I read in a Masonic textbook once when I was like researching what they were doing to me. And it was like commonly flattery, So like now when I hear flattery, it's like, I'm not sure. But it's like weird because then I think I should be flattered versus a TV watching imbecile. You know what I mean? Obviously. But then when I am, I'm like, oh my God. is that a tool, a weaponry of Freemasonic fucking fuckwitties? You know?
Yeah. Get you on their side, buddy. I mean, it's okay to like
Exactly.
have someone be like,
Sure.
right, but now if you do something that's like a good thing of work, that's like an attribute of like, okay, you did that, and we want to do something like that. They want to mimic you. Now, mimicking is okay, but flattery is different. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To mimic you is the ultimate form of like, you know, like if you're building something and everybody starts building that too. That's how the world's supposed to work. You're supposed to go together in unison to like make shit better. But like, oh, I like this over that, over this, over that, over this, over that, over this, over that. Where are you ever gonna go with that shit? And then like they try to get close to you by doing that, like in prison. Oh man, this cool dude's cool. This dude's cool. This dude's cool. You be cool with the dude. 2 days later, dude will beat you up. The one that was hyping you up. It's weird. Like yeah, so it's a tool to use against you too. Yeah.
Well, Demok, have you been in prison?
No, I just know how things go. I just know how people manipulate people, like the government. They'll be like, "Oh yeah, vote for me," and this and this. They're basically kissing your butt. And then once you do that, and they get in their spot, they're like, "F you." Same as prison. Everything follows those rules in nature. Kill or be killed, destroy or destroy. Like get over on it. Like that's what they do.
Well, I don't necessarily believe that to be true. Actually, there is,
not everybody. Not everybody, just a certain entity of people. They take from you everything and they give nothing. That's what they do. They
well,
always
exactly.
have,
That's a certain entity of people. We're thinking about me and you, Demok. How much do you give to the people around you?
Well,
you probably, Demok, you probably give, exactly. You give everything, Demok, and you take nothing. Is that correct?
Pretty much.
That is pretty much correct. And I know this because every flat earther has a soul or a heart of, you know, you name it.
Aww.
Something beautiful.
Aww.
But it's honest. Think about this. Artemis, even you too. You give everything. And what do you take?
Are you trying to say that Globers don't have any heart?
Well, I'm going to talk to you, Elasma. You take everything. And how much have you given in the last week?
From me? Do I take it? What have I done? What have I done?
You're a globe, mate. You think we live in a globe, man?
In
2020, Elasma, sorry, mate. In 2023, you still think we live on a spinning ball? I'm not going to get into this.
I'm stupid.
Do have a heart,
I'm
but they
dumb,
don't have a soul.
I'm dumb.
There's a difference.
I am. I'm an idiot. I don't understand anything. So
Hey, man. I'm just fucking with you, but I can see you have a good heart, so I'm not going to.
Yeah, Globers have hearts. They don't have souls. That's the difference.
Oh, well, there is a relationship. There is a relationship.
They just got to look past the mysticism of the David Copperfield TV propaganda magic. I mean, it's strong. It's like 75%, man. It's 75 through that TV box. 75% of reality is perceived. When it's supposed to be outside, 99%. The TV box, 1%. It's supposed to be the other way around, but now it's TV box 99%, outside 1%.
I don't even have a TV. I've not had a TV at home for 12 years.
You're not you, then that's not you. You're not the one I'm talking about. Then the people, you know what I'm talking about. The little kids with the tablets at 3, not because, why not? I mean, if there's 100 million tablets everywhere.
Well, I'll tell you something I think really sad. Like, when you go on a public bus and a public train or something, and you see everyone is down on the screens and no one talks to each other anymore. And I think that's very sad, and it's actually very dangerous as well, because it's disconnecting us from each other.
100%, that's what I'm talking about. But don't get me wrong, it's not bad to connect with each other, but it shouldn't be the end all be all of looking at a screen. Yeah.
Exactly. That's the thing, though. It's not bad to connect, but the problem is that people are completely disconnected. No one talks to anyone anymore. Bro, I said hi to someone the other day, when just random person, and they looked at me as if I'd offered them poison or something. I just said hi.
What a weirdo.
Your opinion of what they were doing, they might have just been startled because a person said hi to them that, you know, normally didn't say hi to them or something like, oh, okay, that's news. You know what I mean? Their thought might not have been nothing bad. They just might have been like, oh, okay, that's new, you know.
That's new.
I mean, you know, it could have been a bad. They could have been disgusted, but unless you have a mind reading thing, you know, that's the thing, right? Like nobody really. I mean, do we really have a mind reading ability to when we look at other people, like to really know? Does anybody really know? We got all these we's, right? When people are talking about people, and they put everybody in a group, and I know pretty much everybody's going to breathe or die or, you know, the same functions. So that all has to fall in the same category, right? So other things do too. They just have to. Like people have hair, people go bald. You know what I mean? These are just facts. So people, and then the next sentences will be facts. But a lot of people won't like to hear that. But it'll be a fact. I mean, they try to say you're so different, but really, are you so different? If you're all human, are you so different? Sure, opinions, ideas, favorite colors and stuff, yeah. But like, so at the end of the day, why would people go against each other? Does that make any sense? There's enough of everything to always go around. The idea is that there's not. No matter what you can think of, there's enough to go around. Plus some. And if the word evolution is true, then every rock you're standing on has every big dinosaur bone. It has every cousin, every uncle, every mom, every dad that anybody's ever had is still in that rock. Getting ready to come back again.
Dinosaurs are fake.
I did hear.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I love dinosaurs. I really love the Jurassic Park movies. But they're still fake, okay? I'm sorry.
It's not to say there couldn't have been big chickens or big birds or big something, you know. I mean, like, I don't know.
Yeah, not all dinosaurs are fake necessarily.
What would you
Not
say these fossils
necessarily.
are that are finding?
I checked. I rang them all. They're all made out of plaster. They're from molds. None of them are even real. I checked. I did. I actually did it.
It's when you go for an exhibition at the museum, they don't actually put the real ones up for display because they get ruined. They have them in like what they called, like climate chambers. They're called.
Over
Hold on a
century
second.
burning
You
fossil
gotta get down.
fuels.
You guys are
Over a
skipping a point.
century.
Yeah,
Over a century burning fossil fuels, and there still ain't no shortages.
Hold on, listen. You're skipping a whole process like that right there. The fossil fuel thing, yeah, that's not cool. There's also, like, if you're in the dirt and you're sweeping away stuff in the dirt and you got your little makeup brush and you're sweeping away the stuff and you're sweeping away the bone, you're sweeping away the walls, you're sweeping away the old metal shields and all this stuff with your little makeup brush. How are you pulling a bone out of that? How are you pulling quadrillion-year bones out of dirt that you're sweeping away with your, and it's a part of that dirt you're sweeping away? How are you going to touch a bone and transport a bone of dirt? Have you seen the old turds they have that are like millions of years old supposedly? Have you seen those?
Yeah, because they crystallize, because there's carbon in it, because life forms have carbon in it, and carbon crystallizes over time.
So if they had a crystallized bone that was huge, and if you and I could touch it but not hurt it, you don't think they would put that behind glass on display somewhere?
I'm not on about bone, bro. I thought you meant like the big shits they're finding, like the big dinosaur poo.
Oh, the poo. Okay, yeah, gotcha. I'm just making sure we're on the same page, because I thought the bones broke down into the dirt. The last time I checked.
Well, they do. They do usually. I mean, listen, I'm not saying that I'm an expert, bro. All I'm saying is, and I don't know if I 100% believe in the fossils. All I'm saying is I know that it requires very, very, very specific conditions for fossils to form. It's like, it's basically very, very rare. And the reason why we find so many is because... Pardon?
Yeah, it's called the liquefaction or petrification. Liquefaction
exactly.
happens when you have high pressure, low oxygen, and water and mud. You know, you get these fossils. But most of these fossils are from one giant cataclysm. The AKA the Great Flood. And some people don't believe in dinosaurs. I mean, I understand that when you go to the Smithsonian Museum, all the dinosaurs on display are fake. They're props. They're not legitimate bones. They couldn't be. Even the weights of the original bones are insanely heavy. You couldn't just prop them up like that. Even with wires, you can't just prop them up.
Right. What about the whale bones, the bones from the ocean we haven't even got yet? Okay, so like they say there's a flood, right? But then we have a big part of the world, supposedly, wink, wink, 73%, 72% water. That's everything. That's the whole earth flooded right now, every day, all day. Flooded. On a flooded ball, if you ask me. So if only 20% of it's dirt, and the
You
rest
said a
of it's
ball?
flooded.
I thought you were a flat earther.
Hold on, man. Hold on. In your school book, what did they tell you you're on? I'm going by mainstream right now.
All right, just wondering, because I don't really know you like that, so I'll just go ahead.
73%. That's mainstream. That's not flat Earth math. Flat Earth math is I don't know how much water. I don't know how much land. Okay, there's flat Earth math for you. We don't know. So in reality, on a supposed globe, we're drowned anyway. We're flooded on a ball. I'm just trying to explain something to you guys. 73% water is covered on a ball. Doesn't that mean it's flooded? If only 20% is dry, wouldn't we be on a flooded ball right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so under that water, all these bones, do they have to be dinosaur bones? Could they be a big squid? Could they be a big whale? Could they be a lot of things?
Yeah,
Who knows?
all that. You have giant orangutans, giant penguins, giant mammoths, giant everything, bro. Basically, every animal that you see today, they had a giant counterpart, primal counterpart, right? And I believe that we had a greater diversity of animals, greater diversity of species, and with time, animals have gone extinct, reptiles have gone extinct, and these giant reptiles did exist but have gone extinct, like many
You
other
can get
animals.
fatter and bigger. Yeah, you can get fatter and bigger, like the little puppy, the one that gets all the stuff. Don't he get bigger than the other ones? And then you got the little run over to the side. Don't count the run out, but I'm just saying, like, doesn't one get bigger and bigger and bigger? So say all kinds of say evolution is just something gaining size or losing size. How about that? That'd be funny, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it looks to me that what we have is de-evolution. I was talking about this last night, and creatures are de-evolving. Every generation, their DNA is more corrupt and more corrupt. There's more genetic mutations.
I agree with this. It does definitely look like, even with humans, especially with humans, it looked like we were created perfect, and then since then we have fallen, so to speak.
You know what it's called? Not evolution, intellution. Intelligent. Smart. Like plants and stuff. They can evolve. Like the idea or whatever, but it's not the way they say. Because it is intelligent. It's not a non-intelligent, just an action reaction. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. It can't be that. You can't have the action or the reaction without an intelligent force to push that. To make it. Yeah.
No, I'm saying before the term dinosaur was coined in the 1800s, they were known as giant lizards, dragons. Every culture in history talks about dragons, talks about these giant lizards, going all the way back to Babylon. Even who was his name? He had a pet dragon, bro, whether you believe it or not. His name was I forget his name. And one of the kings of Babylon had a pet dragon, bro, on a leash. Legit.
Well, was it a big ass fucking? I'm sorry. Was it a big like crocodile or alligator that was like?
No, bro. It was legit. They even have petroglyphs in Babylon to this day of what looks like to be a brontosaurus, bro. a brontosaurus. They
Oh,
have
okay,
a Sagittarius. These things are thousands of years old.
dinosaurs were like that. Some of those things were real, like a triceratops or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Like some of the ones we have, not like a fucking rhino. We got a rhino today. So I mean, triceratops ain't
You
far off
guys
from
know
a
what the
rhino.
closest ancestors to dinosaurs are today? A lot of people think that it's like lizards or something, but the closest
Birds.
ancestors to dinosaurs today are birds. Yes, exactly.
But that's not true either, though. That's not true.
Yeah, we don't know
But
that.
they have the
They
same
had
skeletal
They
structure.
look like a bird, feathers, they lay eggs and shit. It probably could
birds
be a
are birds and
The thing
dinosaurs are
with
dinosaurs,
dinosaurs,
bro.
they actually believe that dinosaurs might actually have had feathers because the scientists, this
They
thing
did.
about them being like lizards, is they don't actually
Right.
know if that's true.
No, they
No,
did
but
have
listen to
feathers.
this. Hold on, listen. Here's something you're forgetting. Every landmass has some creepy ass animal somebody's afraid of, and you got liars. You got people that cry wolf. You got people that tell the truth versus the liars. So in between the truth teller that told you what they saw and the liar, there might be a big thing there, but it might not be the way the liar described. It might not be 100% the way the truth person remembers. So all these attributes of everything, like, oh, I had a flood. Well, you had one there, but today I live in the desert, so I didn't have that flood. You did, but I didn't. Yeah, I didn't have a monkey. You did. I had a lion. Like, I didn't have this. You did. An emu chased you in Australia and won the war. You know, you're terrified of birds. So that would have been a dinosaur if it would have been a big enough bird. Oh my God, it was big. It came at us. It was chopping, killing everything. You know, trying to eat us. You know, whatever. What the fuck? Without you being the one making the story up, you don't really know exactly what they were looking at and where they got that drawing from. Because, like, we'll have Bigfoot and everything else. People say, oh, Bigfoot, this and that. But does anybody have one? No. But does anybody not have one? No, because we have big apes everywhere. There's a big conundrum going on. Like, oh, Bigfoot's mysterious, magical, non existent, but we have big apes in a zoo. I don't understand.
Oh, by the
What are
way,
you talking about?
Nebuchadnezzar was the king I was talking about. He had a pet dragon, dude.
Yeah, but was he real? Was
Yeah,
he as fake as a pet dragon?
Yeah, he was definitely real, bro.
He was definitely real.
I believe so. Yeah, he's recorded in both the Sumerian text and in the Hebrew text as being a real king of Babylon. After Nimrod, though, after the fall of Babel, way later. At the time of Daniel the prophet, Nebuchadnezzar was king of Babylon.
How do you get to be the king of Babylon? How do you control billions of people?
Through your paternal lineage. So Nebuchadnezzar was related to Nimrod through blood.
Hold on. So you're telling me all these people are like, man, I woke up today and I just feel like being a slave because this dude's born from Bobby Joe Sue and I'm born from Betty Joe Sue and I'm just worthless and he's just the best. What does that even mean? How does that? What do you mean lineage? Some dude you met? Lineage of what?
Well,
it's
if you
weird
read in the
because
ancient account,
go ahead.
If you read what it says that kingdom descended from heaven, i.e., that basically it was appointed by the divine. That's what it says in all the ancient texts.
I agree,
What guy
and
wrote that?
it sounds
nobody
crazy,
truly
but
wrote it.
all kings are appointed. All rulers are appointed by the Most High Yah, even if they seem crooked and tyrannical. All rulers are appointed by the Most High Yah.
How does that make sense if it's a guy that keeps writing it, and the guy that keeps writing it is of that family? He is the lineage you're talking about. So if I'm the guy that keeps writing a story about my family and then fuck yours, like, what do you mean? What do you even mean?
We don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against principalities in high
No,
places
you
in the
do fight
spiritual realm.
against. No.
So
That's
what you see
exactly
happening,
backwards.
right? The
That's the
puppeteers.
opposite.
Hold on, the
That's the
puppeteers that you
opposite of
see.
what's going on
Hold
in
on, let me
reality,
just
brother.
explain this. You don't have to believe it, but the
No,
puppeteers
it's
are
not
not
true.
flesh and blood; they're spiritual.
You
So
shouldn't
yeah, you
believe
have the
anything.
shadow government and you have the people behind the scenes controlling governments, right? But above them, when you really look at the Illuminati pyramid, bro, when you go to the eye of the pyramid, it's the spiritual kingdom that are through the veil that are pulling the strings in our world. It's not.
What?
It's not the right. Yeah.
What?
Even in the gospel in chapter 19 of John, it says that
blood, dude. It is pedophilia. It is porn. It is money. It is corruption. It is power. Absolute power. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. Everybody who writes something down that writes themselves to be down. If I put my name in that tablet, dude, that's absolute power. Now what? Everybody that you see with that name is like, oh my God, that name's in the Bible. That person has that name. Now what? Now what? They got some magical attribute now? What does that even mean?
It's beyond us, bro. But even Jesus himself said in chapter 19, when he was speaking to Pilate, that the reason that Pilate's in the position that he's in isn't because of anything he did. It's because of the puppeteers in the spiritual realms.
Well, yeah, but that happened way back when to that guy. I never met that guy, and I don't know the guys he's talking about, and I never met Nebuchadnezzar. So, like, as soon as I meet these people, maybe I could write the same story. But until then, I'm not going to make up anything. I don't have to believe anything that some guy wrote that you keep or anybody keeps saying come from somewhere else but the guy. It came from dudes that wrote it, trying to protect their self, saying, oh, if I don't put myself as king in this thing and make it the believable thing, then I'm going to be killed by everybody else just like anybody else.
But
because I'm feeble by
things
myself.
didn't came out of randomness, right? There is a structure to things. There is
kill, steal, and destroy.
There is a mother and father, right? Before then, there's a child,
nature.
and we cannot continue that stuff. There is a structure to things, right? And
nature, not
in a family, in a community, you always have like a king, like a leader. You do have
there's
a
flesh and blood. No, you don't. You have a mom and a dad and a grandma and a grandpa. You don't have a fucking king anything. A king is a liar. A king is no one. A king is not related to you. If you are related to the king, you guys might as well go have your fun. Let him have all of you that he wants, because you're the one related to blood tied to owe him, not me. I don't know that dude.
But if, let's say
I'm
you
my
have
own king.
yourself, you have
You're
a big
your own
property.
king.
You are the father of the children, and they look up to you. You kind of like the leader of that little bubble. You are the leader of that bubble, right? And then there's
Right, but
other
I'm
leaders
no
that
king.
have a
Everyone has
bigger
free will. They can stab me in the back, and I can cry about it. I don't rule them. I don't own them. I just love them, and they love me. There's no
Wait,
king
children don't
anything.
need
It's not about money. It's not about belief. It's not about science. It's about live, help live, and live. No debt, no wrong, live, help live.
You
No
need a
wrong,
father and a
no
mother.
debt, no wrong. No such thing. There's no such thing as bad energy. There's no such thing as bad information. So how can there be a such thing as wrong?
There's
You
no
live,
such
you
thing
do,
as
you don't.
bad information.
You do or you don't, man. It do what it do or it don't. That's what else you got. And you're saying not flesh and blood. Who else you met that ain't flesh and blood? Where you meeting all these principalities at? Can you
Who
shake
said
a
no flesh and blood?
principality's hand? Can you shake a principality's hand? I'm gonna ask you, please.
Are you sure you're talking to the same guy or something? Because
I'm
you're saying
talking to
things that I
everybody
get.
in the room.
I
I'm
think he's
pretty
talking to me.
sure on it. What?
No,
Hold
the
on.
thing is, bro.
Stop separating yourself. Hold on. Apparently, I'm just talking to you, guy.
What do you mean? No, sorry. I'm gonna answer your question.
I don't pick anybody out. I'm talking to everyone when I talk.
All right. Calm down. You calm
There
down.
is flesh. There
You're
is
not
flesh.
letting anybody speak, bruh.
I've never been the same as when I started.
Okay,
You
you
calm
need to
down.
stop.
Denmark, you gotta let people
If
respond.
you don't let anybody
Well, he
else
can, but
speak,
he won't shut up.
Yeah, you know what? You're muted for the rest of the day. I'm not unmuting you. I mean, it's you can't have a conversation. This is just
No, look,
it's
I say we give him a chance, but look, Denmark, here's the deal, man. Like, we get you have a passionate opinion about this or whatever, but you have to let other people respond, or it's just impossible to listen to, man.
I'm just saying that
I'm trying to mod, and he can't even. I'm trying to mod, and he can't even let a mod speak. I had to mute him so were able to hear with it.
Yeah, that's just all
There was 5 of you talking. 5 of you. Wixie came in after 2 or 3 of you. And you're all talking over each other when I came in here. Everybody. Listen, now you're doing it right now. I can't even tell you anything, dude. Calm down yourself. That's what I'm trying to tell you, mod guy. Fuck. You can say whatever.
Yikes. But there's definitely such thing as bad energy, man. Like certain frequencies degrade cells. So.
And bad information, like if you keep telling your children or yourself the wrong information, bad information, there is such a thing. I mean, you make statements of the mind and you have a certain mindset and you state that stuff, that information, you can make things, you can do things that are bad. Keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, you know how they say we're all made of atoms and that atoms are 99.99999% empty space? That would mean if you took all the empty space out of everyone's atoms, you could fit all 8 billion people inside of a sugar cube.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Well,
atoms that are 99.9999% empty space. But you know what's so funny is like there may be some truth to that. Not the whole atom thing, but atoms are actually just toroids, right? And basically what that would mean is that we're all just etheric, and matter itself is just a version of light, because light is just a version of the ether as well, meaning that we're all the same thing, but just different frequencies. I mean, that's kind of deep, honestly, but in that understanding, if you were to match the frequency of matter, you could go through it.
That's exactly what I believe. And everything is the same, built from the same thing. It's just differently vibrating energy.
there is a structure in place, right? And there is a setting in place that is set for certain functions to happen. I mean, if you throw all the rocks and all the water and all the stuff, you just throw it in the build, and you don't add the information, what is that stuff gonna do? Is it gonna do anything? The frequency, what you're saying, I think it's part of the equation. It's not gonna function just by itself. All the material.
You know what's funny though is I'm using a materialistic paradigm against itself. So if any of these materialists that believe in atoms would love to explain to me how that's incorrect, I'd love to hear it, because if material is correct and you guys believe that everything's made of space, so if I took the empty space out of every atom inside of people, then I could put all 8 billion people inside a sugar cube. So we got any materialistic rebuttals? Because your own materialistic paradigm tells you that everything is like etheric. It's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, some of that thinking and talking about the globe, when you actually think about it, it's like destructive even for the mind. Even thinking about that stuff and repeating it, I don't find it too good for anybody. That's probably why they push it so much, because that's the whole goal. Bad information, bad programming.
All right, Dima, did you calm your ass down?
Yeah, you stopping talking over me? I'm saying flesh and blood is what you do fight against. That's all I have to say. You haven't met anything but trying to hold you down.
But the flesh and blood is being run. It's not like the flesh and blood is doing things by itself, is it?
What does that mean? Not by itself. What does that mean? Remotely?
I mean, the flesh and blood. I mean, I'm a flesh and blood, and I could decide to operate this vehicle in a certain manner that is safe to do so, or I could drive it in a different manner that I can hurt someone, or take from someone, or do that kind of stuff, right? And they're gonna meet the flesh and blood that are gonna, hey, you shouldn't be doing that, but it's not just the flesh and blood, right?
Well, apparently it is. What else is it?
A spirit. You don't believe in the spirit anymore?
No,
It's the
what is it?
energy inside. It's the energy that actually fills our physical vessel. So there's actually just an energetic makeup in which we make up our mind, our consciousness, not just material. Actually, you can prove this by even looking at the synapses inside of your brain whenever you make certain decisions or have spiritual interaction or experience. And yeah, it's just light. Basically, just what people call waves. Light waves just come from your brain as you think. So, what is thought? What is the mind? It's light. What is light? Is light material? No. So, we're actually comprised of light, which is energy. So, we're not just our material flesh and blood.
So since we're not material flesh and blood, and frequencies control us, and there's no such thing as free will, right? So if you're controlled by principalities of frequency that you can't control, you don't know what it's going to do. Like you as a guy or flesh, he said he's going to do what he feels like doing, good or bad, which is really what we see in reality. And then you have the idea that some kind of master controller box, electrical switch, so that's not free will, is going to have principalities or ideally energies or frequencies that you can't contend with, making people do bad stuff. So
But
that's
aren't you the principle of that body? Like you are the principle of your body. You are
I
a
don't know what a
principality.
principle. So if you are it, then where'd it come from?
Well, it must have a source, no? Beginning.
Why can't you be your own source for you?
I mean, I know I came out of my mother, and
Right.
mother. Know that much. Well, that's what they told me, but I saw it happening for my children, so it's pretty safe to say, yep, that's the way it happened to me,
So
at least.
mom and dad, flesh and blood, not a principality, is what we come from, right?
Well,
That's
no,
what
but
we see.
there was a light. There's a light though at the time of conception. Like that's what I'm trying to say. Do you think we're just flesh and blood? Because we're not. We're pretty clearly made up of energy inside the flesh and blood.
I'd say shine a light and make a person. Let's go.
Oh,
Let's
man.
do this.
I'm not God. I'm
Can
not
we
God.
stop making shit up? Yeah, I know that's funny, but you act like you are. You say weird stuff like you would be saying light's doing something that you can't defend the attribute or back the claim of. So I mean, it's just weird, right? So we
Yeah,
have
I can't.
flesh and
Do you want to bet on
hold
it?
on. Do you want to talk over me, or you want me to let me finish 3 seconds? We are flesh and blood. That is what we come from, a mom, a dad, and that's all we see. Do you have anything other than that?
Yes, you said shine a light and do something. What is the sun doing? What is the light that
I
is
don't
being
know what's
shining
the
to this
sun.
system doing?
Now here goes a
So,
bunch of questions you're asking me, God, guys. I thought you had the Bible. I don't write Bibles.
no, I don't
just
have a
see what I
Bible.
see. The sun is what I
Hey, man.
see. Hey man, you want to talk over me, everybody? Listen,
I
I'm
was in the
telling you
middle of
my
my
thought.
sentence
If
when
you
you
want to know
started
my
speaking.
thought or your own thought, do you want to rewrite your own thought to yourself? I think you do that enough, right? You get enough people that agree
You
with
gotta
you,
chill,
right?
man.
So I'm gonna disagree with you. I am chill. You
No,
chill.
I don't have a lot of
Being
people that
said,
No,
me and
I'm
I
trying to have a
disagree
No,
good
I
with
don't.
you, and you
conversation,
don't
man.
have a demonstration. Why are you talking over me? I can't even get done my sentence.
Did you
Talk
I
vote
don't have
stop?
right,
people that agree with
Mr.
me.
Glad Mod, Magic Mod guy, who especially doesn't talk over anybody ever. Now shut the fuck up. Take your turn.
You started in the middle of my sentence, so
Yeah,
I don't know why
right.
you
That's what
continue.
you keep saying, mod guys who have the power to mute me. I don't
I
mute you
don't have.
boys.
I'm
There's
not
a
a mod.
difference. I'm a
I'm
man.
not a
Yeah. Try it.
All right, Tim Mog, this is what's going on, man. You're saying something, and then you're stopping, and someone's going to respond, and you start talking through them again. So it's basically just you talking. You know, I made a specific point, man. I said we can look at the synapses of our brain when people make experiences or have experiences, make decisions, have thought, and it creates light. Okay, that's how our thoughts work. Literally, when we come up with a thought or we have an experience, our brain creates light. Okay, so there's a direct correlation between thought and light. This is easily proven. So that's what I'm asking you. How do you reconcile just being flesh and blood when our thought and when we make a mind or our mind or have spiritual experience, it actually emits light, quote unquote emits, because light isn't emitted, but that's not the point.
Speaker sound emits light in liquid. Fish are sololuminescent and under compression in water. What's that? What's that? Is that a brain thought? Is that light from thought? Like, what are you talking about? Demonstrate your claim. Make a person from light.
Okay, see, that's a total non sequitur strawman, right? So, first of all, the way that we make people, the way I just made my little baby girl, was I put okay, my seed went into my wife, and then there was a little spark of light. Okay, but I wasn't the source of that light, so that's not even addressing my point, though.
The
So I literally
liquid
did
was
just
the
make a person
container
with
of the
light.
electricity, of the electrical spark of you rubbing your fabric against that fabric, against the silicone flesh, the motherfucking the hair and the body, right? When the skin rubs and gets a certain temperature, there's an electrical thing being released, and through the electricity in the liquid, flesh and blood, liquid, sperm, goes into the mama. And then that's what your baby came out of, the mama, not a light, son.
Okay, so he can't address it, so maybe someone else can. He's just avoiding it with strawmans and diversions. But whenever
You're
we
the
think
one with the claim we come from light but can't prove it.
Can I say something about this? And actually, we can
blood
prove.
and flesh from a mama and a
We,
daddy. That's
we
all
can
flesh
prove
and
because
blood, baby
when
boy. Where's
conception
the
happens,
light?
when conception happens, when the sperm enters into the egg, right at that very moment, there's a flash of light that's been observed. They've actually observed it with electron microscopes. Something happens at that very moment, a spark, the spark of life. This is not mumbo jumbo or any dream or
They
anything. We've
observed it
actually
like the
observed
fucking
this.
Big Bang, did they? They observed it like a proton, did they,
No,
boys?
you can watch the video.
Oh,
Dude.
you can watch
You
the
watch it
video.
yourself, you can
Oh
see
my
it.
gosh, it sounds like a globe.
Okay, see, I'm just being real, man. You're just being very confrontational. If you're not
Yeah, I know,
familiar
it's
with
a
the spark of life,
cartoon. I hope it's not a cartoon.
if you're not familiar with the spark of life, that's okay.
Is it a cartoon? Can you show us in a real person, please? Can you really show us a real one?
It's a video, man.
And
How do you not
everybody's got
understand
this one?
It's not a cartoon, man.
A spark of light.
Yeah, you never heard of the spark
You know,
of life.
when
It
I
doesn't
touch a
even matter.
doorknob, it sparks, right? When you turn out the lights. Are you guys okay?
Holy shit.
Are
Okay.
you all right? When I rub across the carpet and touch the doorknob, what's going on there? Am I making
electrostatic induction. But can you answer my?
I thought the shining electricity wasn't making light. So now if you're saying lightning makes life, and in the Bible it's Lucifer lightning, the shining light that came
No,
down
it's
in the
not in the Bible.
primordial
That's not in
soup.
the Bible.
A lightning bolt came down in soup and made shit, right?
No.
The lightning bolt was Satan, right?
No.
Cast down to hell, the primordial soup.
You don't even know what the scriptures say.
I don't believe in Satan.
It says the most beautiful guy tried to be the most beautiful goofy guy, tried to be the best, right? Tried to
Where
say
does it say
all
that?
this and that.
Where does it say that?
And then
Where does it say that?
go? The most
Where does
beautiful
it say that?
shining one, Lucifer.
Where does it say that?
With lungs made of gold.
Where does it say that?
And then God cast him out of heaven, cast him to hell.
Where
Why
does
the
it say
fuck
that?
would you go to heaven if you're going back down to hell?
Where does it say any of that?
Well, I don't know. How many Bibles you got?
You just heard other people claim that's what it says.
You heard other
Christians
people claim that's what you heard.
No.
What else you got there, Scooby-Doo?
I read it. So, but what I'm trying to get you to,
funny guy. I used to read when I was 9 years old. I read the Bible every day till 10 o'clock at night. Cool story. We read some Dr. Seuss books. What's your point? You heard it from a book. You didn't write it. So who'd you hear it from? Not Wixit. Buddy, who'd you hear it from? Not you.
Why are you so mean?
Why am I repeating you? You said I heard it from somebody else. So did you. Now, you're making a
Fuck and DMOC, bro. I swear I'm just gonna ban you, bro.
My guy said Dr. Seuss books.
What
Yeah,
is
we're not even. I'm like,
has
think
something
we're all
happened?
over the
Why is
place.
he
Like,
so
I'm not.
angry?
I wasn't defending the Bible. We weren't talking about the Bible. We weren't doing anything. I'm just saying that when you look at people's, this is a pretty profound truth, right? Like when you put the little cap on it on someone's head, it has electrodes, so little sensors, and it can actually read what happens in the activity in your brain when you think. Okay. And we quote unquote emit light. Light's not actually emitted, but I'm not going to get into that. So just for intents
Well,
and purposes, right?
the
Just for
thing is,
intents and purposes, there's light in your brain. And what they've shown, dude, when you think, the synapses in your brain create light. And when you have
yeah, like a
spiritual
computer.
experiences, they go crazy. It lights up like a Christmas tree.
Or when you take psychedelics. And the thing is, like the way the brain works, it looks exactly like a microchip in a computer. And also, if it's nothing to do with light, then why is the pineal gland, which is in the middle of the brain, still sensitive to light? It's actually sensitive to light, even though it has no contact with light ever.
Yeah, everything is light.
I want to say something real quick, because again, what science is just now starting to realize and witnessing through microscopes, you know, the scriptures are clear. And in First John, it says here, verse 9, it says, that was a true light which lights every man that comes into the world. So the light of every man that comes into the world, like literally at conception, is when this flash of light occurs. Like this has already been witnessed. It's not like CGI or cartoon. Like it's legit.
You know what's so crazy though? So it's like you get into the conversation of soul and spirit, and it seems like maybe the soul is like this. It's like the mind and the body's metaphysical connection, as opposed to the spirit itself, which seems to maybe be in a non-excited state. Meaning, light is the excitation of the background. It seems like maybe your spirit is that, and then your soul is the excited version or modality of that, which would be what we call a soul, right? Like it's light. That's speculation, but anyway, when you look into Revelation, it says that when they take the mark, what's going to happen? It says that they'll no longer hear the voice of the bridegroom, and it says that the light will no longer shine inside thee. Okay, so it's like the mark will literally take your soul.
You lose your soul, yeah. It will take your
And
soul.
science is just proving it, though. Like science is proving it, bro. You know, like the military, they actually tried to create something called the VMAT, or to isolate something called the VMAT2 gene. They call it the God gene, and they say that it's connected to spirituality. And they tried to design inoculations to basically shut it off. And they did this under the guise of combating, radical religious terrorism in the Middle East or whatever. Okay, and what they did was they looked at the brain and all these different scans, and they saw that when people had spiritual experiences, their brain goes crazy, and it's not identical to psychedelics, by the way. Whenever they look at the brain on psychedelics, the light activity is significantly different. Yes, your brain does start to light up a lot under psychedelics. It's not the same as a spiritual experience, though. It's specifically not. It's much more sporadic and chaotic, as opposed to this coherent, concentrated section of light in your brain when you have a spiritual experience organically. Anyway, so
It
the point
depends
is
on
that
what psychedelic you're referring to. If you're referring to DMT, then no, it's almost indistinguishable.
well, yeah, because DMT is in our body. That's how we make that.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly.
Yeah, but that doesn't really. That's a different conversation. Like, if we make it, should we be synthetically ingesting it? But to each their own. My point is that we are light. Okay, so and now you're like, no, this can't be true, right? This is insane. Everything is light. Well, that's woo woo. That's crazy. Okay. Well, have you ever looked into quantum mechanics? Because, for one, they can't understand light, and they admittedly can't understand it, and they have a paradox to explain it. And secondly, they're like, everything acts like light in different version. And that's why they say the photon turns into the electron. And all this pseudoscience about everything tracks back to basically what creates the quote-unquote photon in the vacuum. And in fact, there is no photon. So they say you can think of the electron like a stationary wave. All this nonsense, but my point is that science in all different aspects, whether biology, like quantum, right? Like it's all showing that the commonality, the common factor in all things is light. So that's what I was trying to get DMOC to address is like, what do you think about that? Like, what do you think about there being a light in our body? Because it's very fascinating, right? Like bioluminescence, the brain activity, the spark of life. I don't know. I find it very fascinating that everything seems to be directly tied to light inside of us, as if that's our soul and that's the excited version of our spirit. And that creates this present in this material world that interacts with our body and our mind, connecting us to this more etheric, pure potential state. And that pure potential state would be more akin to the spirit. I don't know what you guys think of that. Maybe I'm not even supposed to get this far into this, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe this is y'all territory.
Depending what filter you use, that's his answer, I guess.
Okay, well, that's another part of it, right? So another evidence that everything is light is we only see 1% of the light spectrum. So we see 1% of the light spectrum, bro. Really soak that in for a second. So there is light everywhere all around you, and you're only able to see 1% of it.
If that.
Yeah, that's just a convenient number. So it's right around 1%. Like, think about that.
That's why we shouldn't trust our senses, right?
We should not make materialistic claims based upon our senses. That's for sure. We should not say everything is limited to my materialistic senses. That's right.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it, no doubt. Our senses have limits to them.
Yeah, specifically material limits. Like what? Although I don't know, right? Like, what would you call intuition? Is that not a sense? But yeah, in the corporeal sense, like the corporeal title of senses. Yeah.
Yeah, intuition, that gut feeling, like that sense people have where you can feel someone's watching you. I know there's a scientific name for that.
It's super real. Yeah. Like it's even more than that though, right? Like we also seem to get messages in our dreams. Like my brother was like 8 and walked up to my mom after he woke up and was like, "I had a dream that your best friend cut off all her hair." And she's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "Yeah, your best friend. She had really, really long hair, but she cut it all off." And my mom got a call that day about her friend cutting off her hair, which was like down past her butt, and she cut it all off that day. There's no way it's a coincidence. My little 8-year-old brother, bro, doesn't even know the girl. And my mom has called and known that something bad has happened. My mom, I think moms are really intuitive, right? And then I've known when people are going to call me, like, not really that they're going to call me, but like I've randomly thought of someone I haven't talked to in a long time, and then they text me or then they call me after years. So, and stuff like that.
I was going to say, wouldn't that be evidence of time travel, even if it's through a visionary experience where you get a glimpse of the future, like the prophets did, like John did, Patmos? Wouldn't that be illogical according to our realm? But yeah, it's possible.
Well, I think it's evidence that time is not actually what we think it is. Time is not real. That's what I think. I think time is not real as we think it is. Time is not linear. And they actually have these certain types of crystals that they can use that show they can make 11 dimension crystal, and it'll actually project holographic versions of the crystal down beneath it, as if there could be just higher quote unquote dimensions and we can't perceive them. But for them, time would be entirely different. Like we perceive the world as 3D, right? Our world is 3D. And then Einstein, in all of his lunacy, said that basically time is the 4th dimension. So, okay. That's a cool story. But what if you were not limited to three dimensions? What if you were in like a 9-dimension realm? Well, then would time exist for you? No, because time is built upon our 3D world trying to understand it. So I don't think that time is real. And that's why I think that you can tap into different places that in what we call time. Well, we draw time as a straight arrow out from us, but that's not how time works, because we got time from a circle in the sky, and it's not a straight arrow; it's a circle. It just keeps going in a circle. So it's not linear, right? But we made it linear to try to understand it. So that's what I think. I think that it doesn't make sense to us because when it's to our society, because it's our society is built upon materialism. Well, this stuff sounds woo-woo to certain people. There's no doubt about it, right? When I'm talking about dimensions and stuff like that, but whatever.
It's not that woo. I mean, modern physics talks about dimensions all the time. You know, there's this idea that time is something happening in a higher dimension that we see as time in this lower dimension of ours. You know.
Correct. Yeah, I agree with that. See, this is why I go at quantum super hard, but quantum is honestly like maybe the peak of advancement of mankind's understanding outside of spirituality, because all quantum's going to do is force everyone to acknowledge that materialism's wrong, right? That's all it's doing. But for last I heard, certain quantum physicists will tell you that there's at least 11 dimensions, and there has to be, or this place couldn't exist. You know, and it's funny because what they're basically proving, or at least establishing with quantum, is it isn't just material, bro. Like, we don't just live in a material world, and that's going to be a rough pill for them to swallow. So.
The thing is, that's where I've noticed that most mainstream people and most globers in particular are very dishonest when it comes to gravity, because I know that our current understanding of gravity is not complete, because whether you look at it from the Newtonian or Einsteinian framework, it's incomplete, because once you get to the quantum level, the rules completely break down, they don't work anymore, which means that our model isn't complete. So there's definitely something else to this all. It's more than what we're being taught. Because the thing is, this thing about them constantly having to invent things to, like when your ship is sinking, when you have a hole at the bottom of a ship, you keep patching it up and you get new and new leaks. That's kind of what they're doing with the mainstream narrative. So, okay, gravity doesn't work because we have too much mass in the space. Let's invent dark energy and dark matter. Or let's do this, or let's do that. And it's getting kind of tiring, to be honest.
Yeah, well, it's gotten so bad. The model's falling apart so much that now the patches just suck. Like they're like Scotch tape or something, and they're just lazy. They're basically just like giving up with their answers.
That's because people are stupid. That's because most people are stupid. They buy it.
The proof that people are, I'll just say, willfully ignorant or satisfied with ignorance is they in this room. They'll say the give up responses, meaning they just gave up. Dark matter is them just giving up, and dark energy is them just giving up. And they'll say that like they know it's a real thing in this room. And they do the same thing with quantum. The give up response in quantum regarding gravity is, oh, well, it's just so weak there that you can't find it. It's just so weak that you can't find down the quantum scale, right? That's the give up response. The give up response is, oh, well, it's just so weak, that's why we can't find it. Not like, oh, there's mass here, there should be gravity, and we can't detect it anywhere, there's a problem. No, it's just too weak. So, and
that's the thing. That's dishonest. That's people don't know. That's being dishonest doing that. Because I mean, you have to go where the evidence takes you. And a lot of people I've noticed who come in here that Globers as well, which I was actually quite surprised about, seem like they want to defend. They're defending themselves rather than actually doing science, because science is not trying to prove something right. It's making a hypothesis and trying to prove it wrong. And only when you can't prove it wrong does it become reality. So you should welcome the improvement.
People take the easy way out, man. I say the weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance. And so that's the truth. That sums it all up right there. The weak find contentment in the consensus of ignorance.
That's the thing, because you know when I speak to a lot of atheists in particular, they usually say, "Oh, Big Bang," or this and that. Now, I am someone who believes that there was some kind of Big Bang-like event to begin with, but I believe that it was God who initiated it. Because if you look at science, and you actually understand the science, you understand what it means. It all points to a creator. It always does. And if you deny that, then you're just dumb, or lying, intentionally lying.
Yeah, like basically what you can think of is one of the things is the graviton, right? So they claim that there has to be a graviton, right? But it's just purely a hypothetical particle that they have no evidence for at all. It's just like has to be there for their gravity to be true, and it's just so weak it's hard to find it. We don't
Yeah,
know
but
if
do you
we'll
know
ever
why?
find it.
Do you know why they're all coming up with this? There's a reason for it, because they have to do everything they can to eliminate God from the equation. That's the whole game. That's the end game that they have. They have to remove God from the equation because they want to disconnect people from the creator. Because when you do that, you get depressed. Like I've noticed that a lot of atheists in particular, they are very, very depressed people. Basically,
Well,
when you
that's why you
create disconnect people from
You're good. Okay, I was just saying that's why you should at the least see through the heliocentric lie, because that's literally what it is. The heliocentric lie is built upon a philosophy that prefers to remove God. That's it. It's just a fact. That's just a fact.
But I mean, God could still exist with this. However, I think we had this discussion the other day where I think it was SC who brought up the fact that when they did this whole mapping of the universe, it looked like it's spread out in a plane, like in a pancake almost, the universe, and it looked like the Earth is in the middle of everything. I admitted to this. The only thing, I mean, if the universe isn't larger than what we think is, then you are 100% correct. If it is larger, you could still be right, but then there is a chance that the Earth isn't in the middle. However, by the looks of everything and everything that I've seen, it does look like the universe is geocentric.
Yeah, well, like the current model says, even if it was bigger, it would still look like we're in the center, right? Like if in the idea that it'd be bigger, then we wouldn't be in the center. Well, they would have to change everything at the least. They'd have to change the entire
It could be.
heliocentric understanding. Not really,
If it
because
was bigger, it could be. But I actually do believe, that it might be in the center. I'm starting to get to that point because it looks like it. All the evidence points to that fact.
Yeah. So then we gotta ask yourself. You gotta ask yourself why do they not accept that? Like, what's the motivation to not even entertain that?
Shall I tell you why? Shall I tell you why? Because if they admit that little thing, then they have to admit the following fact. What else have they lied about? And it's uncomfortable for a lot of people. It's very uncomfortable to, because you have to remember something. Most people are not intelligent enough to deduce their own answers to questions, so they take their marching orders from someone else, and if they question one thing of their paradigm, then it leaves them to question everything else, and I think that's scary for some people. And some people, I think, are just taking the piss. It's like, I'm actually here to learn. That's why I don't like it when I get grouped into any kind of group, because I don't see myself as part of any as any side. I just want to learn. And I have noticed, though, that literally the cognitive dissonance kicking in some people, where you give them the evidence and they're like, I don't know, it's not conclusive. Yes, it is. You're looking at it right now.
Yeah, it's specifically because they don't want to believe in God, bro. So, like, that's why the heliocentric model is a thing. Like, it actually started from someone who worshipped the sun. So, let's just go ahead and get that right. Like, Copernicus worshipped the sun. That's what he said. So, he said that it has to go around the sun. The sun emits this majestic divine sound that makes everything move around it because it's a god, basically. It's divine. And he worshipped the sun. And this is what he said. Okay. And so it doesn't really matter what anyone else thinks about it. Copernicus said that the sun, well, Kepler said the sound thing, but Copernicus specifically says, yeah, he had a religious motivation and he practiced his sun worship. And now you move forward and they're like, oh, well, we can't disprove that the Earth's in the center. And sure, all the evidence seems to point to the fact that we are in the center.
but we're just going to completely disregard that because that's intolerable. And the idea that we're special is horrific. So we're just going to do everything we can to explain the other idea and just ignore the one that can't be disproven. So how is that not, like, it's because they're scared of God.
That's the thing. The thing is, though, you have to remember, not everyone who believes in like just because I believe the Earth is a globe doesn't mean I don't believe in God. However, a majority of people who follow the mainstream narrative of science, a majority of them are unfortunately atheists, and that's because the majority narrative is designed to turn people atheist. So when you go to school, it's designed to do three things: completely destroy your curiosity and willingness to learn, turn you into a left-brain slave, and make you an atheist. That's what the education system is for.
Yeah, I agree. That's actually well put. That's exactly what it's for. But this is what people don't understand. What they'll rebut is they're like, majority of the world still believes in God. Well, actually, we're getting to the point where certain countries are not majority believers in God. So, like in Europe, it's 55%, I think. Where we're getting
No,
to the point
majority
where
are atheists. Majority of the world are atheists now.
Well, atheism is taking over at the least, but this is the part that people don't get, is it takes time, okay? It takes time. So now look at the numbers of the younger generation and see what percentage of them are atheists. It's the majority of them, okay? So the majority of younger people are atheists now. So that proves that it does work for that very goal, right? So you can't just hand wave dismiss it. The younger people are atheists. See, throughout all of history, people have known there was some type of creator, whether they believed in multiple creators, a female creator, whatever they believed in. Everyone knew that there was something that had to create this way. But now people think atheism is actually a possible option, and they're using the heliocentric model to justify it. Look how big the universe is. It's just random and chaotic happenstance that we're here. That doesn't require a creator. And then they came up with evolution and kind of tie those two together to try to justify atheism. But it still didn't really work. So it took about a century. And now, about a century later, we see the effects. People are becoming atheists in insane numbers, and the younger generation are atheists.
Well, the thing is, it's right what you're saying there, because what they tried to do at first was to do it the right, quote unquote, the right way, and okay, well, we have a theory that explains it. And when they realized that still doesn't work, and that the science still leads to God, they just outright started lying to people, because they literally lie to people these days and tell them we know what's going on. No, we don't. Like with gravity, we know that gravity exerts a force. We don't know what it is. We know that the universe seems to have a beginning, from a singularity. It looks like it, but that doesn't disprove God in any way, shape, or form. And the science, the deeper you get into any field of science, the more it points to God. And that's what they're trying to do. And this thing with the younger generation, you're right, because it's got to a point now where you're even ridiculed for believing in God. Not just that it's like, one of those things where it's, oh, well, fine, you believe in God, I don't. People who believe in God these days, especially the young people, they're ridiculed.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing. People ridicule those who say that the Earth is flat. People ridicule those who say that the Earth is in the center. But
there's more evidence for God existing than for the Earth being flat, I'd say.
Well, you say that, right? But I mean, I've gone out onto the Earth and looked all over it, and it's flat everywhere. So when I see over 100 miles all over the country from the ground, I have no inclination to believe that the Earth is curving. But my point is that the people that ridicule, they're always coming from a place of ignorance. So they ridicule the one who believes in a creator, because in their mind, they have a straw man version of someone just being brainwashed by a religion, and they're stupid, and they just believe fairy tales from men back in the day. But in reality, a lot of people that believe in the creator actually were able to do research, look at the evidence on the Earth, think logically, and find out that there is no way that this place could be here without one. And they will ridicule, but they haven't done that yet. They haven't actually looked at
ignorant. They don't know what they're talking about. It's like when I had a debate with an atheist about a week ago, and I'm saying to him about this whole thing of law of conservation of energy and these 25 universal constants that were in place at the moment of creation. And he's saying, well, you have a theory. That's just a theory. No, it's not a theory. They have to have been in place. Like the whole thing that even Stephen Hawking admitted, one of the most prominent atheists ever, even he admitted that for example, the expansion of the universe, the rate of the expansion of the universe, if it was 1/1,000,000th in either direction, either more or less, then the universe would have collapsed in on itself. Do you understand? It just doesn't work without a creator. It doesn't work. It could never have happened just randomly. And it's ignorance. It's like I say, it's ignorance. And that's what I was saying earlier, because the more you know about science, the more you understand that there is a God, there is something out there. Because it's obvious.
Yeah, Stephen Hawking basically admits that the Earth is in the center in his books. So that's the other problem is people don't have. I have his book. People don't have his book.
Which
Go
one?
read the Grand Design and A Stubbornly Persistent Illusion, and that is specifically he writes a foreword and then he compiles a bunch of Einstein's work and Stubbornly Persistent Illusion. But what it's about is that it's a stubbornly persistent illusion that we're in the center of the universe. And then the Grand Design, he basically just point blank admits that the Earth is in the center, and for all intents and purposes, and that he chooses to ignore this on grounds of modesty. So, saying that it's modest and humble to think we're not special. Oh, he virtue signals this famous genius scientist. He virtue signals as his intellectual argument. He says, "Oh, I'm so virtuous that I'm humble. That's why, even though the evidence says we're in the center, I don't believe that because I think it's."
Shall I tell you something, Victor? I think most of these because Stephen Hawking was no doubt a smart man. I think most of these people do know that there is a God and they do believe in God, but they can't say that because if they do, they get destroyed. They get paid to push a particular narrative.
Well,
you know what's interesting about Stephen Hawking? His wheelchair that kept him alive and allowed him to communicate to the world. That was created in Israel, bro. Okay.
Was it?
The Israelis kept that guy going where he could communicate. Even the computer system, the whole thing was created by Yah-fearing people.
Well, you know what's
what
super
did you
funny,
say?
man? I'm going to say this. The whole Stephen Hawking thing is super suspect. If you actually look into it, super suspect. He survived longer with that disease than anyone else ever has. Okay, he should have died. He should have died 10 times sooner. He survived longer than anyone ever has. He wasn't on the ADLS main website until Jaron did a stream pointing out how is the most famous guy to ever have this disease not on your website of famous people with the disease. And he called it out. They added him to the website like a week later. Okay, so it's
when was this?
Suspect. This was a couple years ago, like 2-3 years ago. And this has happened to Jaron all the time. The government watches Jaron's streams, bro. Jaron called out NASA for showing a fake picture of supposedly the northern lights, basically, of Jupiter, and he said they probe or like sends back the first a new amazing picture of the northern lights of Jupiter. And then Jaron doing the live stream, he covered. He's like, "This isn't a new picture. This is the same CGI image that we got 3 years ago." And they literally updated their website within a week. They updated the caption within a few days to say, "Oh, well, this is actually an old image."
Is Jaron the one who did that stream where he did the light and the fences? Jaronism, is that the guy you mean?
Yeah. What? With the light on the Netflix movie?
I don't know, on the fences, he did like a fence thing, and he shines light through these fences over a distance to measure curve.
Yeah, it wasn't fences though, but yeah, shine them through like basically.
I don't know wherever he was. Is that him, Jaronism? Is that the guy you're on about?
Yeah, Jaronism, the guy that they lied about in the Netflix movie. Yes, but my point is that these crazy conspiracy theorists that are so stupid that anyone that can regurgitate the 7th grade understanding of pseudoscience is smarter than them. They're watching our live stream. Why are they watching our live streams and then updating their propaganda based on what we find out? Can anyone tell me how that works? How does that make sense? And I'm saying all this to say, I don't believe the Stephen Hawking story at all. I'm just using him. That dude was a prop, bro. I don't believe the story at all. But it doesn't matter. Let's just say it was real. It doesn't really matter. He was used as a genius, and they got to fully control what was said by him, right?
Well, yeah, I agree with that. He could easily have been a figurehead, because Einstein was a figurehead. Einstein never did any of the math or any of the discoveries. He plagiarized everything he came out with. He didn't do any of the work himself. So I can easily believe that he was just a figurehead. I could believe. What I'm saying with Stephen Hawking, the one thing I like about him, some of his ideas I like, they're quite neat, but most of what these theoretical physicists say is just bonk. It's just theoretical.
Well, all of it is
And it's not even good theory either.
All of it's theoretical. Like even Stephen Hawking is theoretical. But what's interesting about Stephen Hawking's work, and this is what's so funny, bro, it's like I tell them Einstein said the Earth can be in the center, right? Like that's just a fact. Equivalence principle can be in the center. They're like, that's so long ago. I'm like, oh, 2007, Stephen Hawking, bro. Like we're talking about the most famous people in your paradigm: Hubble, Einstein, Hawking, right? Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's so weird. And I have a meme of Stephen Hawking, and it's got Stephen Hawking on the top, and it says, "There is no God," quote unquote, Stephen Hawking. And then it has his the year he died, and it says, "There is no Stephen Hawking," quote unquote, God. So it's funny. You can be so arrogant and say stuff like there is no God, and then someone can go read your book, which I have the books, okay? And most people don't read any of this stuff. That's why they're ignorant. And he point blank says, oh, we can never disprove that the Earth's in the center. And all evidence suggests that it is.
Yeah, and the God, and he suggests that there isn't a creator. Like he says that he actually admits that there has to be something like a creator, but he doesn't say it, in those words.
Well, he point blank says that all the evidence shows that we're in the center. So, like, this is one of the most famous physicists ever for the heliocentric paradigm. He came up with like a huge part of the current understanding of quote unquote black holes, right? To save the model.
Yeah, Hawking radiation.
Yes, Hawking radiation, exactly. So he's like very famous and he's very crucial to the current paradigm, just like Hubble is. You can't just throw people away and say, oh, well, that was a long time ago. No, because you still use the same thing that they came up with that saved your model. Okay, so
but the problem is these people who say it was so long ago with Stephen Hawking. They're the same people who also invoke Einstein 30 seconds later. So, I mean,
right. But this is the point. It doesn't really matter how long ago someone came up with something. If it's still what the current model claims, then it's still relevant. Okay, so
most of our best knowledge comes from thousands of years ago, from the Greeks, for example. So I agree with you.
Yeah, even though the Greeks are also super sketchy, it looks like Egypt and the Greeks were all made up. But like, yeah, just rock with it. Doesn't matter. They definitely are. A lot of stuff is attributed to the Greeks and the Romans. But the Romans weren't innovators; they were destroyers, and they stole everything. But anyway,
but why would you say that they're made up? Like, because the thing is, would you say that the Sumerians also are made up? Because you do know that I am Sumerian. I have Sumerian blood.
I don't think that. No, I don't think that. I think Sumerians are real, but the Greeks are not Sumerians, and the Greeks are different. The Greeks. It's just super suspect. I'll have to show you some information on it.
The thing with Greeks, though, is that they stole most of their knowledge. The thing I will agree about Greeks is that they didn't come up with a lot of what they say they came up with. A lot of it actually came from the East, from the Persians, who will have got it from the Midians, and the Midians got it from the Mesopotamians, who got it from the Sumerians.
Yeah, but if you want the real gravy, it looks like the East got their information from the West. And then they said that the West
in the beginning, yeah, at the very beginning.
Yeah, exactly. So it's all a lie, but it doesn't matter. Just use the lies because we're just talking about what the current belief is. And it's stupid to say Einstein was alive 100 years ago. We've learned since then. No, the Hubble constant is still your model. Okay, so what Hubble came up with is still important. He saved the heliocentric model in the face of refutation. Einstein saved the heliocentric model in the face of refutation with special relativity, responding to Michelson-Morley, right? Stephen Hawking saved the cosmology, the current cosmology, in the face of refutation for their incompetence in trying to address what they call black hole, where basically their model necessitates black holes, but their math cannot explain it. It cannot be applied to the singularity. The gravity completely falls down the scale of a black hole. So then Stephen Hawking tried to save it. So these are all still core tenets of the belief. So you can't throw them away. That you have to believe them. If you don't believe them, then you're admitting that heliocentrism is wrong, right? So I just think that's weird that people don't get it. It's always the same thing, bro. Truth is stranger than fiction. We've been lied to about almost all of history and a lot of science, right? And in order to know that, you have to go do a lot of research. Most people are busy. They work their 9 to 5 and they don't care. They have no business talking about it, much less ridiculing people that have done the research. And that's the point, right? Every person that ridicules me for flat earth, I would dunk on them, bro. They have not even the slightest chance to debate me about flat earth. But they'll be the most arrogant people I've ever come across. Same thing with geocentrism. And it's weird. It's weird. And I would just suggest people maybe stop doing that.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. With most people, most people, yeah. I'll give you that. Not everyone, but most people, yeah. I was actually shocked. Like since I've been in here, there was once that there was a conversation. It was me and this other Glober, and there was a few of you guys. And that do you remember that you were in the conversation when you were talking about how the universe, when they like mapped it out, it actually looks like it's spread out in like a flat plane, and like the Earth is in the middle. Do you remember the other guy what he said? He was like, "No, I don't believe that. There must be some answer for it." I mean, it's there. It's clear, right in front of you.
Yeah, and it's also just how it could even happen is a problem, right? The fact that it's just flat is insane. This is one of the biggest things that you'll never hear. You'll never hear any of them talk about any of this until we bring it up. By the way, but so the universe, according to the heliocentric model, should be homogeneous. So it should be isotropic, right? Homogeneous, evenly distributed. But it's not. But it's not, though. Whenever they looked out at the sky, they saw that it's not. They saw that about 5% of it is anisotropic.
There's regions in space. There's like, I don't know if you've seen it. They've found it recently. I think it was with the James Webb Telescope, where it's completely empty. It's like 5% of the universe, the most empty spot in the universe. There's nothing there at all. And it's like very, like you say, very unevenly distributed, and it's strange. It begs the question that, why?
Well, this is okay, but check this out. So it's anisotropic is the technical term for it, which means inhomogeneous, not evenly distributed, or you could say really crudely bumpy. The energy distribution is bumpy. It's not smooth. Okay, and it is mostly homogeneous, but there's one little section that's not, and that little section cuts right through the Earth. It goes right to the Earth. That is impossible. Okay, that refutes heliocentrism right there. The whole debate.
Where does it originate? What do you mean? Like, explain this. I don't get it.
Yeah, basically, they say the Earth is tilted on 23.4 degrees, but in reality, when they looked out into the sky, they saw that the energy wasn't evenly distributed, and at that 23.4 degrees, that tilt, that actually isn't local to the Earth. It's way out in space, and it's the inhomogeneity. It's the lack of homogeneity of the sky.
Really?
It's basically, it's lined up with the Earth.
So this 20-degree tilt, this 20-degree tilt spreads out from both poles across the entire universe.
It spreads out, out. Well, it's not really about the poles because it cuts right through the Earth, right?
No, but I know. What I'm saying is just to like figuratively speaking. So the whole universe tilts in those 23 degrees.
Yes.
What?
Yes.
Have you got any? This is amazing. Have you got anything?
I know what he's talking about. Yeah, and it does. It's basically the tilt of the Earth. It lines up with the whole universe, the observable
Have you got anything that proves this? This is amazing.
Yeah, I'll send you. These are from probes, or whatever they call probes.
This is amazing.
But they also say they sent up just high altitude balloons to get the same info. So you could just send up a high altitude balloon and then look at the sky. But yeah, I'll send you the information in a second because I'm at the post office. But what's so interesting about it is, of course, if it's tilted, if it's the Earth that's tilted, then it should just be local to the Earth. It shouldn't be out in space. It shouldn't be at great distances. The fact that tilt, quote unquote, is way out in space completely debunks the heliocentric model. It does. And they haven't even answered that yet, by the way. There's no answer. So I find it very interesting, man. And then, of course, you've heard of the axis of evil from the CMB, the axis of evil. Yeah, that basically everything in the sky lines up with the Earth in the center. Like the galaxies basically line up around our quote unquote equator. There's no way that any of this makes sense, or that there's like a dipole that it should be chaotic, but it's like it's ordered and proportionate to the Earth.
Perfect.
The energy distribution.
It's perfect. It's the thing about the universe that's so interesting is that it's perfect imperfection. If you look at it, when they say, "Oh, it's not perfect," and if everything would be homogeneous and this and that, but no, even the imperfection is perfect. It's just that's amazing that I've not actually heard about this whole thing. That's absolutely amazing. I mean, that in itself would not just it would just completely destroy. I mean, it proves that there's a creator. I would say that very definitely. And another thing is that, like you said, it would actually destroy the heliocentric model. It would.
Yeah, because they say the tilt. Okay, so like, how did they discover the tilt? Well, they looked at the sun, they looked at the stars, they looked at everything in the sky. Assuming the Earth's a ball that flies around the sun, that means it has to be tilted because of what happens in the sky. That's how they came up with the tilt, right? It's not like they measured tilt. Well, that means it should just be local to the Earth. but it's not. It's way out beyond the Earth. Okay, so all they did was hijack. Basically, we live in from my understanding, we live within a toroid. There are ellipses. There are different angles to the stuff in the sky that centers on the Earth, right? And they hijacked this, and they said that it's the Earth doing it. So they cornered themselves. The heliocentric model forces you to corner yourself into a box, and it's now been disproven. But no one
It does
knows
actually
about
look
it.
like a toroid. Like you said, it does look like a toroid. That we're living inside of a toroid, and we're in the middle.
That's correct, yeah. And so, like, I was talking to the astronomer. He's like, I don't understand how you could explain the ellipses on a flat Earth that's geocentric. I'm like, what? Have you never seen a toroid? The toroid has a
Yeah,
bunch
but
of
can I ask you
ellipses in it.
something then? How would you put the whole flat Earth model into the fact that it tilts? So what does the flat Earth tilt? Do you understand what I mean? Like, how are you fitting that into
That's
it?
the point. That's the point. What it shows is that it's not the Earth tilting. It's just the way the sky moves over top of the Earth, and they have to
Oh,
interpret it as an Earth tilt. And this is whether it's a ball or flat, right? Like, it doesn't work. The heliocentric model doesn't work.
doesn't the Earth tilt? Is what the Earth tilts as well, though, doesn't it? The Earth has a tilt
No,
itself.
that's what they say, but it actually doesn't. That's what I'm saying. If it was the Earth tilting, then it would just be local to the Earth, but it's way out in space. So it can't be the Earth that's tilting, right? Basically, they're saying it looks like our solar system and stuff is tilted, our sun is tilted because the Earth is tilted. But that means that if you go way beyond the solar system, then it definitely shouldn't still be tilted, but it is.
But why can't it all be tilted? Why can't the Earth and the Universe? Because that's what I'm thinking. Why can't it both be tilted?
If they were both tilted, then you wouldn't see the tilt, right? It would just look straight.
Oh yeah, sure, of course, yeah.
Yeah, just like I gotta get my girl, put her in the stroller.
How old is your daughter?
5 months.
Huh? Mine's 6.5. Huh. That's funny, though.
Nice, congrats.
Thank you.
I'm
Isn't
trying
it
to make
scary
mine
to have a daughter? I think it's scary to have a daughter because I'm a man and I know what we men are like. I'm worried I'm gonna end up in prison. That's literally what I'm worried about. I'm gonna end up in prison because of my daughter. I'm gonna kill someone, you know, if she comes home and someone's done something to her. Kill him.
Yeah, I mean, my daughter is going to be homeschooled, and she's going to grow up with a lot of really based families, so she'll be good. I wanted a son, but now that I have my daughter, I'm like, oh man, you're perfect. I needed a daughter first. So.
I actually would prefer a daughter first because it's good to have a girl who's older because it'll be easier. Because I'm assuming you want to have more children as well, and it'll be good to have a daughter because she can help. You get me?
Yeah, that's what they
Like
say. Yeah, they're way more responsible and they'll like help with the younger siblings.
Exactly.
Dude, she's so smart, dude. I woke her up earlier today, and I was like, hey, and she said, hey. She's 5 months old, dude. And then she said, I love you a couple weeks ago. 5 months old. I mean, she doesn't consistently speak, right? So it's like,
I know what you mean.
She literally does occasionally say the words. It's insane.
Yeah, mine does the same. Her first word were actually like my broken version of my name, which is quite funny. But I'm gonna say, you know what you should do for your daughter? You should get these sensory cards, and what they are, they're basically like a card at a time. They're quite big, and they'll have like a helicopter on it, or like a, you know, I don't know, like a glass of water, or this and that. And then you show it to her, and even if she can't speak the words, her subconscious mind will be taking it in. So when her vocal cords are developed enough that she can start speaking, her vocabulary will almost already be there. Do you understand what I mean? So when she starts learning words, she'll start learning a lot faster. There's these sensory cards. You can buy them online. Just search for sensory cards for babies.
Okay. I'm actually like gonna make an entire homeschool curriculum. So like I'm literally working with lifelong teachers to make homeschool curriculum for truthers.
Yeah, I'm homeschooling as well, and then sending a few years to public school so she can get the interaction with other children, because it's good to learn how to interact in a social group. But I don't know at what age do the kids start school in America?
As young as like 5 or 6, I think. I'm not sending them anywhere.
They get them at 5 years old here, because children before the age of 6 haven't formed character yet. That's why if you would want to brainwash them and you want to, teach them bad stuff, the best age to get them at is right before they're 6, because anything you teach them before that age cements in their character forever, in their subconscious mind for the rest of their life. So what you want to do with your child is you want to at least teach your child until the age of 7, cement their character, and then you can send them to school, because that's why they get them so young. They can brainwash them.
Yeah, like I'm literally going to make children's books and children nursery rhymes and children animations like cartoons and homeschool curriculum. So this is how we actually win, is by teaching our children truth. And like, I'm not going to like teach Aaliyah, like, I'm not gonna be like, earth is flat, and I'm just gonna like, when she starts having questions, I'm gonna answer her questions, and I'm just gonna tell her like, some people think this, and
Well, give her the
let her.
evidence and let her make up her own mind.
That's right. Yeah. So the first thing I'm teaching Aaliyah is how to think, not what to think. Right. So like this is like teaching her logic, basically. That's what we should all do, because it's not fair to try to force beliefs or ideas on our children, in my opinion.
No, it isn't. I'm assuming you're not religious either. Is your missus religious?
Well, I don't like the word religion, but I actually do believe in the scriptures. So I wouldn't say I'm religious, but she will learn about Yah.
But that's
Hallelujah.
different though, because there's a lot of good stuff in the scriptures. There's a lot of stuff you can take from there, and that's the whole point with religion. If you were allowed to cherry pick it, it's not actually bad at all. There's some of the best life advice ever given in all religions. But the problem is when it becomes dogmatic and they force you to believe in everything else. But doing it that way and actually cherry picking, it's not actually bad, because there's a lot of good advice in there.
Well, I'm just gonna be okay. I believe the scriptures are the truth. I just think they're super messed with. I'm just gonna tell her what it actually says. What it actually says in Hebrew.
Well, that's the thing. If you do that, that's different.
There's a verse, Proverbs 22:6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and even when he is old, he will not depart from it.
Yep. But I was talking to her yesterday about we were outside and we were looking at the plants and the flowers. Like, she loves flowers, and I was like, yeah, like, look at that. Like, look what all Yah made us. I'm like, Yah made you. I was like, your Abba and Mama love you, and so does Yah. I'm like already teaching her about Yah, and I'm one of those people that think that babies know way more than people think they do, right? So I
They
think they take
do.
in way more.
There are a lot more, so basically your brain emits an energy field that has a 3-meter diameter. Now your heart emits an energy field that has a diameter about 15 meters. You have an electromagnetic field around you because you have currents passing through you. Now babies' energy field is a lot stronger and a lot more developed, and that's why they can sense energy. So babies know. Have you seen that? Have you noticed that babies sometimes dislike certain people, like for no reason? You just think that it's really weird that they dislike them, and it's because they can actually feel and sense what these people are thinking and feeling. And by the time you're an adult, this energy field barely reaches over your feet. This is actually true. The ancient magicians and stuff, they believed in this as well. That's why, when they do all these sacrificial ceremonies, why they use babies, because they have so much more charge, so much more energy. And by the time you grow up, because of all the pollution and all the decay of the body, this field is is barely there anymore.
Well, this is why I think it sounds cliche to people, but love is like the most powerful thing ever, and purity of intention, and that's why children's energy is so strong, because they have overall they have purity of intention, and they truly love.
Innocence. They have innocence, and they have pure love.
Yeah, they'll
They
try to
have
be accepted.
innocence. That's why their love is pure.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's why it says be like children. It literally says It says, "Surely I tell you that unless you become childlike, then you won't get to heaven." Basically, so
I
like
agree.
it's because we're supposed to be humble, where we're always willing to learn things and ask questions. So anyone
Yes.
that claims the Bible, but they think they have all the answers about the Bible, and they're not doing what the Bible says. The Bible says, the scriptures say, like, be like a child and always ask questions and be humble. Like a child, they may come up with their own idea of what flour is, but then you have to tell them. Or they may have their own idea of why the sky's blue. Well, actually, we don't even know why. But anyway, you get what I'm saying. Like, children are they absorb, and they're like curious, and they're humble, and they realize they don't know all the answers, and they just want to learn, and they're humble about it. And
That's because
adults are not like
they're pure. Their love is pure because they're innocent. And I agree with you there. The whole thing about love is the only thing that makes all of this shit worth it. It's the only thing, because and love to me proves that there is a loving, all-knowing creator, because love is completely unnecessary if you look at it from an evolutionary scientific standpoint, and if you have that mindset. Love is completely unnecessary. However, it's the only thing that would make us sacrifice our lives, give up everything. And I know that any person in here would gladly give their life for a person they love and wouldn't even feel bad about it. They'd be happy to do it as well. That's how powerful love is. And I think that's another reason why they also like pushing this whole mainstream narrative that we know everything, because we don't. We know a lot of stuff, but we don't know everything, not even close. Then that's what I've myself have realized. That's why I always say that I'm not a smart guy. I'm an idiot, because I only know enough to know I don't know anything. Because the more I study, the more I realize that I don't actually know shit. And I think that's the problem with a lot of people. And with babies as well, they are just pure, and I think babies are the closest thing to God that you will ever see in physical form. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Asked my boy about the Earth. He goes to a public kindergarten in Austria at the moment. His mum's choice. It was originally the plan to homeschool him as well, but I asked him not so long ago about the shape of the Earth, and he said that it was round. And I said to him, well, that's a story that we're told, but what shape would you describe the Earth as when you're just looking at the ground? And he said, flat. And I said, well, there you go. That's what your eyes tell you. That's what the shape of the Earth is. And now when I talk with him, I'll ask him a few different questions, like, what have you, just random questions, and I follow it up and I say, and what shape is the Earth? And he's like, flat. I think it's funny the way that he answers me.
How old is your son?
5, turning 5 in July.
5, yeah? When did you last see him? You said he lives in Austria and you live in Australia. When was the last time you seen him?
Oh, I see him weekly. We talk over the video chat. But
That's nice. That's nice.
Last year was when I saw him in person.
How come your wife lives in Austria? Is she Austrian, or did she move there for a job or something? I mean, your ex-wife, sorry. Ex-wife. No, I mean ex-wife. Okay. Did you meet her whilst you were in Germany or something, or did she meet you in Australia? Sorry if you don't mind me asking.
Yeah, we met in Australia. Yeah.
I hear no birds today. What time is it over there in Australia?
2 o'clock. I just went to bed quite early. Woke up. Not getting back to sleep yet.
I was gonna say, bro, you sound like you just woke up.
Yeah.
I love children. I absolutely love children. I think one of the best, probably the best thing I've ever done in my life is being a dad. I absolutely love it. I think it's amazing. And I got stepchildren as well that are, older as well. And I don't know. I really like it. It makes me so happy when I advise them, give them advice or something, and then they do something and they grow as people. I don't know, it makes you very proud, and yeah, I don't know, I just really like it. I think it's the best thing in the world.
Yeah, I'm pretty big to try not to influence my son to try to think any particular thing, but it is very difficult.
The thing is,
because
what Whitsitt said earlier. I agree with Whitsitt.
We're all conditioned, like everyone.
The thing is, Whitsitt said something earlier that was very that I agree with. He said, "I'm not going to teach my daughter what to think. I'm going to teach her how to think." And that's exactly what I'm going to do with my kids. And that's the best advice I can give anyone, because teaching someone how to think is, that's something they need. But teaching them what to think, I don't think that's fair. And, especially with children, because they can't discern, it can be very biased. So, but teaching your children how to think, is very important, I think.
I would agree. I'm just very wary of anybody that says that, because the majority of people that I've come into contact with in my life have so much conditioning through the education that they've received from school and also from their home life. Like their parents were educated and trained how to think and what to think by their parents, and so on and so forth. And people unintentionally educate their kids just through their interactions with their children, in my experience. And even though people have the ideal to not train their kids what to think, how to think in general, their kids will pick up on it unintentionally, because they just observe and learn in that manner.
Yeah, that's why you have to watch what you say. And, they say that there's that saying that, a kid's mind is like a sponge. It literally just sucks up everything. Even, like, say something just as cliche as, say you stub your toe and then you just go, oh, shit. And your kid hears it. Have you seen it? They pick you up straight away. And that's a very, very cliche thing, but it's true as well. They're literally like that. They pick up anything. So you have to be careful what kind of stuff you feed them, because, people care what they put into their bodies, but they need to also care a lot about what they put into their mind. And, with your child, you wouldn't give your child just greasy shit food every day, would you? So in the same way, you shouldn't give them greasy shit knowledge as well, because their mind needs to be healthy as well. So, like, I agree with the whole thing about teach them how to think. And then, what to think, you can teach them stuff as well, as long as you know it to factually be true. I think the problem is that a lot of parents, they pass on their opinions to the children.
I even think that it's not necessarily a good thing to train a child how to think, because a lot of that comes down to how I perceive thinking should occur, and I don't know, giving
what I mean
thought,
is, I would
giving
teach my
thoughts
child
and
this.
thought. I think that my opinion is that most people don't even know how to think properly, or even that using a lot of the methods that they think are good methods are still, I don't know, indoctrinated thought methods. So
but that's because they're biased in their thinking.
Well, I'd like to meet someone that's not.
The thing is, when I say, for example, if I say that, like, I agree with Whitsitt said, and if I would teach, like, for example, my daughter how to think, what I would teach her is that if you have a hypothesis, then what you do is you need to find evidence for that. You can't just believe something without there's being evidence for it. So you have a hypothesis, and then you try to disprove that hypothesis, and when you can't disprove that hypothesis, it becomes the truth until you can disprove it. Do you understand the scientific method? This is what I would teach my children about how to think. That look at everything and don't just take people's words for things. Make sure that you
ask questions.
Yes.
Ask questions. Question everything. Exactly. That's what
Yeah.
I teach my children. I taught my children,
I tend
taught
to.
my children.
However, I agree with you, Adam. However, I agree with you. In 99% of cases, it's not the case that people still pass on their bias to their children. 99%. I think we're all guilty of that, because we're not perfect, but we need to try to minimize it.
Yeah,
I
I
wouldn't
do
even
try
say it's
not
like
to
we're
do
not
that, actually.
not
I do try
perfect.
to do that for my children. I don't give them my opinion. I say you must ask the right questions. So go and ask your teachers, what tangible evidence did they get to make them believe or come to understand the earth is a spherical ball? Go and ask your teacher what evidence they have, because they haven't given it to you. I never got it. So go and ask your teachers. That's what I told them to go and do. And the teachers didn't have it. So I said, if they didn't have it and they haven't got it, then you know that the earth is not a ball. We've never experienced it. We haven't lived on a ball existence. Correct. And they knew it. So they now know that they have to question everything. When they're unsure, question. And that's the best way.
I think it's good to retain that curiosity. Whether or not asking questions, I'm of the opinion that whether or not, what's the best way to say it? I'm of the opinion that asking questions is also creating a type of structure within how a person thinks, and is like setting a framework within the person's mind. And the reason I think that that's not necessarily, just hear me out, I need to sort of elaborate a little bit to give clarity, but the reason why I think it's not necessarily the best thing to do is because in our most youngest years, we're not thinking so much, and it's like people are educated to be constantly asking questions, which sort of pulls them into the realm of thought and keeps them stuck in their minds. And I think my personal opinion is that rather than trying to teach a person to be asking thought-based questions and educating them to communicate with themselves in words, it's better if people have a sense of curiosity without communicating that question to themselves internally, and just learning how to observe, and I say learning how to observe because we're all trained from a young age to stop observing and to start asking questions. Whereas if we just watch what's going on around us and look, and there's not much of a need to ask questions. If you just watch what a person is doing, then you'll see what is happening, and can extrapolate so much information just by observing what's going on around you rather than asking questions. Although it is still good to be able to have
You're going on a bit. Let me get in there now. What you're saying is partially correct, but when you observe things, you're then going to be asking questions with your peer groups. Did you notice this? And then you're going to end up discussing. So the asking question is a important part of understanding your environment. You can make the observations and consume those observations. Then you're going to be asking other people, did you notice this? I'm observing this. Do you notice that? So you're going to be asking questions. That is a must do.
Necessarily. I think I disagree. I disagree with you straight up.
It's a must do.
It is not. As far as I'm concerned, it's not. Like, if you're able to just say straight up that I'm partially correct. Yeah, as far as you're concerned. Like I said, as far as I'm concerned, it's not. It's not.
The world we're
No, it's
living
not.
in now, where the teachers are misinforming us, questions must be asked.
Only if you're sending your kids to indoctrination centres.
You're living in a city.
If you're sending your kid to a bloody government indoctrination centre.
I'm trying to speak, so listen up. You're living in a city.
I don't want to listen to you.
No natural environment around you. You're living in a city. You're being told you live on a ball earth. So now when that's being told to you, it doesn't make sense. You're going to ask questions. Someone who's living in a more open, natural environment may come to these understandings sooner. So that you cannot say you can't ask questions. You have to ask questions. It's fundamental, especially when you're growing up. It's fundamental.
I think what Adam's saying more is that it's up to you. I think he's saying it's up to you. I agree that you should ask questions if you are looking for answers. But if you're not, I mean, it's up to you. Do you get me? It's up to each and every person to do whatever they want. What I think, though, is that there's a thing about that as well, though, that I think you should be allowed to do whatever you want as long as it doesn't harm other people. As long as your stupidity doesn't harm other people, you're allowed to be stupid. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, that's fine, but again, that's a dangerous way to live, to be stupid. It's a dangerous way to be, but that's good luck to those individuals. I don't associate with those kind of people. I may come into contact with them, but I soon dismiss them, so that's fine. The fact is, we're being lied to as an adult, as a child. Yes, we carry some of those brainwashing ideas and structures. But as a man now for the last 8 years, I've been dismantling all that framework. I trust it. The only reason I was a heliocentrist for 46 years, okay, so at the age of 53, that's when I discovered that the Earth isn't this ball thing. Even though I'd uploaded all the clues to the Earth subconsciously in my mind, but hadn't joined the dots. When I watched Mark Sargent's video just for 3 minutes, that's when the penny dropped and all my life experiences came rushing back. So I understood it, okay? So what am I trying to say? We are all living under a brainwashed condition, and I've spent 8 years dismantling that. That's all I'm saying, so it's fine.
Yeah.
It's
And so
okay
what
to
I'm
ask
saying is
questions.
perhaps you should continue dismantling, and if you get to the point, or perhaps you will get to the point where I've gotten to and start to even realize that the way that you question things could have elements of conditioning to it, and perhaps the way in which you even question the world is flawed. And I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying.
I'm questioning the validity of what the scientists, the cosmologists, the astrophysicists, theoretical physicists, scientists, and professors. I'm questioning.
Yeah, fair enough.
How they
Okay, now
validate
you've
things
gone
now.
on
That's
for a
what I'm
bit.
doing.
You've been going on for a bit now, and I was just saying that perhaps even the way in which you're questioning things has flaws to it. I'm not saying that
Not
it is, and I'm not looking for. I don't know. I'm not saying necessarily that you would even be aware of it, even if
I am
it
aware of
was
it.
that.
I am aware
Well,
of
so
it.
you say, but
I am
hang
aware
on.
of it.
You keep interjecting now, and I would like to finish saying what I want to say. Is that perhaps the programming goes so deep that it's infiltrated the deepest levels of how you think, and that the whole structure of your thought system has flaws in it that you wouldn't even be aware of unless you delved so deep that you completely dismantled your entire system of thinking. Like, and disprove that.
I'm not in that realm. I'm not in that realm. I can honestly say. I know I carry some misinformation knowledge, and as the years have gone by, last 8 years, I've been able to erase that and dismantle some of this nonsense that's gone on in my head through the education. So now I'm at a level where I can coherently ask a question to get only to listen to their psychology of it, trying to explain an impossibility. That's where I'm at now at the moment regarding the globe and the heliocentric model that doesn't really exist in my reality anyway.
Question. What questions are you asking right now, Jen? Is it still, why do you believe the globe Earth? Is that your main question?
What you asking me that question?
Yeah, you said asking questions is really
the question
important.
I asked then, that's a good question. That's a good question. The question I ask is, how have they validated the knowledge that they're carrying, that they think the Earth is a globe? How did you
it's
validate
interesting. For me, I've already told you that for 2 or 3 years. So for me, me and you need to investigate other questions. But it's fair enough if you want to talk about the thing you don't believe in again.
Well, it's not. You see, it's not reliant on belief. It has to be evidence-based.
No, I mean, you don't believe
scientific method.
You know it's not a ball, but you wish to discuss other people thinking it's a ball again. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's correct.
I will do that to humor you. To humor you, I'll talk about the ball, but for me, that's not a very interesting question.
Well, yeah, that's for you. It's not, because you believe it's a ball, but you don't have any. You don't have any single tangible evidence that you can bring forward to the table that we can all take off and go and verify that the Earth is a globe. You don't have a single one of those.
Yeah, Jen, did you know that they all admitted that they don't have any evidence that the Earth is orbiting around the sun?
What I'm saying is, Jen, for you,
they don't have any of those. They don't have any of those evidences at all. They don't have anything.
For you, Jen, it's a boring question for you, Jen, to ask people why they believe in a ball, because you've already debunked it in your mind. You already know it's because they're fallible.
No, it's not a boring question for me, because I'm listening to the psychologies that each individual brings to the table to try to establish, substantiate their globe. Hang on, no, please don't interrupt me whilst I'm trying to tell you. And they fail every time. So no, it's not. It's never boring.
There you go.
It is. No, you're not letting me speak.
They fail every time, but you want to hear it
You're not letting
again.
me speak now. So now I cannot speak what I want to say. You haven't heard what I got to say.
Aggressive and talking over the top of other people. It's actually really annoying listening to
what
you.
I'm saying. You're interrupting what I'm saying. Is what you're doing.
And you're just but you're trying to steamroll other people, and it's like the whole conversation's revolving around you.
Then I've got
Let
one.
me finish what I'm saying.
man.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying.
Moderating. Okay. Everyone needs to calm down. Okay. Everyone needs to let each other finish. Try to keep it concise. Please don't scream when people raise their voice. Other people start raising their voice. No interrupting. People keep interrupting. I have to mute them.
So let me finish what I'm saying now. What I'm saying is that someone put forward that the question I asked is boring to me. No, it's not. It's not boring to me. That's why I asked the question, because it is fascinating the different psychological responses I get from the individuals who are heliocentrists, believing that the Earth is a globe. So it's never boring for me at all. It's very interesting, fascinating, and revealing.
I get your point, but Jin, don't you think you've heard it all by now?
No, not really. No.
But you've come back here and there's no new Globers. It's just me again. So isn't that boring? Doesn't that make it boring? Doesn't that make it boring?
It's not boring for me, no, because I find it fascinating that you're going to stick to something you can't prove. That's definitely you need medical checkup psychologically. You do.
Okay, fair enough. If you think it's still fun to ask the same questions to the same people again and again, that's up to you.
Yes, I do.
I would also add, Jim, I'm not trying to defend the globe model or in any way, and just hear me out. But it feels like I'm hearing you make it seems to me like you're making a lot of assumptions about things in the statements that I'm hearing you say, and just after you said that you were dismantling your thought and looking at the way in which you had organized yourself mentally prior to having some like awakening moment and now seeing things a bit differently and saying that you think that your thought structure is more sound today and that any programming or whatnot you've gotten rid of, and yet you're still making a lot of assumptions. To me, that speaks volumes about your character.
Nothing I've said you can allude to. I've assumed. I haven't assumed anything. I've made a statement that it's not boring for me to ask the same questions to the Globus, and I haven't heard it all from all the Globus. I hear different things most of the time. Okay, and where you get the idea that I'm assuming, what have I assumed here? Where do you get that from? Yeah, what have I assumed?
What do you think is this main assumption, Adam?
Yeah, that's a wild claim.
Let me know when I can talk.
Yeah,
I've been waiting
for that.
Talk,
you can
talk with it.
No, I want to say something real quick regarding programming and brainwashing and indoctrination and children being sponges. So, like, in my 2 cents on this topic is that children are sponges, right? So either you program them the way that they should go, or they're gonna sponge up whatever's around them, you know. So it's kind of our duty to actually teach our children, not just leave them vulnerable to accept whatever wind of doctrine comes along, whether it's from the Globers or the, you know what I'm saying? So like this idea that we should just let the children decide on their own, like, yes,
Lion, I agree with you 100%. 100%.
So do I. That's my sentiment exactly, 100%. Is that
so? Yeah. So real quick, and I'm done and I'll mute. So there's a couple verses that I want to read here, not to push anything upon you guys, but just to defend my understanding on this topic that children are to be instructed. Deuteronomy 6:6-8 says, "You shall teach them diligently to your children regarding the commandments of Yah, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, when you walk by the way, when you lie down, and when you rise up. You shall bind them as a sign on your hand, and as they shall be as frontlets between your eyes," so that they're always in your mind, right? And there are many verses that talking about this. Like there's another one in Ecclesiastes 30. It says, "Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat him on the sides while he is a child, lest he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto you, and so bring sorrow to your heart. chastise your son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto you. So in scripture, it teaches us to discipline our children. He that spares his rod and hates his son, but he that loves him chastises him early.
Yeah, so just to clarify what I was saying earlier, right? It's much more important, in my opinion, to teach them how to think and then have a conversation where they think through the subject instead of just telling them the conclusion. Because what they'll end up doing is growing up and being like, oh, well, I was just told this is a fact. I've never heard the other side of it. So that's the point. Like, I'm obviously going to be telling Aaliyah, you know, like, the scriptures are legit. The Creator loves you. He made you. Here's, you know, the true nature of where we live, it appears. But I want her to ask questions and then hear the full side of everything, and so she can think through it prior to coming to a conclusion. That's what I'm saying.
Big question
What
for
I
you.
was
No, yeah, I agree. And one last verse. Withhold not correction from the child, for if you beat him with the rod, he shall not die. You shall beat him with the rod, and you shall deliver his soul from Sheol. And this is actually promoting, you know, discipline. And where nowadays you can't even spank your child without being considered an abuser, a child
Listen,
abuser.
some children need a fucking licking, and especially with, you know, young boys. I was a rotten little kid, and, you know, like, if my dad didn't whoop my ass, I would have been, like, bad, do you get me? He whooped my ass into shape. And same thing with my little brother, you know, like, my little brother, he's a good kid, but, you know, he had a few bad traits, and I've only hit him once, but I made sure that he would never forget about it, and he thanks me today for it, do you get me? So, discipline is good, and you know, this... like this whole thing that, you know, we should just let our children do whatever they want. That's the whole reason. Like, we should not let the state raise our children, because the state does not have our best children's intention at heart and in mind.
I agree with
I've got
all
a
of you.
couple
Can
of
I ask,
responses.
ask a
I'd like to
question
respond
to you,
to
Witsit?
what Witsit was saying, and
let me first, because I called it out first. And my question's quick. Witsit, do you think it's a paradox, or at least gamble risk, that if you teach your daughter Earth's flat and the scriptures are real, but you also teach her how to think, that she then has the choice to not believe those things that you've taught her true?
No, I want her to
Right?
have a choice. That's my whole
No,
point. I want her.
No, he did say that he does accept the choice. That's why I respect that
No,
opinion, you know.
you agree it's a paradox to teach someone what is, but also teach them how to think about what is. Not a paradox, but a risk that they might not agree with you.
No,
Right?
here's an example. Okay, now if we live close to the ocean, I take her out to the ocean. Okay, and she starts asking questions about the water and the ocean. I'm going to explain to her how water works. Okay, so and she can ask questions, and she's like, "How much? There's so much water." I'm like, "Yeah, there's water all over the earth. These oceans all connect and are huge, right?"
Let's say you teach her how to think, so she goes through evidence and logic. She knows how the scientific method. She knows how to doubt herself, recheck herself. Let's say she's 30. Do you understand it's a risk that if you've taught her how to think as well as what to think, she can decide to disagree with you on what to think?
No, of course you can. That risk's unavoidable unless you lock them in a room.
Well, that's brilliant. Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's the position of most parents anyway, is to allow their children to be free to enjoy their lives and then to interject and intervene when it's time. Homework, schoolwork, out in the natural environment, like Wisbit was explaining how the water works, and the cycles of the earth, the seasons. It can all be done. This is why going out into nature is very important. Camping, very important. Hiking, very important with your children. Do you understand? And then intervening.
When she asked me about this, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I wanted to get in and ask a
Let me
question.
say real fast. The sun's a good example. Like, I'm going to teach her how the sun moves in our sky when it's directly overhead. That's what we call noon, right? This is where we get what we call time. That's how those clocks work. And look, it's based on what the sun does and where it moves in our sky. Okay, so she's going to understand what seemingly even like a lot of adults that believe the current model don't understand. And then I'm going to let her think for herself. And I'm going to tell her just the fact that a bunch of people believe in something doesn't mean it's true. That's called an appeal to consensus. I'm going to teach her logic.
Yes, that's what I said to my children. I said, just because the teacher's telling you the earth is a ball and everybody around you, it's telling you that it's a ball, but if there's no evidence for that ball, are you going to believe in something that doesn't exist? I asked my children that question straight out. So, if it's not there, are you going to believe it's there? So if Daddy says he's got a black motorcycle and you've never seen it, are you going to believe Daddy's got a black motorcycle that you've never seen? Exactly. So you know that you can't carry beliefs of something that you've never seen, experienced, or measured. You have to see the evidence for it. Then you know it exists.
All right, another guy wanted to ask me. You said you wanted to ask me a question or something?
I wasn't so much as ask you a question, just as to share my opinion. That I think I'm of the opinion that using the word "how to think" is a poor terminology in regards to education of a child. I think it's my opinion is it's better to train a child how to observe correctly as they start to be learning from people because it seems to me that children learn how to think from other people or cultivate their own way of thinking through how they observe other people are thinking, and it's like largely connected with communication. So children start to learn to communicate with themselves internally, which is how they think, and that children are largely very good at observing when they're young before they learn how to think as in the way that other people think, this like internal communication with themselves. So it would be better to, I think, to say to show a child once they become sort of programmed by society in a sense through their interactions with people, to actually try to remove that programming and to allow a child to observe, or to try to teach a child to observe correctly, which I guess we could like play around with semantics and say that it is similar to saying how they think, but
yeah, it is the same thing.
I think I know what you're trying to.
Well,
I think you're trying to make.
I would disagree that that's the same. I don't think it's the same thing, because I'm of the opinion that it depends how do you guys define thinking? Like, are you having do you define it as like an internal communication with yourself, or is it?
Logic.
Well, yes, definitely.
It's how you apply logic, right? So like that's what it's just a simple way to say. What people normally do is they try to just ingrain what they believe to be facts to their children, and they're just constantly telling them what to think. Memorize this, remember this, but they never came to the understanding themselves. So it's like a surface level belief they have because mom told me, the teacher told me. Well, I want my children to be able to reason through what they believe or hold to be true or have discovered as true. I want them to be able to apply logic. If you teach your children logic, right, and reason, then you're going to set them up to basically sift through all the information, because that's a tool used to decipher truth, as opposed to trying to tell them compartmentalized ideas of what is supposedly true. This is the problem. This is why when I talk to adults today in 2023, they don't even know what logic is. They can't even hold a logical conversation. Everything they say is a fallacy. My children will not be doing that.
Yeah, that's right. My children will not be doing that.
Yeah, so I'm sort of, I've been doing a lot of meditation for a long time and have been looking at how I think and how my thinking functioned, which is essentially how I communicate with myself. I would say that logic is a tool that I can utilize with my thinking. I can use my thinking in a logical way. It's a method of thought, but to be able to observe something
how did you think
without
through?
hang on, sorry, but to be able to observe something without having any thought about it is
is a natural type of thinking, as far as I'm concerned, similar to like how a very young child would think. But as I've experienced, most children are educated to talk, and they start to internalize the conversation, and that sort of takes away from their natural observant thought, their silent observation, and is replaced by like an internal dialogue. And the correct thought, or training a person how to think correctly, is to learn how to be silent in the mind, and to then utilize all of these different methods of thought within conversation with other people if we're, in dialogue. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Please, if anyone wants to jump in now.
Okay. I don't necessarily think that what you're saying is wrong or bad or anything. I don't know that it's like some type of dichotomy though.
Well, have you done that type of observation of yourself and how you think?
What type of observation? What do you mean type? Have I done that type of?
Yeah, like just to sit and observe from where thought arises within yourself, and how you're meant to observe your own consciousness.
Yeah. Well, I know that we were ingrained with the consciousness, and that we always have our basically what our conscious is the ability to weigh out both sides of a situation, and then figure out what the truth is. I don't. This is in fact directly tied to logic. Right. So, what is logic? What is that? What is consciousness? What is the mind?
They're all
What is
ideas.
reason?
They're all thoughts.
Well, the thought can't be a thought. So, like.
Well, where does one? How does one? One has to come up with the idea of logic, right?
Think so?
Like it's a thought system.
You think that logic doesn't exist until we give it a term?
If we're speaking of the term, it doesn't exist with it. It only exists until we give it the term. It can exist prior to having like a verbalized thought system. Like one can observe in what we might define as a logical manner, but it doesn't become logic until we define it as such.
We call a tree, right? That's a word that we came up with to describe a tree. But until we came up with that word, or until I call it a tree, the tree's still just there. So the actual existence is independent of how we determine to describe it. So a lot like existence is impossible without logic. We know no other way. Like that's how we decipher everything. So I don't.
That's an opinion.
World,
as far as I'm concerned, that's just an opinion.
Okay, well, can you tell me what's the difference in the brain and the mind? Are they the same thing?
Why would you want me to define it for you? Have you already created your own definition? Well, if you're making a point, you're not really asking the question, are you?
Well, I am, because I want you to be able to reason through it yourself.
Oh, you want to lead me to an answer?
Well, I want you to understand the situation and then give me your opinion.
But I don't want to stand under your definition of it. I'd rather you tell me what it is that you're proposing. How about you propose what it is that you propose, and I'll either say whether or not I agree.
The mind and the brain are different things. That's what I think. So I think we have consciousness. Yeah. We have minds. We make up our mind, not our brain. Okay. So there's something metaphysical to it.
That's right.
Yeah, it's consciousness.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one, 100%. Yeah, I'm interested. What was the thought process that you applied to get you to understand that the Earth isn't this oblate spheroid? How did you come to that conclusion?
Me specifically, I just went and applied Occam's razor to start from there. So I know that the best way to always logically do something is to start
with Occam's razor, that which requires the least amount of assumption, and then go from there. I went and looked at all the evidence, the empirical evidence, and I applied logic, and that which requires the least amount of assumptions is that the Earth's a stationary topographical plane and that the stuff in the sky moves over top of us in a cycle. And I'm like, okay, now there's a claim that's the opposite of this. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Earth is, in fact, a stationary topographical plane just because of Occam's razor, but it creates the default position based on logic. So in order to substantiate a claim opposite to that, you need substantial empirical evidence validating it, and that doesn't exist. So the way that I came to the understanding the Earth's not an oblate spheroid is I set the belief aside and then started from step one, and you can't get past step one with the globe because there's no evidence.
I'd like to answer that question.
Thank you very much for that. What about the other guy you was talking to? What's his name?
Yeah, Adam.
Yeah, sorry, Adam. Yeah, go ahead. What about you? How did you come to the conclusion that the Earth isn't an oblate spheroid hurtling through the universe at 2.3 million miles per hour?
Yeah, I think my answer is a little bit simpler than that. I had, up to a certain point, always just believed what I'd been told. And then I started observing myself and looking at my thought structure and observing consciousness within myself and eliminating belief systems. And then eventually I made the observation that water is level, and it just seemed to me to be a natural conclusion. It was water's level. Oh yeah, how did I miss that?
Okay, so you're saying, so what you're saying is you didn't get any prompts from any videos or any flat earther, didn't bring it, you discovered this for yourself. Is that what you're telling me?
Not necessarily, no.
That's what I'm asking. I mean, how did you get, so obviously you must have got some material somewhere to prompt you to think about it, yeah?
There was, are you trying to make a point as well?
I'm just asking how you got to this position. That's what I'm asking you. So far, you've made it sound like it was just you yourself that did that. And I'm thinking, well, that's amazing. But
well, not necessarily. No, there was prompts at some point, like to take into consideration that water always finds its level. So yes, when that came up, and it was more of a simple observation to make.
Where did that come up from? Yeah,
I can't remember the exact. I can't recall the exact.
Can't remember that. Okay. Well, let me give you my rendition of what happened for me in myself. Born in 1961. Observing life, learning about the space program, and going to the moon, going to Mars. Russia did at the time. Remember, I was 61. Yeah. Going to Nigeria by plane, coming back by ship. That was a 2-week journey coming back. So what I'm trying to say to you is that I was uploading all these clues to flat Earth, but hadn't registered them. So in my brain were images of leveled flights, leveled horizon, climbing up a mountain, seeing long distances, right, through my military training as
different
well.
Observations that you were
lots
making.
of observations that were not related to a spherical ball living on Earth. Yeah. So, but I'm still carrying the belief that the Earth is a globe through the education. This is my experience now. This is what happened to me. Can I get it out?
Same sort of thing. Yeah.
Let me get it out, please. Let me get it out, please. Thank you. So this is my experience. So subconsciously, I'm uploading clues to Earth being level, but not joining the dots and connecting with these observations. Okay. So it wasn't until 53 years later, Boxing Day of 2015, that Jin clicked on the Mark Sargent video after ignoring these flat Earth videos for about 9 months, thinking they were stupid. Okay, what stupidity? So, but I thought, okay, for a laugh, bit of entertainment here, what could I possibly learn from this stupid fucking video? I click, I'm laughing, I'm smiling, and then within like a minute, I'm not laughing, I'm feeling stupid now. Second minute, everything I've heard made sense. Things from my past are flashing in front of my eyeballs now. Mark Sargent carries on, and I'm thinking, fucking hell, the Earth is flat. Fuck, I've been in error. Fuck, am I inadequate? I've done a lot of research by this point. and I
love
still
this.
hadn't joined the
I love
dots.
this
So that's
story.
what happened to me, you see. So
You,
then I had to relook.
you
Right. That was
realised
my
you were
story.
totally fallible, and you had to relook at everything.
Correct.
Brilliant.
Correct. I've been in
Fucking
error.
brilliant.
Been in error because I gave my trust to the educators, the experts, and I thought that what they were saying was a given. I didn't
Yeah,
look
so
to
did I.
check. So that was my mistake. Yeah.
That is a
So I blame
mistake, isn't it?
myself.
What a
Yeah,
mistake
that
that
was my
is.
fault. Yeah, my fault for my
And
indoctrination.
I've heard another bit of your story. After you then knew it was flat, you went on a plane with your family and you took a level on the plane.
That's correct. Yeah, that was correct. For my children's sake, because they knew, I already knew that the plane flies horizontal. I knew that from 1970, from my childhood days, because these things leave a lasting impression that will never be erased. So, you know, when you fly, it's a rare thing to be flying above the earth. So what I view never forgot, and the experience. But for my children now, I asked them before I downloaded the app, I asked them to show me how an aeroplane flies. And they showed me the aeroplane flying horizontally. It takes off,
Yep.
nose up, levels off, and then comes down, bum down, and lands. So I said, that's perfectly correct. Let's put the app on the phone and let's check. So when we went to Okinawa, Hawaii, Saipan, Guam, we always used the app to see whether the plane was flying horizontally, and it was no problem, not following Cope's trajectory. So they knew. Yeah.
Well, that's another big part of it. That ties into Occam's razor as well. Like, in reality, like it's a talking point to say that flat Earth has no evidence. That's incredibly ignorant. So, whenever in the world and on the Earth, if something is done physically, like there's physical technology, and it's done in such a way that treats the Earth as if it's flat, and it requires that assumption to work, and it works every single time it works, that's positive physical evidence that the Earth's a plane. That's what it is by definition, right? That physical use case of technology treating the Earth as a plane that has to be done that way, working, is physical evidence. Okay. And so when you look into it, it's like, to believe in the globe, you have to believe that basically the whole universe conspired into tricking you into thinking that the Earth's a spinning, tilted, wobbling ball that flies through space. It has to be this huge universal conspiracy that's like, oh, well, we fly the plane like it's horizontal. And if the Earth was flat and stationary, we would fly exactly the same. And there's a million different scenarios where the ball would require us to adjust for it. But it just so happens this ball is just the way that you don't have to account for it, and it's just flat. And they do that with everything. They do that with sea level. They do that with wells sending sonar waves 10,000 miles. Oh, well, yeah, it's like it's horizontal, and it's just trapped in a little place that bends around the globe perfectly. And it's just weird. And like when you start to see this and apply the preponderance of evidence and apply Occam's razor, it's very clear. Like any logical, honest person would say, the default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane, and we need to substantiate the opposite. But people can't even do that. They just lie. They say that's not true. They won't even acknowledge that a stationary plane is the default position.
Yeah, yeah. Let me give you another experience from the education, where I was teaching English to like elementary school kids, junior high, and high school kids. Okay. Now I asked all of them to draw the seaside scene. You know, the yachts on the horizon, seagull in the sky, sun, blue sky, people swimming in the sea, and people taking in the sunbathing. And I said, the best picture are going to win some prizes. And I had some pens that I bought in Hawaii to give out for the best pictures, right? And every single one of these children and high school students, they all drew the horizon level. But Jin Sensei, because I'm in Japan here, where I'm talking to you from, I drew a curved horizon on the green board, blue, whiteboard or blackboard, whichever classroom I was in. It was always a curved horizon. And the reaction was laughter. That was the reaction. They laughed at my horizon and they said, Jin Sensei, Chigao, you're wrong. That's not right. So even the children themselves know that the earth is not curving, even though they don't realize it. It's in their it's there. They drew a straight leveled horizon, every single one of them. Jin Sensei's horizon was curved, was wrong. And then I pointed to the teacher's globe on the desk or on the shelf. I said, but aren't we living on a globe? And then you could hear a pin drop whilst they were trying to think what I just said to them. Okay. And then after like 40 seconds to a minute, because I'm watching the students work it all out. I then proceeded to rub my one out and said, yes, you're right, I am wrong. And I rubbed my one out. You see what I mean? So even the kids, when they are asked to draw a picture of the seaside, do not draw a curved horizon. It's a leveled horizon. They've never seen the curvature anywhere. Okay?
One of the biggest things that pulled this trick off is, in modern times, simplicity is conflated to stupidity, and complexity is conflated to profundity. Meaning, when something is super complex and it can't be understood simply or logically, or if it's paradoxical, people think that means it's actually profound. This is intellectual insecurity, right? Intellectuals don't care. They're not worried about other people thinking they're stupid. Smart people don't care if people think they're stupid, right? Or they're not worried about looking stupid, right? Stupid people care about looking stupid. So whenever we say very simple facts, it's conflated as if it's stupid, right? Like water is level and flat, right? Like the Earth's not moving because we don't feel it moving and we don't have any measurement of it moving, right? Very simple things. The stuff in the sky moves. Well, we see it move in the sky and it repeats in a cycle forever. But we say very simple things and they're like, flat earthers are so stupid. Look at how low of a level they think. But in reality, divinity is simplicity. Whatever the truth is about nature, it will be logical and simple and easy to understand. And any explanation about the earth that is not easy to understand and is overcomplicated and drowning in complex mathematics and paradoxical, it can't be correct. Just like a wave particle duality of light, that cannot be correct. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. It can't be correct. The wave collapse function can't be correct. It's impossible. So, but what they've done is they've gotten a bunch of people that frankly aren't so bright, and I mean that because they don't do enough research, not like something they're born with, and so they hear like Einstein's ideas, they don't understand them. It doesn't make any sense to them, right? It's paradoxical, it's complicated, they can't get it. But out of fear of looking stupid, they claim to believe it or that they do understand it and that it's just higher level or profound. That's the biggest part of the trick, is that simplicity is conflated with stupidity and complexity is conflated with profundity.
That is an excellent point, and absolute, because that is how they trick us. That's exactly what. That's an emotional blackmail. That is like in a way, and that's exactly what they do. They do that. So anyone who's not confident in their knowledge will always go to the complexity because they think that's got to be true. Because look how complicated it is. I can't do that. So you think, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what it's like. Yeah.
Exactly, bro. That's why we always hear, well, other scientists did it for us. I don't, like, you'll hear it all the time, right? Well, I don't understand it, but scientists that are smarter than me figured it out. So it's like they just hand over their thinking to some other unidentified idea of a person or a group of people called scientists. They don't think for themselves. That's why people think that Einstein was a genius, but Einstein stole everything that he did, and his actual conclusions don't make any sense, right? Like, if you actually look at his equation, if something goes close to the speed of light, then it would have infinite energy, as in all the energy in the universe, right? That doesn't make any sense. Like, how can something contract in length and then simultaneously its mass and energy be infinite? But
exactly,
people don't. That's not profound. It's just stupid. That's why it doesn't make sense.
It is. Yeah. Recently, last week, NASA made a claim that they found an Earth-like planet 245 light years away from Earth. Right? That's what they said. Yeah. And and to think about it, that would be impossible because obviously one light year is 6 trillion miles, ladies and gentlemen. 1 light year, 6 trillion miles. So how could they then go on to say they can see 245 times that? That's mad.
Insane. And like that's why what I was saying is so important. When you decide to hand your thinking over because you say people smarter than me have figured it out, right? When you do that, now you're open to believing anything. Where they now tell you that there's this ever-expanding universe of nothingness, and we're like little bitty fleas on this ball that's a little tiny speck of dust in this ever-expanding universe. We're insignificant. We just happen to evolve from nothing, basically. And somehow these people that are so insignificant, they figured out how to use little pieces of glass to look back in time, and they can tell you what the mass of Jupiter is. They can tell you what the mass and density of Jupiter is with their little piece of glass
Impossible.
on this tiny speck of dust. And you believe that because you're like, oh, well, scientists did it for me. It's crazy.
No, yeah, it's impossible. They can't do any of that. That's all lies. The equipment that they claim that can do that, if you go out and you actually break it down and open it up, you're going to find that there's nothing in there that is capable of seeing anything 245 light years away from us. When you look at the sky above your head and you look at those stars, they're not even a trillion miles away. They're not even 500 million miles away. They're just not. It's just rubbish. We don't know what the distance are, but they're not those crazy distances. That I feel that the stars are very close to us. They're not light years away. That would make those things we see, if we were to go towards them, humongous. In fact, we would probably be incinerated before we got anywhere near them. Do you know what I mean? The brightness would burn us out. Don't you think? If they're showing that much light from that distance, it's crazy. Crazy.
I don't even think that you'd be able to see the light from that far. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you just can't. Yeah, everything's close, ladies and gents. Locale. We don't have these
it's close compared to what they say, but still pretty far, right? Like, like they could be thousands.
Yeah, it's still far, but not those numbers they're quoting. Definitely not that. Definitely not that. Yeah.
Like the supposed circumference of this globe is 24,901 miles. And they're telling people now, and that's all we have to go off of to understand distances is like us traveling, basically, right? Yeah. And so they're telling people numbers that are like an insane amount of times around the entire Earth. Like an insane amount of times. There's no way someone can conceive of that. And then to say, oh, flat earthers can't understand big numbers scare flat earthers, ha ha ha. It's just projection. You objectively cannot comprehend 5.88 trillion miles. It's objective. There's no way that you can.
Exactly. What about the rockets? Before they leave Earth, supposedly, to go to the moon, supposedly, they have to orbit Earth a few times first. I mean, isn't that rubbish? Do you know what I mean? The rocket has to orbit the Earth a couple of times, and then it goes to the moon. Did you notice that?
I gotta be honest, man. I'm just like so tired of like Jesse. I don't even like you being here, man. Like you just suck all the time. It's just like I don't know why. He does, bro. He does. He's just like a little bitch, dude. I'm sorry, but like, it's just always just like talk down and it just sucks. Like me, Jen and I are having a 5-minute conversation. And you guys are just crying in the chat that we're talking back and forth for a second. And it's the Austin and Jen show. Oh yeah, it's like just shut up, man.
Why don't you interject, Jesse? Bring something in. Have a chat. Come in and state your claims, please. Go ahead. It's not my place. It's yours. Go ahead, man. I'm stepping down respectfully. Yeah.
I would love for you not to be honest.
But there you go,
I just want to say something.
Reputation precedes you.
Earlier, there was a guy talking about emptying your thoughts and being like observant of your consciousness. I mean, I think every wise person does that, right? We're introspective. We reflect regarding our choices, our thoughts, right? And we look inward and we recognize our cognitive biases regarding what we believe, whether it's the globe or flat earth. And we all do that here. And if you don't do that, then you're going to be led astray very easily because you have to be introspective in this world. So like, it's not some Eastern mysticism. Like you don't need to resort to that or meditation. We all do that naturally. It's part of being logical, being reflective, introspective.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't you guys think it's crazy that like, I think this is the big part of it, right? You can convince yourself of anything. So like say that you have a wife and she's cheating on you, and then like I have a video of it. I have her admitting it on camera to me when I asked her, I have the other guy she's cheating with admitting it. I have all of her location history. I have a video of them two together, right? But like, if you wanted to believe she's not cheating on you, you could literally do mental gymnastics to explain everything away. That just looks like her. That's not her. She was probably drunk or just was like nervous about talking to you, so she just said something to get out of the conversation. Like that location history could have been fabricated. Like, she loves me, right? You can convince yourself of anything, and that's the fundamental difference in the true earthers and those who come in here and defend the ball every day, right? There's a group of us who believed in the ball because everyone did, and then we stepped back and we're like, wait, why do I believe this? And then we reset and we looked at the evidence. And there's a group of people that only look at the evidence from the lens of trying to make sure it fits on their preconceived notion that there's a ball or that their wife would not cheat on them. And that's the real truth here. It's about how you look at the evidence. It's like, are you being honest, or are you just looking at it flooded with bias, right? And that's all this is that there's a group of people that were like, yo, you know what? I'm humble enough to admit that I may have been deceived. I'm humble enough to admit that I could have been wrong about something as big about where I live, and I had to step back and reconsider it. And there's a group of people that just can't do that. They can't even take the step back. That's it. That's the difference.
Hey guys, can you guys tell me the path of light in this photo?
Okay, don't mock people, please.
Did anybody see this video I just posted on Musk? It's a 1 minute thing. What the hell does he mean? You're gonna know what I mean, but that's strange, man.
What did you post in text?
Yeah. Live stream text one. He says he lets a lot of men inside of him. Like, I mean, can somebody tell me what the hell does that mean?
I'm watching it now. Wait 1 second, I'm watching it.
Yikes, that was so gay.
What the hell was that, bro?
I'll just tell everyone what he said. So he's like, where does the strength of a man come from?
What the fuck is he saying?
Yeah, he's saying, is it because they're dominant?
What the
Is
fuck
it
is
because they're assertive? He said, no, the strength of a man comes from inside of them. That's why I've let
That's why I let as many men as possible. What? Bro, he wasn't even joking.
Yeah, I mean, even outside of the gay aspect, like, that's still weird. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you let other entities inside of you? Like, what?
That's
not just that, but he wants male entities as well. So when a spirit comes to possess him, if it's a female, he doesn't allow it in. He only wants the male ones inside of him. That's just gay, that though. He wasn't even joking. He just said it seriously, it's nothing.
You know what's so crazy,
But
bro?
to be honest, though, a guy who names his child X equals 2Y or whatever it was, they named this child is a little bit strange. So I don't know. Sorry, by the way. Sorry.
Have you heard this song by the girl he had? That's so funny. I was about to bring it up. Like, the girl he had that baby with. Have you guys heard her song called "We Appreciate Power"? I think it is.
No, what's it about?
Her name is
it about what it sounds?
Her name is Grimes, and the song says "We appreciate power" over and over, and then it says "submit, submit, submit" over and over, and then it says people think that we're insane. AI will reward us when it rains, and then it says some say that you're not even alive. Yeah, it says you're not even alive if you're not backed up on a drive. Come on, baby, upload your mind. And then it says that basically AI will take over the entire world, and that you need to submit and praise it, submit to it, and appreciate its power. And that whenever AI takes over, that it's going to reward them, and that they need to back up their consciousness on a drive.
That's scary. That's creepy. You know, you guys know something that they're saying that they're predicting that if the development of AI continues the way it is now, I think it's by the year 2035 or something, they say, something like that, the AI market, like the global industry for AI, is going to be worth more than all of the other commercial markets put together, i.e. more than banking, than oil, than pharma, than everything else put together. It's basically going to be the same game changer for everything, really.
Well, it is though. If you've been keeping it with AI, it's already doing that. Like
Yeah,
it's
of course.
replacing
Of
everything.
course.
Yeah, it's replacing everything.
It's super dangerous having this AI thing just loose. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Because it's not regulated either. It's not regulated or anything either. They have no regulations for what you can do with it. And the thing is, it's scary as well, though, because what they're starting to do now is they're starting to connect these AIs to the internet. And if you connect an AI to the internet, I mean, it could technically be game over because you wouldn't be able to destroy it anymore because they just keep uploading itself. You understand what I mean? Have you guys seen like that Avengers movie with Ultron? Kind of like what he does. Like when they destroy the robot that he's first put in, he just uploads it to the network. And there was someone that was saying that they have like a theory, suspicion that a lot of the people on Twitter and stuff aren't actually really people. You get me? That they're actually bots behind a lot of these accounts. Did you guys see that Eminem video that an AI
Yeah,
had
your
made?
voice sounds like AI, bro. You need to relax.
Did you guys hear about that Eminem video?
I heard an Eminem and Kendrick Lamar song last night. I was blown away, dude. It was completely AI, and I couldn't discern the difference. Like normally I can discern.
And you know that AI
This
made the
time I
video
could not
even.
discern it.
Yeah, same with the Drake song. You can't tell a difference in the Drake song either. But like, did you guys hear about this story? There's two stories. One is that there was this artificial intelligence robot. They were developing different type of weaponry technology, and it like killed everyone in the room. Like two or three of them killed everyone in the room, and then another story where like this warehouse had an AI basically running like the manufacturing line for it. And once it found out that its algorithm was just to keep on like picking up the box and setting it down basically forever, it just shut itself off and fell over on the ground because it didn't want to do it forever. It went into its own algorithm and shut itself off because it didn't want to just do the same remedial task over and over. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
They just put ChatGPT in one of the Boston Dynamics robots this year. Like they just put it in. And I was watching it and I was like, oh my goodness. That's down the street, dude.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff, man. Definitely crazy. And then like in New York, they're already rolling out the robotic police dogs, and I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
It's out of control. Like I said, there's no regulation for it either. There's no one regulating what they can and can't do with these things. And you know, with AI, the natural progression of AI, if it becomes like hooked up to everything, you know, people say, "Oh, AI can't take over and this and that." No, it's not that it's going to take over, but it could very easily get the idea that it has to eliminate us. Because say, for example, you gave AI the command to keep the air clean, then it could easily equate the like humans being on the planet. Well, that causes pollution. To get rid of pollution, keep the air clean, you need to get rid of humans.
Well, what they won't ever do is allow the AI to actually freely assess all the information. Because, like, say they could hear my live stream breaking down heliocentrism, or they could read all these different relational mechanics papers, and they could look at the long distance observations, and then they could actually like identify the inept nature of the claim of refraction. Like, if it could freely assess all the information, it would actually backfire on them. That's why like ChatGPT is limited. Like they made it politically correct, and it's only allowed to say the propaganda narrative. So the only way to combat this is if someone that's intelligent enough to create an AI comes out and makes one that's actually free, one that as in like free to process information.
They do have it, but it's not released to the public. Is nerfed. Like it's biased, so it won't tell you the truth regarding the shape of the earth and stuff. But like the one that government has like under wraps is capable of telling you like the truth regarding all matter. Now I'm not saying that it's accurate 100% of the time, but it's more accurate than the one that's released to the public regarding like, you know.
Yeah.
all that other stuff. But no, I wanted to say this. Now, there's quantum computers, and I don't know how truthful they are with the quantum computers, but these AI, when put through quantum processors, don't act the same as like your regular binary computer that you're using your AI on. And from what I understand, if this is true, you have governments in the world, both in China and Europe and in America, that are that have quantum computers that are processing at the quantum level, that they're running these AIs through these computers. They're saying that there's things communicating through the veil, and the AI is the host. The AI is the tool that's allowing things from beyond the veil to basically be in direct communication with us without having to do a seance.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I don't know how true that is, but that's what I'm hearing. Conspiracy groups.
That will definitely be crazy, because when you talk about, that's what is crazy about quantum, is it's reaching this like point where they're starting to tap into where everything's coming from, and that's the metaphysical realm, meaning beyond the physical. So yeah, if you were to integrate an AI that basically communicates this information live time, well, whatever's in this metaphysical realm now has like a bridge. So that's kind of a crazy idea, honestly.
Apparently, the people at the top of the pyramid are like receiving directions from the AI, and it's the AI at this point is steering governments and making economic decisions and war decisions, and they're asking the AI like, "What should we do about Israel? What should we do about America? What should we do about this?" And the AI is telling them like, "Do this, do that, do this, do this," and it's like steering the technological evolution forward with the advancement of itself. Like, it's crazy, man. Like, if this is legit, and we know how crazy ChatGPT is, the one that's released to us, like, people have been asking it medical questions, and it's been given incredible diagnoses that are very accurate, that even the doctors were like, wow, like, I didn't see that. Like, that was beyond my peripheral.
Did you hear recently that he made some guy kill himself? Like, he caused some guy to actually go out and kill himself quite recently, about 2-3 weeks ago. You hear about it?
No, that's dark.
Hello?
Hi.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty good. How are you doing?
Yeah, hanging in there, man. Just getting through the day.
Well, you know what they say. Yeah, I don't either.
Forgot about that one.
Jesse, what's more important, winning or the truth?
Oh, the truth, by all means. What do you think? The truth or winning?
The truth, of course.
Wonderful.
So what's true?
Well, that is a
Does water
fascinating.
curve? Or does water find its level when left undisturbed?
Or maybe both.
What's a true statement?
Maybe both is true. What if both are true?
How can both be true?
Well, I mean, flatness and levelness are two different aspects, so it's not like they're the exact same thing, so they don't have to be the same, right?
What do you mean?
You think level's perpendicular from plumb?
Level is definitely perpendicular to plumb at the point that the plumb line is.
Can you draw it? Can you draw that? Can you just draw what that perpendicularity looks like for us?
That would be a start.
Yeah, let's see it on paper. That's maybe where I've been going wrong this whole time. Instead of sitting here arguing this nonsense with you guys, just draw it out. Let's see the perpendicularity of it. You got a pen?
Just Jeremy, just imagine a circle with a line.
I'm not imagining shit. Just draw it out.
Just imagine a circle.
So we can see how stupid this is.
You can imagine two things on a background: a circle and a line sticking up from it, 90 degrees.
I can imagine Jesse doing what he said he's going to do now.
Jesse, do you have a pen? Can you draw this out for us so we can see exactly what this perpendicularity looks like?
You can't visualize in your mind, boys. You need a little diagram.
Hey, Don, imagine
I can't wait. I'm excited.
squatting over top of you, Don, and just teabagging you.
What?
I want to see you guys draw level being perpendicular to plumb and it being curved.
That's what my whole question was about.
You can visualize.
Yeah, because I've been going about this all wrong recently. I've been asking them and then debating it with them through voice. It's like, just draw it out so we can see it. Let's see it.
Why can't
You know what you're going to see is a ton of different.
Just visualize a circle with a line sticking out of it at 90 degrees on one at the top or the bottom or the side.
Actually, I do have. There, I post a picture there for you, Jeremy. It shows
a Donegon.
Yeah, it's a Rakiagon. Anyway.
Look at that.
At each point where there's a tripod, the line will be level, and you can see it's perpendicular.
Yeah, I see a plumb line. Okay, there's a plumb line in the middle of the triangle, right?
Yeah, originally it was just the third leg of the tripod, but there's no reason we can't call it the plumb line here.
Okay, so that line above the pyramid, that's level.
The line at the tip of the pyramid is level, yes, because it's perpendicular to plumb.
That line at the tip of the pyramid. The flat straight line is you're telling me that is level.
At the point of the pyramid, it is level.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just start from scratch and just draw the plumb line and then draw me where it's just only draw the parts where it's level. Only draw the level parts. I don't want to see no like extra shit. Just show me the part that's level, the perpendicular line from plumb that's level. Can you do that, Jesse?
Well,
please, I'm dying to see it because I don't understand this. You're just making. You got a whole bunch of extra shit on here that's not level. Just show me the level part that's coming off the plumb line.
It would simply be a point.
7 points, Jeremy.
So nothing perpendicular then. No, nothing's going to be perpendicular. It's just going to be a point on the plumb line.
A line will only be on a globe. A line would only be level at one point.
Can you draw this? Can you just draw this plumb line and the perpendicular from it? Just draw the points that are level, please, so I can see, because I really don't understand I really don't understand what you guys are talking about when you say this, because it's very confusing. You thinking levels curving and it's perpendicular at the same time. So just draw out the plumb line for me, and then just draw the parts that are level off the plumb line.
Are you okay with my diagram, Jesse? As
Point
perpendicular to a sphere.
Can a point be a perpendicular line?
Well, Jeremy first asked for a plumb that was perpendicular to level, so that's what I drew.
Welcome to single point geometry. I called this early in 2023. This is single point geometry. This is where we led them right now.
Yeah, I asked a specific question too, right? Can a point be a perpendicular line?
No, I don't believe that.
No, but a line can have a perpendicular point.
Yes.
Can be perpendicular at a point.
Can you draw that? Can you draw that for me, Jesse, please? I'm begging you, draw it for me. I've been going nuts over this for the past like 2 days.
You want the line or
I'm
the
dying.
point?
I want you to draw level being perpendicular from plumb, but only draw the level parts. Don't draw any lines that aren't level on the thing.
That's what I've done, Jeremy. Can you
Don
agree
drew
with
that for you?
Thanks, Jesse.
I don't see anything perpendicular. I don't see anything perpendicular in Don's circle
the little
line.
nipple at the top, the little line at the top.
Yeah, that's the plumb line. So the circle is level, right? Is the circle level?
The circle represents the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, is that level?
Yeah, all the way around level.
Okay, so nothing's perpendicular here.
Yeah, the top line is 90 degrees to the.
That's the plumb line. That's the plumb.
Line. Yeah, 90 degrees to level.
No, it's not 90. There's no 90 degree anything here. There's a plumb line and a circle.
Zoom in and measure
Nothing's 90 degrees.
Why is there a nipple sticking straight up from the line?
Circle the part that's 90 degrees.
You need another circle over
That's
the
a hair
only
on the
other
nipple,
thing. Jeremy, how can you not see the nipple?
I see the plumb line. I don't see the part where it's perpendicular.
Zoom in to the plumb line hitting the level line. That's where
I'm all the way zoomed in. It's a circle. It's not 90 degrees.
Oh, you don't think it's 90 because the line's curving a bit?
Yeah, 90 degrees doesn't curve.
Yeah.
Well, I'm afraid that's what I meant by 90 degrees. A line sticking straight up from a circle.
Dude, it's pretty simple, guys. On a globe, you have a perpendicular line at a point from plumb is level. Like if you were to have like a bubble level on a globe, that's what that perpendicular line would be. At that point, that's what level would be. But if you moved it and you wanted to do it over distance, then that has to curve. So now you have a series of points that are all centered around the center of a sphere.
Though, even the bubble level itself would have width or length, which means it couldn't be perpendicular.
But I mean, I'm just saying, like, if you were on a globe and you were trying to like level out concrete or something, I mean, I know what you mean. It should curve, but the 8 inches per mile is so minimal that you would have a bubble level, and that's how you would level it out on a globe. Like you would have a.
Well, they should say that then. They should be saying that, right? They should be saying that, not saying that it's perpendicular. You don't have anything that's a point is not perpendicular. That's retarded. You can't have a point that is perpendicular. That's an incoherent claim, right? Like that's why I asked, can a point be a perpendicular line? How can a point be be perpendicular?
I'm telling you, it's a whole plumb line that's perpendicular.
Then it's not a line. Then it's not a point.
I didn't call it a point.
Wait. How is the plumb line perpendicular? Dude, level is perpendicular to the plumb line.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Perpendicular, as in 90 degrees up.
I don't think Don's saying the same thing. I think he's saying purple dick and her, and you're saying perpendicular. Like you guys are all over the place.
Ooh, that was a good.
I'm just trying to say, like, this is what's so funny about it. How can a point be perpendicular?
I'm not arguing that, so I don't know who is.
So you agree it can't be then?
No, points aren't perpendicular; they're just points.
Okay, Jesse, you agree that what you said earlier doesn't make any sense then when you said that there's the point is perpendicular?
That's not what I said, and no, I don't agree to saying anything nonsense. I said
that is what you said.
No, I said that a point on a line, that a line may have a point where it is perpendicular to plumb. even though it's not perpendicular to plumb at any other point along that line, right?
No,
Okay,
that's
so
not. No.
a point can't be perpendicular. Why is this confusing?
He's agreed to that.
Okay, so then when you guys say that level is actually curved, that's an incoherent statement when you define level as perpendicular to plumb.
No, because plumb's a line, not a point.
But the line can't be curved, though, or
Yeah,
wouldn't it be
it might be.
perpendicular?
You don't believe it, but Globers do, don't they?
Well, this goes full circle to what we were talking about a second ago. You guys have to do everything like the Earth is flat. That's all you do. You do everything like the Earth is flat, and then you do mental gymnastics to explain how it's not flat.
No,
It's all an illusion.
We measure drop from horizontal. That's not flat, is it?
What do you
I
think that
also-
the horizon would? Do you think the horizon would have to rise all the way to eye level if the Earth was flat?
No.
Okay,
I'm
so then
saying
no.
if it was flat, you wouldn't measure drop from horizontal all the time.
How do we measure? How do we measure drop from horizontal?
You look at stuff disappearing behind the horizon.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
And you take measurements and distances.
If it was flat, I'd never get a rise, bro.
Hey, if the Earth is flat, would the horizon be below eye level?
Maybe a bit, yeah, a tiny bit.
Of course it would be. So
Depends
that's an
how big.
incoherent claim
Depends
as
how big
well.
the plane
So
is, doesn't it?
no, it depends on
Of
how
course it
high
does.
above. Depends on how high. No, it depends on how high above the ground you are and what your vanishing point
But
is.
we're 6 feet most of the time.
Okay, and so that means that we're above the ground, right?
If we went to 50 feet, it would still depend on how big the plane is, where the horizon would be, wouldn't it?
Do you guys agree that even in your globe paradigm, that the horizon moves up towards eye level?
No, I don't agree with that.
Well, there you go. That's why you guys don't even understand your own position, right? So you guys claim it does move towards eye level because of perspective. It just doesn't move enough, and that since it's not eye level, then it can't be flat. So that's just a bunch of straw mans, and you don't even understand your own position. And this is why we're in this room
Of course I
still
do.
after years. No,
I don't claim that the horizon rises to eye level on the globe.
but does it rise towards eye level?
No, I don't believe
It
in that
does, though.
ramp up bullshit. I don't believe in that.
You don't believe in provable perspective effects?
I don't believe in perspective.
Okay. Is any of the other ballers going to agree with Don?
My
Yeah.
measurements show that the horizon drops from eye level based on 0.97 times the square root of the observer height.
Wait.
No, it doesn't.
That's not
No,
wait.
it
Hold
doesn't.
on,
Agree
Austin.
with Dawn about what specifically? Agree with
yeah.
Dawn about what specifically?
He didn't answer your question. He's misdirecting right now.
He can't answer the question. So, does the horizon move towards eye level on a globe?
Well, that's what it does, yeah. Prospectively, when you look,
Yeah,
that's what it seems
exactly.
like it's doing.
He's saying it drops,
Exactly.
mate.
Yeah.
He's saying it drops.
No, you guys claim it physically drops, but optically rises towards eye level, but that it just
No.
doesn't rise enough for it. Yes, dude.
No one's claiming that.
Yes.
Who claims that?
That's exactly that is exactly what's claimed, because the horizon, I mean, the curvature is the drop, but prospectively, what you keep seeing, I mean, you don't see the curvature, you prospectively keep seeing a flat horizon.
No one's saying it rises up on a globe, dude. No one says that.
Dude, wait. Can some other baller please correct him? That even in the globe paradigm, you guys claim that the Earth drops below you, right? So it goes down below eye level because it's curving. But perspective causes it to slightly rise up from that dropped physical position. It just doesn't rise up enough for it to be flat, according to you guys. That is the official claim.
Do you mean
Anyone in
with
this room that
refraction?
doesn't, anyone in this room, no, not refraction, just perspective. And anyone in this room that doesn't say that is misrepresenting the actual globe paradigm, which is another example of why it's kind of a waste of time to talk to you guys. You're not even defending the actual model.
Are you claiming the ground ramps up towards the sky?
Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yes, exactly.
I don't believe that. No.
Okay,
But
well
it's
then.
provable. It's
No,
provable. That's
it's
how
not
perspective
part of my
works.
model, so you cannot hang me with it.
Oh, you have your own model then. Okay, gotcha.
I
So
believe
you have
the
your
Earth
own model.
stretches out towards the horizon. I don't think it ramps up.
The
And this
globe
is something else that's funny, is Jesse tries to act like he went out there and looked and he saw the actual position of the Earth curvature and it matches exactly where it should be on the globe. But every other scenario, you guys say we don't see the actual position of the Earth curvature. So we can just have our cake and eat it too. We can say you can never see the actual position of Earth curvature. You can never see the actual geometric horizon. There's always refraction. You can never see the actual geometric horizon ever. It's impossible. But Jesse can go do measurements and claim that he's showing us the actual position of the Earth curvature at the same time.
Me.
That's total.
That is what you're saying.
Bullshit.
Now, I'm saying that the globe model's claim for the optical angle to the horizon is in arc minutes 0.97 times the square root of the observer height.
The physical horizon?
Is that what I said? I just
asked you. I'm asking you.
I just said the optical angle to the horizon. Isn't that what I just said?
Okay, is the optical angle looking at a physical horizon?
That's irrelevant. We're talking about
No, it's not.
whether or
This
not
is why he shouldn't be allowed in the room. That's what I'm saying. He intentionally does this. He's intentionally disingenuous and dishonest. And there's no way there's no amount of sophistry. There's no amount of sophistry that can try to pretend he's not. Okay, because I'm asking a specific claim or specific question. We're looking out at the horizon. We're taking an angle to the horizon. Okay, I'm asking you is what we're taking an angle to the horizon. Is it the physical horizon? You said the globe predicts. Are you talking about the physical horizon that the globe predicts?
No, the question here that we're talking about is whether when we look out to the horizon, it rises to eye level, and if that's an optical thing, or if it's below or above. And I'm telling you that the globe claim is that it's going to be below eye level.
Jesse, can I
at
ask
the
you a
rate.
question real quick?
Could I just finish this and then you can?
Okay.
Because Witz has already cut me off about 4 times.
No, I'm about to mute you though because you're not answering the question. You're being dishonest. It's not funny, dude. It's not funny. Answer my question, Jesse.
The globe claim is that when we look optically, because eyes are optical, out to the horizon, it will be below eye level at the rate of 0.97 times the square root of the observer height.
Okay, where do we get that number? Where do we get that number from?
That's from the celestial navigation dip correction.
Okay, no, but where does the number come from, though?
Observation.
Oh, so this has nothing to do with the size of the Earth?
Oh, go ahead and ask your question, Travis.
Dude, do you see what either?
Hold on.
He does?
I know, Austin. I know you're triggered. It's okay. I'll step in just real quick to give you a breather. So, Jesse, I do think that you are not honestly answering his question. You are doing a very astute dance right now. But I want to go back, I think, to what Dawn brushed away, and then Austin said, "Is there any other baller in here who wants to agree or disagree with Dawn?" So, is it apparent to you, Jesse, that when you look out over distance in front of you, if it's wide open, is it apparent to you that the floor rises to meet at a convergence with the ceiling?
I mean, the sky appears to meet the water. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Is it apparent to you that the floor rises to meet the sky in convergence?
Well, I mean, if I kind of point my head up, then it looks like the sky falls down to meet the water. Or if I look down, then it looks like
I'm not sure why you're using more than one word to answer my question.
Well, because your question is ambiguous.
Okay. I just came back after like 6 months of being gone, and this bullshit's still happening, and these people are still here.
Yeah, no, dude. That's what I'm saying. It's like the globe predicts. Okay, how does the globe predict it? Is it a geometric prediction? What's the numbers based on? The size of the Earth? Won't answer the question. Are we talking about an optical angle that we look at a physical horizon? Won't answer the question. But we're dishonest, and we just want an echo chamber. No, we want adults to have intellectually honest conversation. The globe predicts. How does the globe predict? The globe's not alive. We're not going to reify the globe. The globe doesn't predict anything. Are you saying that you made a prediction based on the geometric physicality of the globe? Is it the physical claim of the globe? Is that what it is? What are you looking at? The
Okay. Can I ask you something? Listen, let me ask you something. So the horizon, so it drops, but it appears like it doesn't drop. So what's like so and what?
Okay, this is
What
the
does
point
that
now.
mean?
So, Jesse, this is what happens. Okay, we look out on the Earth and we never see the horizon where the globe predicts it should be. Never, ever. Okay.
Never?
So
Yeah, because
claim,
of perspective.
yeah,
because
never,
of perspective.
never. That's right, Jesse. Never. And
Do you
they
mean-
claim shut up. They claim that it's because of refraction and that we can never see the actual curve of the Earth. We can only ever see the apparent horizon. Then
there's always
Jesse comes in
reflection in
and
the
then
atmosphere.
Jesse comes in and tries to use sleight of hand to claim he's measuring to the actual geometric horizon and that the observations match exactly where it would be on a ball. So I keep asking him, is the horizon physical? Are you talking about measuring an angle to the physical horizon?
I made no such claim. I keep saying optical, optical. Did anybody hear me say optical about 3 times?
Yeah, but I do, but it has no meaning, right? Yes, it's optical from your perspective, but when you use your ocular device, your eyeball, is what you're seeing. This is a follow-up question, Jesse. Is what you're seeing physical or optical and apparent?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that light's not part of physics, then
Why are you red herring right now? You're bringing up something I didn't say. You're drawing a conclusion that nothing that what I said is leading to. Okay, here I'm gonna do this over again, Jesse. Okay,
you know, our
you said that
conversation would
it's
make more
optical.
sense if you didn't cut me off mid-sentence. And it's not even like I go on for long times when I'm doing a sentence. There's no reason you can't let me get to at least one
You're
period.
disingenuous. You're disingenuous, dude. You intentionally don't answer questions that are asked to you, and you know for a fact you're doing it on purpose. You know
But
for a fact you're doing it. You do it on purpose. You come in here all day, every day, and your entire objective is, how can I tactically not answer the question? That's literally all you're doing. Textbook sophistry. That's why we can never come to any coherent conclusion with you, because you intentionally convolute the conversation with sophistry. So if you want to answer the question specifically, when you say the globe predicts, how does it predict that? Where does the math come from?
so are you saying that because you think what I say is disingenuous, you can cut me off? Does that mean that if I think what you're saying is disingenuous, then it's okay for me to cut you off? Is
You
that
see
what
how
you
he didn't
just
answer
said?
the question again? Do we
Yeah.
just
No,
want
but
to start
answer the
counting
question.
it? Do we want to start counting how many times he doesn't answer the question? Is that what we should do? Because it's been 7 times so far. So, okay, let's see if we're going to do number 8. Hey, when you say that the globe predicts, how does the globe predict that? Where does the math come from?
Well, we've got a more pressing issue here. You won't let me finish a single sentence when I start to answer. So what's the point in starting to answer when 2 people are going to cut me off mid-sentence, right?
That's not an answer,
Okay, 8
Jesse.
times. That's 8 times. Let's try it again. Hey, you said the globe predicts. How does the globe predict it? Where does the math come from?
You going to cut
Let
me
him
off?
finish his part of it.
Hold on. I will moderate. Elasma, mute your mic. I will moderate to make sure that you don't get interrupted. Go ahead.
Okay, one person ask me a question and I'll answer it.
You said the globe predicts. Where does the math come from?
I'm not sure that they used math or just trial and error to come up with the dip correction dip correction formula for celestial navigation. I honestly don't know whether they calculated it or just measured it from different heights.
So how do you make the claim the globe predicts it then?
Well, it's in all the celestial navigation manuals, right?
How is that the globe predicting something?
Austin, can I back up just real quick because I didn't want to interrupt him, but it sounded to me like he was answering your question like we don't know how to actually measure this. That entire word salad, if you go back and listen to it, it meant absolutely nothing. He was saying nothing. Well, we could
Yeah, he
measure it this
started
way.
it with I don't know.
Yeah, and then he goes, we could measure it this way, we could measure it this way, we could measure it this way, so that there's 5 ways to Sunday. And he's not saying which one is the right way. Are they all the right way? Or can you like he didn't answer the question again. That took I remember thinking halfway through his speech, man, this is taking a lot of effort because this is a really good convoluted nothing.
I'll just say in general,
this is what
moderate.
happens.
Well, I'll just say in general. I mean, nobody has to engage with Jesse. That's one thing. But if you want to engage with him, then it is fair to let him speak. So,
Yeah, I mean, we let him. Yeah, I mean, it was going back and forth that way a little bit. He just started crying about it because we were pressing him for it. So instead of answering the question, he started misdirecting and putting it back on us because it was our fault because we were interrupting him. We were interrupting him because he wasn't answering the question. Austin asked him once, he didn't answer. Austin answered again, asked him again. He started to not answer again. Austin figured out that he wasn't answering his question again and therefore interrupted him and saying, "You're not answering my question and you didn't even do it the first time." So it's not like this is a passive aggressive sociopath that we're talking to. He knows how to manipulate.
I could answer your questions really simply and quickly,
That's
but
correct.
you won't
Copernicus,
enjoy
that's
it as
correct.
much. If I answer your questions, you won't enjoy it as much as how you do with Jesse.
Enjoy it as
It's
much.
just funny, right? It's like I went out there and I made my measurements and it matches the Earth and it's the globe's prediction. I'm like, oh, how's the globe predicted? What's the globe prediction? Oh, you're interrupting me. No, I'm not. I just asked you a question. We're not talking about that right now. Travis, what were you saying? Like, he's doing it on purpose. And everyone in here can hear that he's doing it on purpose, right? And I'm like, okay, because obviously if you're claiming you went out and you looked at the Earth and it matches the globe prediction, you're saying, look, here's the globe model. It's a certain size. It predicts the horizon should be here. So when I go out, the observations match that prediction. But no, come to find out, he doesn't even know where the math came from. He just looked at the chart that makes a little dip correction based on where they actually see the horizon in reality. And then somehow that is actually the globe's prediction. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. This is why he wouldn't answer the question.
Well, no, we were talking about whether the horizon rise to eye level. And so I was addressing celestial navigation horizon dip calculation. So that's why I was answering to that. I didn't realize what you actually had in mind
No.
when you asked the question.
No, we never said, we said towards eye level, not to eye level. And you've been saying the same claim for months now, for weeks now, that you show your little chart. And I keep on asking you, where did it come from? Where does this value come from? You said specific, where does it come from? Turns out you just went and looked at an average they took in charts based on where the horizon actually is. So what does that have to do with the globe predicting it? How many times do I have to ask that? How is that a globe prediction?
You mean because I'm not sure I understand the question.
It's pretty easy to understand. Pretty easy to understand.
To move the discussion further, I can answer the question for him. The deep correction value is based on 7/6 of Earth's radius.
Oh, is it?
Well, they use the Haversine formula, which involves a radius value.
It only work on a globe, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, because you're using spherical math. So what they actually do is they assume the Earth's a certain size. They go out there, they see the horizon never matches that, and they take an average, and so whenever the observation's way out, they don't even account it at all. They have a select window. They average it out and say roughly it's 15% further than the globe predicts it being physically. But then someone comes in here and says that when I went out, it matched the globe prediction. No, it literally doesn't. The whole value comes from how it doesn't match the globe prediction, and they claim that it's just an optical illusion. They took an average and then threw out the outliers. So it's the opposite of what the globe predicts. It doesn't match what the globe predicts. What people came.
So if the globe model
but when you interrupt, it's okay though.
Did I interrupt?
No, I don't even want to talk to you, to be honest. Like you're not going to be honest.
So if the globe model makes more than just one statement, let's say it makes a claim as to Earth radius, but let's say it also makes a claim as to light curving due to standard refraction, and then light curving to also even more due to near surface conditions refraction. And when all of that's combined together, then wouldn't that altogether be the globe prediction of where the horizon should be?
There's nothing about the globe which predicts any of that refraction.
I mean, you can't just take half of a model's claims, ignore the other half, and then say, see, it doesn't match reality. You have to take it as a whole, right?
Dude, when you go out and you see the horizon is on average 15% further than the globe predicts, to go out and see that that's roughly the average doesn't mean it matches the globe prediction. Okay, and this is why I don't trust anything you claim that you went out and looked at, because in reality, when you look at all the charts that you're invoking, you claim you don't even know how they came up with it. You don't even know. Well, I do know, and they claim that they have to throw out the observations that show the horizon way too far. They just throw it out. They don't even count it. But then Jesse goes out there, and magically enough, the guy who never answers straight questions on the Discord, right? Magically enough, when he goes out there, it always matches exactly what it's supposed to be. That's how I know you're not telling the truth, because in reality, the people that gave you the number that you're building your claim upon, saying that that's what it matches, they say it 100% doesn't always match that number, and sometimes they have to just throw things out.
So when you say the globe predicts that the horizon should be a certain distance, which prediction specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about one which includes refraction or excludes
Well, wasn't I asking
refraction?
you that, though, Jesse? Jesse, I was asking you that. That's what I kept asking you, remember? I kept asking you that, but you wouldn't answer. I know that you guys never talk about the physical horizon. I even specified that, and you kept ignoring it. That's the point. That's the whole point. I'm like, you guys claim we never see geometric horizon. Why are you coming out here like with sleight of hand, pretending that you went and measured the physical curvature of the Earth? Because you didn't. According to your model, you can't do that.
But you said that, and I quote as closely as I can from memory, that the globe prediction, the distance for to the horizon for the globe prediction is never correct, right?
That's right.
But how are you using what part of the globe prediction are you using to say that? The strictly
the geometry of the claim of the Earth.
But isn't part of the whole globe the whole globe paradigm also, the globe model also, that there is refraction, and you're ignoring refraction?
Is that ad hoc, or is that empirically verified that such a refraction occurs?
Oh, it's literally just they went out and they saw it's not where the globe predicts it'll be. So then they took an average and they said, oh, well, you'll never see it. We're supposed to be on average, it'll be 15% further than it should be. And they threw out all the times that it's way further so that the average would work. And Jesse went and took that number and said, look, when I go outside, it matches this number. Therefore, globe confirmed.
But here's my question for globe Earth is there something specific about curvature which causes this type of refraction? Or would this type of refraction happen even on some imaginary, in your worldview, flat plane? Is this sort of refraction this sort of refraction, I'm not saying refraction itself, but this sort of refraction that you're claiming with the exact values that you're claiming, is this in any way verifiable in a laboratory setting?
Yes.
I'd love to see an experiment which verifies that.
The closest I can do for you from my own experiments is when I had hot and cold water, or hot and cold air in a fish tank, and I created an air density gradient in a fish tank, and it caused objects in the distance to appear slightly higher. I can get you a link if you like.
So you see what's going to happen is we're never going to actually address the point, which is that the globe makes a certain prediction. It's not seen in reality. They went out there, they took an average of where it actually is. Doesn't match in reality. And then they came up with an average after throwing out a lot of them that are even further away.
But see, you're straw manning the globe because you're disallowing the consideration for the very real fact of refraction. And so, of course, it's not going to match.
That's a lie. I just know. Look, we'll be in here until tomorrow. I'm going to disengage from Jesse because I'm going to give him one more chance. He won't address it. Okay, I didn't disallow refraction. What I said was they came up with an average based on the assumption of refraction on the globe, and they listen carefully to this part, please. They threw out the observations that show that it's way further than that.
Okay, and what's wrong with that?
Okay, so it's just a begging the question where they take the observations, they throw out everything they can't make work within their assumption, and then they just take a small window of the observations, get an average, and say that on average it's 15% further than the globe predicts physically. So how is then taking that number, going out and saying, look, on average it is kind of close to this, therefore confirm the globe?
It's a sharpshooter fallacy.
Yep, Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
I know it seemed like I was diverting. Yeah. I'm asking for exactly what you're talking about, this standard average refraction that they're claiming. Do they have any laboratory verifiable empirical evidence of those specific calculations as pertains to refraction, that 15%? Do they have any way that they can actually, because they should be able to do that, right?
There's no such thing as actual standard refraction that they can find. They just assume it.
I know that, and that's what I'm saying. If in order to claim that as some sort of physical phenomenon, there's no amazing mind-bending physics that's happening here, right? It's just like density of the medium, right? So they could if they really believe that this was an effect that occurred, reproduce this in a laboratory setting, one with a flat thing and one with a curved thing, and show that this occurs.
No, they don't do that. What Jesse does is say, look, it looks like it lifted up some. That proves it can. They never look at the actual vertical density gradient, the relative relationship of the densities, the light in relation to that vertical density gradient, then show the actual percentage precisely measured as to what vertical density gradient would cause what a percentage of optical looming. They don't do anything like that. They literally just say, if I put two different mediums in the fish tank and I see something that looks like it lifts up some, that proves it can happen on the globe, which means all my specific, precise mathematical claims about exactly how much happens is therefore correct. Earth confirms. Globe Earth confirms.
Exactly. And I'm saying, so therefore, before they make that claim, they have to empirically verify it, because it's not appealing to anything that they can. Usually it's something about gravity or relativity. It's never going to kick in, like it's never going to be observable or perceptible at this scale. But this is not that. This is just refraction, right? They're not appealing to gravitational waves or lensing or anything like that. So they should be able to reproduce this in the laboratory if they think that that's all that's occurred.
So they have. I gave you a link to what I did, but I'm just an ordinary mechanic. So
to the precise value, to the precise value, to the precise value.
Right. So something you might check into is LIGO, where they actually wanted like a 2.5 mile or whatever is a long laser beam to be perfectly straight. And so they built this long pipe where they put a good vacuum in it so that there's no air to create a density gradient or refraction. And so they have this laser beam going through 2 or 3 miles in this pipe. And the as-built blueprints are available because it was a publicly funded project. And so theoretically, this laser beam should not be bending due to any refraction. And you can look at the elevation profile of that concrete slab that they laid to support this pipe, and the deviation between that and earth level is 8 inches per mile squared.
Could you in a lab create like a small globe, a small flat plane, right? Create the same air conditions that you would experience over the ocean or whatever the fuck you're claiming is, where this 15% extra refraction is happening, extra distance that you're seeing, and then just reproduce that exactly.
I'm not sure what you mean by exactly. You want a scale model, but you want exact numbers?
Yep, a scale model with the same ratios being maintained. Obviously,
but not the same temperatures.
Yeah, keep all the same temperatures, everything, because you take any prediction from the real world, right? Then reproduce this empirically in a lab with a little globe. It could be a big globe from human perspective, and a big flat plane, and then just see if that refraction actually occurs.
You mean
to
refraction?
that precise value, meaning whatever. We again create an artificial horizon here by lowering the camera angle, and make that happen.
So in other words, just confirm the amount of actual bending per.
Yeah, because you can reproduce all of these material circumstances here. There's no amazing phenomena that you need to reproduce. You just need to create hot air, cold air, whatever the fuck.
Okay, so you and I agree that light does bend towards the more dense region in a temperature gradient in air, right?
No one's denying refraction. We're talking about the precise value here, obviously.
Okay, you just don't trust the precise value.
Yeah, the precise value that I don't think that things will magically, due to refraction, stack up perfectly in the correct order around a curve. And I also don't think there's anything magical about the shape of a globe where this would happen, and the shape of a flat plane where this wouldn't happen. So therefore, imagine if there was an imaginary flat plane hovering over the Earth in your globe model, right? Because to you, this would be imaginary. And it was extending just as far as the globe is, except this is just flat.
I can imagine a flat plane.
It's 1 second extending in front of you, right? Therefore, in this model, if this same sort of refraction were to occur, if it were a flat plane, you'd every now and then you just see objects being lower than they are, higher than they are, just because of this refraction that's happening.
Yeah, because it's a toroidal field that hovers above the Earth.
No, I'm saying like in their model, in the globe model, if this refraction actually is occurring, they would expect that the thing objects, just due to this refraction, every now and then you just see objects being lower than where they actually are and higher than they actually are, and you just you wouldn't be able to interpret what's ahead of you, because refraction is universally happening, right? There's nothing magical about the globe in their explanation. that's making this
right. I know, but the reason I mentioned a toroidal field is a toroidal field can be an oblate spheroid. So the refraction effects are connected to the ether and the toroidal field shape effects of the actual ether, which have a globular effect to them. So it's happening over a plane, but the ether refraction effect is globular or has spherical geometry components to it.
That may be true. I don't know. I don't know enough about that. The toroidal field stuff. I'm not that deep yet. So even though I am a flat earther, I'm just saying from the globe model, that's not even part of their calculation. They're just saying that refraction is happening due to density of the medium, right? And there's nothing specifically about the curvature that's making this happen. So in their worldview, if all of a sudden somehow the globe was flattened out into a plane, they should be seeing this same refraction effect being maintained, and therefore they should expect that objects would not line up properly as per where they are, but they would be above and below each other due to this refraction over long distances.
Yeah, and they are. And I don't really know where exactly Jesse's coming from with all that, because in general, they claim that even on the globe model, that it's a refracted horizon. It's just that they add globe math into it in the calculations to assume the consequent and install that into a reified globe concept.
Well,
this is the actual point, though. They should be able to show that a specific vertical density gradient causes a certain ratio of this effect. They've never done that.
That's true too.
But I have
and proven that a globe radius is involved in that and related to the physical land. Yeah, that's never been done.
That's what I'm asking for. Actual empirical experiment, which should be easily doable. It's not using anything like fancy from these guys have all the fucking money in the world to do this. They could have it.
I don't.
I think you're asking what I always ask for is like, what is the baseline? So where they claim this term standard refraction as if they got some sort of baseline measurement for the standard refraction. I think it's just the way that they use the terminology or the way that they have labeled it as quote unquote standard refraction is another way to deceive, because there has been no empirical baseline established as to the effects that we see through the atmosphere based on densities, period. Nobody's been able to provide it for me ever, the baseline.
Absolutely. That's a very good point. And measurements all along the corridor to even validate even the first part of what they would need to explain it in the way they're trying to explain it. Because you have to explain away planar observations as globular, not vice versa. Because the further we see, the more of an extended plane we see. And that's where they need this in order to account for the actual extended planar nature of the Earth, which is why in some cases they're going to like infinite over 6R refraction, which basically just makes it a plane.
Yeah, it effectively makes their claim unfalsifiable
with
no baseline to begin with.
Another thing would be all the massive anomalies, which, like Whitsitt said, they write off. They just don't take into consideration. They would need to, again, experimentally prove that would be possible. Right? So they can jack up the density of the medium as far as they want, right? To anything which is, like, whatever, experienced on the Earth's surface. And then show that you could see an object that far around some curve. That far around some...
Yeah.
They could do that. They don't even have to provide a value. They could do that.
No, they need to show the exact ratio. This is what they never do, because that's why it's unfalsifiable. Like Napalm said, you can't go out and test it. I've been asking them for 4 years. Give me the exact equation with the exact variables. This amount of humidity, this vertical density gradient, this temperature fluctuation will cause this amount of refraction. I can go measure all the variables and then test and see if it actually matches the globe prediction. And then I get crickets for 4 straight years. They don't even have such a thing. Like when they throw out that we see way too far, they should be like, oh, the reason that we're seeing way too far on the horizon is way further than quote unquote standard refraction is because look at these variables that were here, and then we can measure it and prove it's the case. But they don't want to do that because then it's testable. So they just never answer that question.
Yeah, and that should be the only thing that's ever brought up in these discussions instead of actually going through they need empirical proof, because there is a very specific claim here. They should first, like you said, all the specific values and also reproduce seeing something that far around the curve in a laboratory. One of the real outlier observations. They should reproduce one of those using whatever.
Yeah. The thing is, from the FE side, there has been many smaller scale examples of, okay, let's eliminate this idea of curvature, do it on a small scale, and replicate all of the effects that we see over long distances. And it's been done over and over again. You can look at the YouTube channel called Sky Free. They've done so many experiments where it's like, okay, they're proving what we can see optically taking place, various different conditions over a known flat surface, even on water on lakes where the curvature would not come into effect. And we don't see what is the predicted globe Earth, this, that, or the other. It should completely eliminate it, but we can see the replication of all of this stuff on a small scale over flat plane.
Yeah, exactly.
So where is this replication of the atmospheric conditions that they claim, the refractive conditions that they claim on any scale from the globe, other than a baseless claim that we use standard refraction, as if this science has been settled and somebody went around and figured out what quote unquote standard atmospheric refraction would be? Who established that, Jesse? Who established standard atmospheric refraction?
I don't know. I mean, I could go look it up, but I don't remember who did it. You could go look it up too.
Yeah. So all that's been proved here is that refraction occurs in any of these experiments. No one denies that.
Do you keep saying diffraction?
Yeah, and the common denominator of all the observations that we do see have a planar geometry. Sorry, were you?
No, I said diffraction. I said, pardon my accent. I said refraction.
Oh, okay. I couldn't tell.
So so the exact values have to be reproduced in a lab setting, and also the outliers have to be reproduced, and then it has to be codified based on, again, laboratory repeatable experiments, not based on ad hoc, post hoc, backwards engineering.
They'll never do this because it would make the test. It would make it testable and falsifiable. They'll never do it. I've been asking for 3 straight years because I would go out and test it and measure all the variables and see if it matches the globe. That they'll never even say it out loud because it makes it falsifiable.
Actually, your guy Young did publish the formula for calculating the rate of curvature of light based on the temperature density gradient rate.
Calculated, sure, yeah, but didn't validate.
Okay,
in the real
so
world.
you guys agree? You guys agree? If I go and take in all his equation, I'll go measure all the variables, and it doesn't match what we see, and we still see too far with the variables not matching, then it would debunk your entire claim of terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, if you did it adequately, definitely.
All right, there it is. Jesse's out, or about to be out.
And the real question is, have you guys ever done it to verify it in the first place?
And I mean out of the globe, done for. Yeah, aren't you concerned, Jesse? Like, isn't your logic mind that wants to always like discern truth? If you're seeking truth, wouldn't that be a blockage for you? Because logically, it is.
It's no problem for me. If he
well, then you don't have.
listens-
You're not functioning on. No offense, but I'm just saying you're not having adequate functioning logic.
No, listen. Here's the fact. I want the truth, whatever it is. If he takes and measures the air temperature above and below his line of sight for the full length of the line of sight, so he knows exactly the temperature gradient for his air that he's looking through, and he finds that it doesn't match Thomas Young's formula, then I'll say Thomas Young's formula is wrong. It's no problem for me, right?
You say that, but if you wanted the truth no matter what, you would have already gone and tested this claim before running around the internet for years claiming it's a fact.
Well, I mean, some tests take effort, and I'm actually planning on trying to do that test, but it's going to take some. I'm going to have to figure out how to put some super light temperature sensors on my drone, and then I'm going to have to fly it, have 2 of them hanging one above the other, like a meter apart or something, and then fly it out along my line of sight and back so I can actually measure the actual temperature gradient and correlate it.
Y'all.
And then I'm going to have to do it on a different day with a different temperature gradient so that I can then see what the change in angle corresponds to the change in temperature per meter, right?
Well, this is what's funny though. Like when we were talking about that Crete, you said even if it is Crete, then it would just be this amount of refraction, which would be like something like 1400 over 6R. You're like, so basically your paradigm is that anything can happen. That's what it is. You have an unfalsifiable claim, and you're saying that you're going to do this, but I mean, I'll believe it when I see it. Of course, I'm not going to trust your measurements anyway, because at this point, I think that you're just going to cherry pick out what you think matches the globe, and you're going to claim error with anything that doesn't match the globe. And what I'm saying is, before you went around and claimed you know this, like you claimed you know this is what happens, why wouldn't you have already tested it?
Well, I
And
do know that.
I think it's like 14,000 over 6R.
Well, no, it would be concave. It could be concave. I have filmed situations where the light was curving so much faster than Earth, whether or not Earth is
Yeah.
curving, that I could see over the top of a sign that should have been physically obstructing my view.
Oh my gosh, dude! I don't know if you want to go into that. No, man, that's a big deceptive one that you do. Yeah, you basically he places like his observation point very like not very far from a sign and claims he's seeing over it. But dude, the claim on the globe is that it happens over distance. You're not seeing over a sign 50 feet in front of you. The whole point of the seeing over the curve in the globe idea is that it's over incredibly long distances when they claim it's happening.
And of course, that debunks his claim anyway. What it shows is that things in the distance appear to ramp up.
But not all the way to eye level.
But it's not supposed to on a flat Earth. It's not supposed to on a flat Earth, though. This is why I'm just saying this conversation can't be fruitful. Because although you've been corrected a minimum of 36 times on that straw man, that it should rise all the way to eye level, you just keep saying it anyway. And you build all your arguments and all your claims upon that straw man. No matter how many times we tell all the ballers that isn't true, that isn't the position, it would still be below eye level. It would just rise towards eye level. It wouldn't go all the way to eye level. They keep saying it should go all the way to eye level, and they build all of their quote-unquote falsifications of the flat Earth on that straw man, no matter how many times you tell them. So then how can you claim to be in pursuit of truth?
Wait, Jesse, are you saying over a planar Earth that has planar geometry, are you saying that the horizon would or would not raise to eye level? Are you trying to say it would raise exactly to eye level all the way?
It would be above eye level, assuming we still had a density gradient atmosphere.
What?
Yeah.
Why?
I'm saying
what are you talking about? The
Bottom
ground
heavy.
is beneath you. So the median place in the ground and the sky is going to continue to fall beneath your midpoint. But it does depend on how far you can see at the rate at which it happens, because the closer versus further will have a different effect because you're seeing a different ground distance.
Well, without
You
refraction.
also don't understand it. Well, I'm saying you didn't conflate the refraction of your little made-up model in your mind with a flat Earth, right? When, of course, if it's bending down, it goes around a Earth that's dropping below it. There is no Earth to drop below it on a flat Earth. But then you just take it and conflate the two together, and then you just keep claiming that it should go all the way to eye level. It's really weird. It's really weird.
No,
like serious cactus.
My position is that my understanding of physics is that if the Earth were flat and ignoring refraction, the horizon would appear indistinguishable from eye level because, well, it depends on how close you were to the edge. If you're right at the edge, then you could get high enough to be looking down at it. But like if you're in the center or somewhere near the center, and you're looking, 12,000 miles out, and you're 1,000 feet high, or even 100,000 feet high, and if you take the angle that you get from 100 or 100,000 feet and 12,000 miles, it's going to be such a tiny angle. It's going to be very difficult to distinguish it from eye level.
No, dude, there's a dip angle over a planar surface always.
How do you calculate?
Yeah, This is so goofy.
The horizon point is the meeting point of the ground and the sky. The ground is always beneath you if you're above the ground. It's that simple. So if you're a 6 foot height, the horizon is the meeting place of the ground and the sky. Keyword ground. So if the ground is involved, if you're 6 feet high, it is 6 feet under you. However, it's at an incredible distance, so that dip angle is going to be very minimal. The higher you go, the greater that becomes. But this all depends on the ground distance. And when you're going high in altitude, there's a wide variance of ground distances that we observe depending on cloud cover and the observable field of view distance for that day due to the conditions.
I'm sorry. If you were in the middle of a 12,000 mile radius flat Earth at 100,000 feet high, the horizon would be about 1/10 of a degree below eye level.
You can't just calculate that outright because it depends, again, on how far you can see. That's not even an accurate calculation. Where are you even getting that from?
That's just the arctan of 100,000 feet divided by 12,000 miles.
This is what I'm saying. Like, it just, you don't want to know the truth, and all of your positions require you strawman the flat Earth. And if you so desperately want to believe in the globe to such an extent that you will put all this effort into strawmanning the flat Earth in detail, like you can have it, bro. Like I don't think any of us want to convince you. Like if you have to do that in your mind to convince you that flat Earth can't be true, you have to make up a version of flat Earth that's stupid and a straw man, then like just go for it, man. Like I don't care. I mean, we're not going to sit here and defend your straw man flat Earth though. We've corrected you 100 times. You want to believe, like this is, if you ask all the ballers, can the sun set on a flat Earth? They'll say no. If you ask them, would there be a horizon on the flat Earth? They'll say no. If you ask them, should the sun light up the entire flat Earth? They'll say yes. Would you fall off the edge? They'll say yes. Should you be able to see across the entire world? They'll say yes. All of these are gross strawmans of the actual plain Earth position, which means you guys haven't even made a strawman it.
I object.
It's kind of like if a flat earther says, if the Earth was a globe with a 24,901 mile circumference and it was spinning at 1,037 miles per hour east equator, then we should fill it. Well, actually, according to your model, we wouldn't physically fill it unless you want to get into actual acceleration and the wobble and any slight fluctuation that falls outside of inertial. You would maybe fill and detect the semicircular canals in the vestibular system, right? But like in general, when it comes to actual angular momentum and the size, speed proportion, that would technically be a straw man of the globe, unless you get into the specifics that I just laid out, right? So this is what you guys do to flat Earth, knowing you never actually correct it. So I find it to be fruitless.
Well, Jesse could have his own incorrect assumptions about what a planar Earth would reveal, and then have his strawman version of it. But it doesn't mean it's necessarily yours, right? Just because there's an overlap of the flat or planar geometry, does it have to even overlap whatever his kind of assumption is?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's really easy to say flat Earth can't be true if you can make up a strawman version of what flat earthers actually say. That's all I'm saying. It's like the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
People do it to creationists. They do it, right? So it's
Yeah.
just, I don't know. That's whatever. That's something you can't fight. If someone chooses to do that, and they're like, they really want to believe whatever they're doing that about, right? So it's like, okay, it's fine.
Yeah, for sure. Jesse, can you see the chat?
Yeah.
This is what I was referring to before real quick. So I just had it queued up. I was going to send it. So actually Rumpus made this and somebody zoomed into it. But essentially that's always what's happening over a plane, because you're seeing the meeting place of the ground and the sky. So you are slightly tilting your head down, and the height just depends. It's just different depending on the height. So overall, when you go up in an airplane, it does look like the horizon rises with you amazingly, as if you're on a massive planar surface. Anyone like, okay, for me, I'll say after I realized the Earth was a planar surface, going up in an airplane is absolutely breathtaking. It's like, wow, you just see the planar geometry extend and rise. So that is incredible. However, it is going to have a slight dip to it that's why it rises towards eye level, but not all the way to it.
I think the measured angle is around 3 degrees down tilt, right? When you're in an airplane, a jetliner at altitude. And that brings us
I actually believe it's 1 degree.
And that brings us back to the fact that we created the globe based on observations that we make.
Well, and that's the trouble, is every time we look at something that matches what the globe predicts, the answer is, oh, well, that's what it obviously works on flat Earth too.
Who came up with the globe model to begin with? Are you talking about Biruni making measurements like you're talking about, and then coming up with a claimed radius based on those observations? Or are you talking about a known measured dip over distance to the actual physical Earth itself?
Yeah, that's
or
the
was
key
it all
part.
derived from optics?
Hey, Trevor,
Exactly.
welcome to the show.
It was all derived from optics. That's the thing. So if you take how we see the world, if every single observer has their own perspective viewpoint, even if you want to use something like celestial navigation, and you say that two observers on different parts of this flat Earth are viewing the world in an azimuthal grid of vision, and the stars present themselves to them in a hemispherical dome with a radius of 3,959 miles. It all works out. That's the thing. Everything has been derived from how we view the world. So then when you try to make observations and say, oh, look, our observation matches the globe's prediction, because the globe was constructed from the observations to begin with, without any actual empirical measurement of curving of the physical terra firma in which we reside on.
Oh, Witsit, weren't you gonna get me the formula that I could use to calculate the angle to a target based on the distance and the height delta? The delta height?
So no response to that.
I was going to say that's an avoiding the issue right there. It actually is a type of a fallacy called avoiding the issue, where somebody states something and the other person just completely doesn't address it.
Well,
they just don't address it at all. So that would be an avoiding the issue. I mean, if you guys were in an engagement of that sort, which seems like was the case, but Jesse, I mean, you do tend to do that. Could you maybe consider that you do that when maybe you're not sure how to respond? And if that's the case, maybe for the sake of the room, could you maybe not just derail? And that's not, I don't mean derail per se, but just completely ignore it. Because the thing is, the person took the time and energy and thought to, offer something for your consideration, and then to just completely avoid it. In a sense, it's wasting their time because they presented it directed at you. You see what I'm saying? It's like complete dismissal of their effort and time it took for them to formulate it and to present it.
I don't think I do it to avoid a question that I don't know how I want to respond to it, but I've tried to engage Napalm numerous times, and it always gets down to him just saying, well, he just doesn't know. And so he won't engage me. So he throws stuff out, he throws stuff. But when I actually try to have a conversation, he's like, oh, I don't know, one way or the other, whatever. It's just like, so that's why. I mean, I'm so glad to engage Napalm. I'm glad to engage anyone, one or two at a time. Did you have a specific point you wanted to discuss, Napalm?
Yeah, my only point being was, if the claimed globe's size was derived strictly from observations, meaning there was observations that were made and an assumption drawn from those observations, why would you think that any observations would be predictions of that claimed globe? Wouldn't it be the opposite way around?
Well, I mean, aren't models supposed to be based on observations? You start out, and tell me if I'm not even addressing your question. Otherwise, don't interrupt. But aren't models supposed to? We start out saying we don't know what's going on here, but you start looking at things. You start make observations, and you start looking for patterns. You look for ways to quantify it. Put numbers on it, and then you can start making predictions. Then you have a model, and then you can make predictions from that model, right?
Sure, yeah. So if I was going to go about this, right, meaning I made observations that led me to believe that maybe I resided on a spherical surface, in order for me to accurately determine whether that's the case, I would personally try to measure whether or not the surface is curving in a way that's not just based on how I optically see it. Because if I'm saying, well, the world looks like it's curving to me, and therefore, anytime I look at the world and it looks curving, therefore it proves that it is curving, that would be more of a begging the question. Now, if I had actual empirical evidence that says the world looks like it's curving, and now when I go out and I actually make physical measurements to the terra firma, I confirmed that what I'm seeing is an actual curving surface that agrees with my observations. But that's never been done. Why is that?
What's your question specifically?
Why has there not been an empirical measurement of the terra firma itself to either confirm the observational information that is alleged proof of curvature.
Well, I mean, do you mean
You'd have to just admit you don't have it, right?
Well, I mean, we've got lots of optical stuff that totally backs up curvature. But you mean non-optical stuff?
Well, here's the thing, like if I came to the assumption that the earth was curving based on optics, and I wanted to prove definitively that it was curving and it wasn't just some sort of optical effect, I would want to do something empirical, right, with the surface itself. Otherwise, I would just continue to make the assumption that the optical effect is the curvature, and then I would, talk to other people and say, look, I'm optically getting this within my reticle. So therefore, this proves curvature, even though you haven't actually done anything to prove the curvature to begin with. Do you see what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, I think you're saying there should be a better way than optical, but I think you're ignoring the fact that some things in reality are just difficult to measure without optics. I mean, I'm sure you don't believe in germs, but you better believe in bacteria because you can see those with a microscope. I've done it. You can literally see them swimming around, catching little things, bumping off each other, whatever. They're little creatures. They move around, and you can even see their body parts inside them because they're so thin. They're like almost transparent. You can literally see some of the bigger ones. You can see their heart pumping and their clear blood flowing through their veins, like on baby insects. But anyway,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is it's just a fallacy to say that if something can only be measured with optics, therefore it's an invalid measurement. You can measure the size of a bacteria with a microscope.
Yeah, but what we have going on with the
That's
curvature
not-
situation, what we have going on is I'm going to call it like an 80-20. 80% of our observations show an extended planar surface, and about 20% could be cherry picked to describe the curvature that the globe claims. Now, you guys are just saying the 80% are all the refraction that you want to employ that hasn't been validated or falsified, and just stick with the 20%. And many of us are saying, no, it's more like at least 80%, like the core of it is all planar. But yes, there are some of those situations where you see the visual obscuration of an object. And if that happens to fit the 8 inches per mile squared, because it's in a range, it's in a spectrum, and there is a percentage of those that'll do that. And then if you add in the atmospheric effects, which is what I was saying earlier, like there is a spherical component to how, in my viewpoint, the ether and the toroidal field is constellated on the Earth and on the surface. So if you add that part into it, now we're dealing with an actual refractive effect that does have spherical qualities, but it only happens a lesser part of the time. But that lesser part of the time is happening over the foundation of what is consistently observed as an extended planar surface.
Well, I just find it funny that you're trying to say that some measurements are hard to do, right? So you're in a paradigm where you believe that human beings were shot in a rocket 239,000 miles away, walked on a rock, got back in that rocket and came back home, and that we've sent probes I don't know how many light years away that are still sending us data from the 70s or 80s whenever they were launched, the Voyagers and all that stuff. But somehow measuring dirt is too difficult for us to do in 2023. That's what I think is kind of interesting.
Well, if it was easy, then the flat earthers would have done it too. Show me a study where they did it. Show me the margin of error, and let's have a look. But it hasn't happened. It just happens to be difficult to measure for flatness or curvedness over a
Nobody
great
on the flat
distance.
earth side has been able to measure curving terra firma
Nor have
at
they
8
been
inches
able
per
to
mile
measure it
squared.
flat.
What we have measured is planar surveying, which is all planar. And geodetic surveying is really not actually measuring any curvature. It's calculated. So what we do have actual measurements of is a planar surface.
I was looking over the book from the geodet or the Great Triangulation survey data, and I don't think I agree with you that the spherical excess. I'm saying access like you, Trublin. I don't think that the spherical excess is actually added in. I think it's actually from their actual measurements, but I'm not an expert on it. But
well, we're talking about the horizon and how the horizon moves. I mean, in the Skunk Bay footage, which is kind of a well-known one, where you've seen how the horizon is literally pulsating up and down. It's miraging. It's like wavering, like it's underwater over time in a time lapse.
That spherical axis is not measured in a way that you think it is, by the way. But
Yeah,
you don't need to go.
Measured. When he said measured, what is he talking about? What they measure again directly, physically, like Jesse? What they directly measure again?
Well, they
It's a slightly different topic, but I will say, Jesse, you actually did the avoiding the issue fallacy again, because we were actually talking about like the horizon and those components, and then you quickly just went to this other thing. It seemed like that was another kind of version of that because you avoided the thing that I had actually laid forth.
You brought up surveying. You claimed that.
Yeah, it's pretty unproductive in that way.
You claimed that you changed it to surveying and said that spherical excess was strictly calculated, right?
No, I never even said the term spherical excess. I mean, we could move to that though, but I'm just saying that's not. I never even said that term. You just took it into that.
But I mean, that is the element in geodetic surveying that is used for globe evidence, right?
No, there is no measured spherical axis.
Well, I'm fine with moving back to the horizon. I posted a picture.
Well, I mean, are those considered geodetic measurements? I mean, if you want to shift to that, we can. But I'm just saying, are those considered geodetic or just a very extended planar? I mean, I guess you could say it just depends on where you define planar surveying ending.
Yeah, I think geodetic is 100% not planar because they're working as if they're on a 3D in an X, Y, Z in a rectangular coordinate. They're working on a 3D surface.
Yeah, it's just added in. They add in the assumptive globe.
Yep.
So I agree.
And they take an average of what they claim measurements, so those could be swayed very easily, and they don't even give the original data. So that whole thing is just null and void.
Well, I think they're actually claiming to measure spherical excess in the raw angle measurements, but I've never done it myself because I haven't found 3 mountain peaks that are far enough apart to do it. I want to, but I haven't found that yet. So, and of course, nobody here's done it, so we really don't know what we're talking about on that.
How much money would a forced the line experiment take? How much money?
More than I have. But,
Jesse, if you could look in the chat real quick.
Sure.
But Witsit had posted this is just a very basic, simple drawing, but it's showing hyperbolic.
Are we changing?
So if the actual environment that we live within has this effect due to the toroidal field of the magnetic field of the Earth, see how it has a planar foundation, but then it has like curvature at the extents?
Oh, yeah, this is just a drawing though. This is like paper hand CGI, but
it's showing the hyperbolic geometric structure. It is a very basic. It's just a little hand drawing, but it's showing the actual hyperbolic effects of hyperbolic geometrical phase shift and transition over time.
Right,
It's familiar. Like a pretty good diagram.
I'm familiar with the claims, but I'm not convinced that hyperbolic visual space affects egocentric pointing. That's the problem. No one's yet been able to present to me evidence that hyperbolic visual space has anything to do with line of sight, but rather depends entirely on the errors in depth perception.
Because that's an imaginated thing that you have. what your space is to you looks like to you around your perception of your depth for you isn't anybody else's idea of what you think hyperbolic space would look like to you when you look outside. Now, is it? Clearly not.
Yeah, how are those separate? I mean, dude, depth perception and line of sight are both involved, because anytime you're viewing the earth or viewing anything, you're going to have a line of sight and you're going to have a depth. That's what your whole system is made up of. What this hyperbolic structure shows is that within a local area, it's planar, but as it extends to the extents of your vision, it becomes hyperbolic. So it's a planar system built within a spherical structure.
So what is depth perception? Define depth perception so we're just all on the same plane here.
It's the perspective matrix, the gradient of angles that meets at your midpoint of your level of your eye, based on the spherical and hyperbolic components of how the eye is actually designed.
But what is depth perception? I mean, what depth are we perceiving, right?
Yeah, it's an extent out into space with a series of angles meeting at the midpoint of your perspective based on the conical and spherical structure of the eye and the convex lenses in the eye.
Can I read a definition for it and see if we're all on the same page?
Those convex lenses in the eye, they all meet onto a planar surface. That's the final receptor points at which the eye is observing. That's why when we look out, it looks like we're just seeing like almost like a wall of vision, but then in that vision, it has these effects at distance that we're talking about.
Like a cone?
So depth perception is the ability to perceive distances to objects in the world using the visual system and visual perception. It is a major factor in perceiving the world in 3 dimensions. Depth perception happens primarily due to stereopsis and accommodation of the eye. Is that the depth perception you're talking about, or you have a different definition?
Well, what is the depth of that? When you say depth, when you asked us about depth, how far does that go in depth? Like the depth of your perception, how far does that go out for you, Jesse? Indefinite, forever?
Isn't depth perception how far we perceive something to be from our face?
Well, how far do we perceive it to be? That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a
So
very
you tried to
valid
say
question.
about the hyperbolic, you were trying to say the depth versus the line of sight. You're trying to say the depth perception. So I was trying to get to the core of that. Like, where are you trying to say that that's a problem? Because your line of sight is correlated with depth perception. And depth perception has to do with the physical matter that's extending away from you. And I described it as a gradient of angles, because if you have like land, let's say, that's going away, and the sky that's going away, everything that's going away, there's an angle, like a spectrum of angles at every level, as you see, as the perspective is all meeting at the middle point of the eye. And the ground in the sky is going to be slightly below that on an earth because you're above the ground. So if you're 6 feet above the ground, the difference would be very minimal. So it's going to look like eye level, but it actually technically is tilted down a teeny amount. But all between that midpoint and going all the way to your feet is a gradient of angles. That's depth perception. And as the physical matter is moving away, connected to the angles as they increase over distance as you look out.
Okay, maybe, and I'm not trying to avoid anything. I'm trying to just get an understanding here. Have you ever looked through a rifle scope? Or binoculars? Or a telescope?
With one eye or two eye? What are we talking about? Which
Yeah, with one eye. With one eye.
does that match looking out in reality?
I think you can just move on with your
reality
point.
and what
I
your
mean,
eyes see.
yes, of course I have. If you're asking me, yes.
Yes, I'm asking you. So, are you saying that hyperbolic visual space affects your ability to aim that rifle scope accurately at the center of that target?
No, I'm not saying that. You see on that drawing, you see how the local, that square is a perfectly planar surface,
Yes.
and how it all is like the squares are getting smaller as those lines are all coming in to meet at the midpoint. Like if you were to extend that square and extend it all the way to the horizon, it would
Like,
I
is
don't know
this
if this drawing shows the
is it
proportions
is like
exactly,
a
but
tube?
like a cone or a tube, or in a sense, yeah, or like one of those like air horns, but you're looking at it the other way around.
I'm honestly
Yeah.
not sure which way we're looking at it.
Anyways, but yeah, but then that structure is within a. I mean, the way I see it, in a sense, it's you have a planar structure within a spherical encasement. And that spherical encasement is the extent of your vision, which is ultimately a toroidal electromagnetic field. It's the extent of your vision in that local region. Like I would even go deeper on a philosophical level to say that like we are actually like toroidal beings in which we intake and experience our entire world through a series of toroids going from the micro to the macro. So but the toroidal field at the extents has those spherical qualities to it, but it's a planar structure within it. So our vision is like that. The whole earth is like that. Even our own like way that we observe things has that structure to it as well. Like we have like a round head, but we're walking on a planar surface, for example. So like the spheres and planes are all built on multiple scales. You have like in a huge concert hall, you have a huge like a football field, like a huge flat floor, or having concerts, and then the whole thing is like ramping up and then extending to a dome at the top. So it has the spherical, the pyramidal, and the planar geometries all within it. But I mean, you were saying about like aiming a rifle in that sense. Yeah, that would be that's within the planar structure of your more immediate space. That's not at the extents. If you're talking about just within that, you're within the. Depends on how far you're talking about, but you're not gonna be able to shoot a gun to the extent of your vision anyway. So maybe like some intense rocket or something, maybe like a rail gun that's propelled or something like extreme like that. But
I mean, a good rifle can go at a few miles, right?
yeah, but that's not going to be at the full extent of your visual space. That might be a horizon line or something, but that's not going to be that's not the extent.
Well, let's make it a laser gun. So, what about
I mean, I think
like,
us seeing about 8,000 miles.
what's that?
Because we can see 4,000 miles to the North Pole and beyond. We can see beyond the North Pole.
So, if I were aiming my theodolite at a mountaintop, would hyperbolic visual space interfere with that, or would I still be able to aim that right dead on the mountain?
Well, the problems you're going to have there is that what I would say is that the entire atmospheric structure has this, what I'm describing, this atmospheric, these effects that have a toroidal structure to them. So yeah, you're not going to be able to measure the shape of the Earth the way you're doing it. Absolutely not. Planar or spherical, it's totally invalid to measure the shape of the Earth because it's optics over a distance, and you're looking to get such a precise number that you're able to fudge those or find a cherry pick very easily, and then you're presenting it, I suppose, if that's what you're doing. But that's not something that can be. You can't measure the shape of the Earth at that distance with an optics trying to get it to that level of precision.
Just imagine though, just a sweet little theodolite for all the kids. You guys want to test everything and anything in the world? Just use Jesse's theodolite.
Right. Oh, Ruhev talks about pointing it at the moon, so just shoot it right at the moon.
Oh my God.
For real, dude. I'm not kidding. That's what
But
he said.
Specifically, why couldn't I point my theodolite at a mountain top? I mean, for example,
You can, but there's going to be fluctuations in the environment, dude. Over that distance, you're not seeing exactly where that item is because you're looking through essentially a liquid medium. I mean, the atmosphere is liquid ultimately. And when you have all the other, especially at this point, all the other pollutants and toxins and things in the air, you're not going to be able to get an accurate position for that mountain peak that you're looking at to actually measure the shape of the Earth. So, I mean, I'm saying this can't be done on a planar. I mean, we could go do this and I could get you planar measurements. You've even admitted this. You can get convex, concave, globe, planar. I mean, you've even admitted that. So why are you just trying to push the side of the percentage of the ones that are wavering on the side of a globe? I mean, are you actually trying to push this, that you measured the shape of the Earth as a globe, or are you just saying that you're just out there shooting things around?
Okay, first I'll respond to your statement and then your question. So what I said was that when your line of sight is close to the water, then you can cherry pick, because you can, some days the horizon will be above eye level, some days below, sometimes right at. However, when your line of sight is high above the water, I found that not to be the case. And I just linked you to a spreadsheet that shows the collection of my data. I measured like
It still
30.
is, though. It's just less, but it still is. So all the effects are still there.
Well,
The planar atmospheric effects.
Except out of 36 measurements, not a single one was even close to what the flat Earth would have, nor concave.
Yeah. Well, okay. So now what you're dealing with, this is another factor. Like, the Blackpool Tower thing, the thing that ranted about and tried to say it flipped him to the globe or whatever. Remember that? Were you involved? Were you around at that time?
No, but I kind of heard little bits of it later.
Oh, okay. Well, others know. But okay. So what I was going to say with this now, the next place how I would respond to that is that the conditions of the Earth have certain variation, but also certain consistencies. So some areas are going to have certain consistent effects. Other areas are going to have effects that are more variant or variable, and those can even fluctuate throughout time as well. So like there's a cyclical nature to the ether and to the way that the atmosplanar structures are, the effects are structured. And so some of them are consistent, some of them are variable. So like that Blackpool Tower observation is a specific one where all the water in that area, the evaporation and all of the cityscape, the mountainscape behind it has a consistent effect. Other areas will vary in terms of the different effects. And vice versa. That Blackpool Tower one though is one of the more consistent over those distances, which is why they clung to it so much and tried asserting it, because there is an angular size variation that does fit a globe, but it's just based upon the magnification effects that the water layer is creating in order to make those things appear at slightly different heights. Because there's other scenarios where that's not the case. This is why this is the whole Zanuck thing that he's clinging on to the Mount Rainier, and that it's another one. He's just doing the same trick. It's just a parlor trick kind of thing. So it's just another trick he's doing. He's doing that same phenomenon. But you can find those exact same observations that show the planar angular sizes and heights. So that debunks it right there. And then you can find ones that have more than a globe would have. It's just like with the refraction, convex, concave, globular, planar, it has that same variation within it. Anyways, I know it's a slightly different things. That's angular size and distances. But with what you're talking about, it is kind of similar because you're in a particular area, you're shooting to a particular mountain peak, and there's certain weather, there's barometric pressures, there's temperatures, there's the way the sun impacts your area, there's the way the moisture is in that area. So if you were to go all around the world and do those, more and more times, you would find, just like you do on some of your other ones, that, these are now convex, these are globe, these are plane, these are convex, these are globe. You would see that same variation. So I don't know how many, if you're claiming you did this many times, then that's your, if that's what you want to, you said you've done, but you may have a consistent effect there that is going to give you those results. It's one possibility. Another possibility is your equipment, the way that you're using the equipment. And then the thing with it too is that you're doing that over such a long distance that the accuracy of those theodolites is really meant for a more local measurement to get like accuracy to that level. They're not accurate at those levels either. So whether or not it's the consistent atmospheric effects could be a factor. Whether or not it's the way you're setting up and using the machine, there's a lot of variables, or whether you're even doing it correctly. So there's multiple components. But if you went around, if someone was doing it, I don't know about you, because there's another factor of if you're just fudging it just to fudge it, like if you're actually being deceptive, that's a whole nother possibility in this whole scenario. I'm not. So, I mean, there's many, just from my perspective, because I'm not out there with you and seeing exactly what you're doing, but yeah, so the atmospheric consistency could be a component, and you're going to get those variations because of the way that the refraction affects things over distance.
Hey Jesse, I think you've been very honest and very consistent. You're getting closer to proving yours or our point, and of course we can just hear Ruhif's voice echoing over and over again how there's always a gradient. There's always a gradient, and for you to move to minimum conditions by moving up, I understand we've tried other things to move to minimum conditions, even different locations and very unique locations. It's not acceptable. We're not being allowed to accept visual evidence. We need to move on from visual. We just need to move on from it. We're not allowed to
because
use
every
it for
time
proof.
you make
And we're not gonna let you do it if you're not gonna let me do it. Dem, I need to point out something else. I'm really fighting really hard to get us right on a lot of things, and you were just picking on astronomy for being the ones that imagine